For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
And claims the scalp of his opposite number. It's a splendid piece of bowling. If you're going to get your 200th Test wicket with a signature ball, that's it. Right at the top of off stump. Up to Hazelwood. He's edging and he's caught by Warner at first slip. Bowling here to Brooks. Play and miss. Is there an edge? Yes, there is. Green with a breakthrough. First ball back into the attack. Stark bowls and the keeper's bowled straight through him. Beaten for sheer pace. Stumps everywhere. Should be short. High on the bat. Out towards mid-wicket. Cummins gets a third. Warner takes the catch. The Windies all out for 283.
Yeah, I was happy. I felt like all the guys stuck to it really well today, and even the first session didn't really get rewards, but I felt like we were in it. So happy how everyone stuck at it, and we all got a bit of rewards there at the end.
The raw firepower of Australia's fast bowling ripped the Perth Test open with the second new ball. Now the timeline and the blueprints are in the hands of Pat Cummins as his team plots the course to victory. Holes on 47, he's edging through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. It's a half century on debut for Tej Narain Chandapal.
Line bowled from it, and he whips away out towards deep square leg for a well-made half century. The West Indies needed their captain to stand up after conceding so many runs.
Here is Green, tall man bowls. It hits him on the back of the helmet. I don't think Bonner's going to continue here. So retiring hurt Bonner, who's on 16 from 47 balls. First ball, the new over, Khawaja edges Kemar Roach through to the keeper, and a 13-year odyssey on these shores for Kemar Roach comes to a close as he takes a wicket. The fight has been commendable, but it has been a torrid few days for the West Indies in a cause that now looks lost. We'll check the spirits with Vice-Captain Jermaine Blackwood ahead of day 4. This is SEN Test Cricket.
For Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Hello and welcome to Perth Stadium ahead of day 4 of this first test, Australia and the West Indies. Australia will have spent the night plotting their course. How will they go about inflicting this defeat on the West Indies? Will they try for today and put their feet up tomorrow, or will their fast bowlers put their feet up today and do the bulk of their work tomorrow? This is where it's in the hands of a fast bowling captain, so you would say it is in good hands. The game scores: Australia 4 declared for 598. The West Indies 283 bowled out yesterday. Australia 1 for 29 with a lead of 344. Gerard, Whateley with you. Our members of our Bundaberg Ginger Beer commentary team. Simon Katich, hello to you.
Good morning, Gerard and Flem and all our listeners.
He's a batting captain, Damian Fleming. Hello to you.
I'm sending him back in now.
The rest is overrated.
But then you know what happens? I think if you're a fast bowling captain, the rest of the FBC get into your ear.
Right.
And they're probably wanting a bit more of a rest.
Are they?
It'd be really interesting to know who Pat goes to. Surely it's one of Josh and Mitch, but then he's got to go to Stephen Smith or someone, and obviously the coach, Andrew McDonald. So, yeah, how much do you want to rest up?
Yep. Do you want tomorrow off?
Do you want tomorrow off? I mean, that's massive, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's massive because these test matches are so close together. When do they fly? How do they recover, and what sort of build-up do they have? And then there's 3 pretty quick test matches against South Africa. So, yeah, the workload, I know I'm loath to pump it up too much, but it's going to come into play this summer.
Yeah. So we defer to you, Simon, on captaincy. What do you think the natural course of today would be for a captain?
Yeah, I think they'll say, look, we know we're starting up against this new ball this morning. Get through that in the first half an hour to an hour. And if David Warner gets going, we know he came out with aggression last night. If they bowl poorly, he'll make them pay. And we know that Labuschagne's a good nick. But I would say they'll see where they're at lunch and then go from there. Look, Pat Cummins is someone that's hard to get a read on because he doesn't do things by the playbook. He's his own man, and I could see them batting into that middle session, but I think they also might consider, look, if we give ourselves 2 sessions and we knock the 2 openers over cheaply, we could bowl West Indies out tonight, given what they saw yesterday. It's just whether they feel like they need a bit more of a break. And you're right, the schedule coming up, it's not just the Australian summer. The India tour is in February, so it's not far after these test matches finish. So there's a lot to ponder and a lot to consider. And then on the back of that, then there's potentially the World Test Championship in June, plus 5 Ashes tests. So there's the bigger picture side of this as well.
And just quickly on that, Gerard, just with the batting order, if these 2 bat for 40, 45 minutes, would you put Green in next?
Yeah, potentially, or Travis Head. Because if they're thinking, well, we want as much time as we can today, given the way Travis Head batted in that first innings, we know he's going to come out and play his shots between those 2.
Yeah, I was thinking more that Green and Carey didn't get a hit.
Yeah.
But Travis Head would be the best way to accelerate the game.
We'll plot and see what happens. Our free game is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX. And for Trojan Tools Built Tough. It was a day to sort of revel in Australia's bowling. And in the numbers, so Pat Cummins we'll talk about in a moment. So he goes to 202. Stark's 289 wickets. Hazelwood's 216. Lyons 440. That's 1,147 wickets in the front line 4 and 707 shared between the pacemen. So it's historically rare. Everyone's been trawling to see if it's without precedent, and it probably is the consensus.
Yeah, I can't think of all 4 having over 200 test wickets, let alone the quicks, because it's only really been the modern generation. I think, up to 10 years ago, if a fast bowler played 50 tests, there wasn't many that played over 50 tests. Anderson's up to 176, yes. I think. Broad, 159. But even these 3 are getting into... elite company, not only with wickets, but with the amount of test matches played. These where great teams build. The most experienced, the more games they've played together in any sport, that cohesion of knowing, playing that much with a teammate and knowing what they're going to do means you can build dynasties. And as much as the batters, the engine room, as we hear, you've got to get 20 wickets. And this Australian team can get 20 wickets in any test pitch, in any tour around the world. And each individual, they're different individually. I wrote about Pat Cummins last night, so I've got him in the top 3 of my time. Dennis Lilly, Glenn McGrath and Pat Cummins, and sort of clearly. But Hazelwood and Stark are in that next rung below. Gillespie, Johnson, McGrath. And I'm only saying from Dennis Lilly down. Obviously, I didn't see Ray Lindwall and Mackenzie and all those sort of guys. And Nathan Lyon. I'd love to see the stats of opposition spinners in Australia, their overall stats versus Nathan's. And then that would elevate him to greatness, because I'm assuming the opposition spinners, I'm only guessing, would be clearly in the mid-40s average, and he's low 30s. So if you've got 4 of your greatest bowlers in one team, that's so unique.
I think I've been saying it for a couple of years now. I think when these guys finish their careers, all of them, they'll go down as some of our all-time greats. And what you're saying there is spot on, particularly with Lyon. I have seen the stats on opposition spinners here, and someone like Murali, who's obviously got the most
Harbhajan.
ever. His record in Australia is horrendous compared to Nathan Lyon. So, Harbhajan, all these guys have come to our shores and found it very difficult, because off-spin in these conditions has traditionally been a very, very difficult game, because there's not a lot of assistance off the wickets until day 4 and day 5, whereas Nathan Lyon's being able to do or play a role earlier in a test match because he gets that pace and gets that drop and bounce.
And he hasn't had the luxury of turning Sydney and Adelaide pitch. Yep. Which they had up until the drop-ins, and then Sydney really has been indifferent for 20 years.
So it was a day to revel in Pat Cummins reaching the 200-wicket milestone, and we recounted for you at the time. He's in the fastest to do it. So Clary Grimmett in the 36th Test, Dennis Lilly 38, Stuart MacGill 41, Shane Warne 42. Pat Cummins in his 44th Test, 1 ahead of Glenn McGrath. This was Pat after play yesterday on achieving that milestone.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's still plenty of guys. I know we've taken 300, 400, 700. So, it doesn't... comparing numbers doesn't seem as significant as others. But, yeah, I think any milestone, when I think of wickets, I kind of think of longevity and knowing I had a bit of time out of the game. It's always a nice kind of realisation.
So happened quickly with test matches, happened over a long period given how much cricket he missed. Is the stat that you brought forward, Flem, was 200 wickets at under 22. And this puts him with Malcolm Marshall, Joel Garner, Curtly Ambrose, Fred Truman, Glenn McGrath, Pat Cummins.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And the other one I will check out during our coverage is the strike rate. I'm assuming he might be the fifth fastest to 200 test wickets for Australia. I'm assuming he has the lowest strike rate of all that. And you know how much I love strike rate because it means you win test matches quicker. Also, a significant factor, Cato, is he's rarely opened the bowling. So he's a bit like Joel Garner. It's harder to get fifers. It's harder to get bags because you're hoping the opening bowlers are getting a couple and then they might mop up at the end. So, and he's not a defensive first change. You know, we would have played in teams where we have a tall guy who's accurate and builds pressure and then wait for the spinner or the two new ball bowlers to come on. He's an attacking first change.
Oh, without doubt. There's no doubt things happen as soon as he comes to the bowling crease, and we saw that yesterday. He cracked his test match open. He's cracked it open in previous tests earlier in the year. I mentioned it earlier this morning. The test in Lahore, things weren't happening. Pat Cummins makes it happen on flat wickets. And that's the hallmark of a great, is that they can do something on a wicket that others can't, make the ball talk or do something special to get wickets.
So when you thought about why you wanted to put him in the company of Dennis Lillee and Glenn McGrath, what are the attributes that you settled on?
I mean, there's, Dennis is the best, mainly because when he's your idol. It's hard to suppress your idol. I played, obviously, a lot of cricket with Glenn McGrath, and I love bowling with McGrath. Like I like bowling with Merv Hughes, because they bowled a shorter length. The batsman is generally getting caught on the crease, and as a swing bowler, I'm bringing them forward. So I love the bowling partnership that the batsman was always subtly having to shift their footwork and tactically, what am I playing at against, leaving. But fast, well, I saw someone described it. He's got medium pace accuracy, but he's an express pace bowler. So how many in the history of the game have been able to do that? Even day one, what was his economy rate? 1.9. So he just doesn't let them go anywhere, and then eventually he wears them down and gets wickets. And if I think of all three, I think Dennis had just natural charisma. But Glenn McGrath, he's calling out of the best player. I'll get him this series and all that. For a lesser bowler like me, I'm going, well, what happens if you don't?
Yes.
Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Blah, blah. McGrath didn't think like that. But you look at, and it won't happen this summer, but we saw it last summer. When the big name from the opposition walks out, he grabs the ball. I'm going to hunch you. Joe Root. Who gets Kohli? Cummins. Okay, he targets the best player of the opposition because he wants to make a statement. Only the top echelon do that.
Yeah, I liken him to a boa constrictor. And I'm not saying he's a snake. Get this clear. He slithers into the crease. There's not much, he just comes in. But then once he wraps himself around the batsman, he just suffocates them. And he constricts the scoring. He constricts their ability to believe they can survive. And then he just crushes them. And that's what he does to all the good players. I don't think there's too many that have been able to dominate him.
Yeah, and one other little thing, I did make a note of it last year, is just how the batsmen, even though they've batted out against him for a long time, they always seem to be surprised how hard it hits the bat.
Yeah.
Even though they've faced him over a half an hour. Geez, you'd love to be able to do that.
It's like he's got this ability to generate pace off the wicket, which is one of the hardest things to do as a bowler, because normally it can slow down off the wicket. But he's got this ability to get it to find zip. And it's just that ability. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. When you see his pitch maps, there's you put a handkerchief down and the ball is landing in that handkerchief pretty much the whole spell. And it's in that zone on and around the top of off stump, which is the hardest area to play on the cricket pitch.
And as far as milestone wickets go, not since Warne's 700th has there been a better encapsulation of
this is what this guy does. Top of off, bang, opposition captain who was well set. Such a good wicket.
You're at your debut in the local under-12s and you're not sure where to bowl, and the coach goes, you got to hit the top of off. I can't remember a ball that epitomised that more. And also unique because Paddy is unique. He doesn't get a lot of bowls and he rarely gets an LB. So if you can back yourself, you probably can leave him more than you think, but he's so accurate and straight. You play at balls you don't think you can. And then I love that because Brathwaite, he's got such a tight technique. He goes back, gives himself time. He was at his defensive best there, and he still missed it. So that was significant because it was the roadblock to the Australians. It was the West Indies Cup. Well, so again, he got the best player out again, but with a cracker.
We talked about it on air, that dismissal, having seen the side-on view of it. And because of Pat Cummins' length and because he gets that ball to nip back in towards the stumps, batsmen are reluctant to get onto the front foot and overcommit because they're worried about getting pinned in front. And that dismissal was a classic example because he half-stepped, he got caught on the crease, probed out in front of himself with his hands, and then it created this gap. Only just a small enough gap, but he found a way through and it hit the top of off.
And then the one addendum to the bowling conversation is the 4 frontliners. The most frightening bowler yesterday was Cam Green. He's knocked a player out of the game and hit another in the helmet. He only bowled, what did he bowl, 10 overs? He was fearful.
Yeah, but I'm not surprised by that, seeing footage as a 17-year-old. But even on debut, I thought they mismanaged him in his first series against India. He was brought on to shock the opposition. But, mate, when you've got an outswinger like Cam Green's got an outswinger, that's your most threatening ball. But I remember watching Adelaide Test match on debut, side on, and they brought him on to Kohli. Mate, he was easily as fast as Cummins, if not faster, but the ball was bouncing because he's 6'7" versus 6'4". You could just notice it was actually between hip and shoulder height off a good length. So that's another luxury if you're going to win the Test Championship and build a dynasty. If you've got a number 6 that actually you can use as a shock bowler, what an absolute bonus that's going to be. So no, he's dangerous. He's hostile. The run-up's grooved. And then we probably saw the way he's going to be used. No more than 4 over spells and 10 over to 12 overs will be his maximum on a day.
From a West Indies perspective, the captain said it felt like 2 goals coming into the series. He wasn't pretending anything. There was no pretense about winning, and it was bat for 100 overs. They batted for 98.2 and played 10 days of cricket. So they missed by a whisker their 100-over mark, and it looked like they were going to get there the whole way through, but the quality of the bowling and the tail folded against the new ball in 18 overs. And then I think there is I hope there's a resolve to get through today and at least force it to day 5, which I think would be commendable.
Yeah, Jeff, I think we'll get an indicator about the way they go about it with the ball. It's going to be actually tougher, I think, Kato. They had the best of the fast bowling conditions in the first innings. So let's see what you're made of. My problem is the person that epitomises that most is the captain. Chanderpaul was sensational. But my worry is if they happen to go cheaply, I cannot see how they dig deep. From watching their batting, it was ill-equipped to face Australian bowlers in Australian conditions, and there didn't seem anyone that was going to change their type. So I'm very pessimistic. I like that. I think that's really good goal setting. And hopefully they think that's achievable. But what I saw, if those 2 went early, that they could just get knocked over very quickly.
Yeah, spot on, Flem. I think it is commendable the way they went about it in that first innings. I think it is a realistic goal to try and achieve that first because they're a developing team. And you only have to look at the Test numbers of particularly their top 6. I mean, Jason Holder probably shouldn't be batting at 6 in Test cricket, but for the balance of their team, they feel like they probably had to do that in this Test match. But I think you're spot on. Like a lot of their techniques got exposed, particularly against that second new ball, and because they're facing pace.
They're small, aren't they? They're small stature. Like, I thought that was great, Cato. It's really hard bouncing short batsmen because it's not your normal bouncer length. But Hazelwood and Green found that length, and it was ugly.
And it's hard for them to prepare for this because when you look at their attack, they're not getting this same level of exposure in the nets that, say, the Australian batsmen are. So where the Australian batsmen are potentially getting, improvement by facing this world-class attack, the West Indies don't have that. So they're not getting prepared as well as they probably would like to be.
Yeah, and out of the only other two, Blackwood, and I thought Brooks coming in as a sub, I thought he showed something, a good, solid technique and good temperament.
We are going to speak with Alex Carey in our pre-game, so hopefully he'll answer your poll. Which ball was better? Stark to Brathwaite, Stark to De Silva, or Cummins to Brathwaite?
I started with Stark in my own mind, but Twitter went with Cummins.
Okay, we'll see what the keeper thinks.
Come on, Alex.
He's got the best seat in the house, and Jermaine Blackwood is going to join us as well, the West Indies vice-captain. The pitch report for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. What did you see, Kat?
Yeah, it still looks pretty good. I think there's a couple of little cracks opening up under the grass, but, given that it wasn't overly hot yesterday, it's still, a pretty good wicket. There's a lot more rough for Nathan Lyon, so I dare say this is going to take more turn in the next day and a bit. But overall, it's going to be those little indentations in the grass from day 1 and 2 that probably caused the problems, particularly with the harder, newer ball. So bringing the stumps into play is going to be the key for the bowlers for the rest of this game.
And our weather update for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. There's patchy cloud overhead. It's 22 degrees, heading for a top of 28. It feels like a perfect Saturday to come to the cricket. See Australia bat, I suspect, entertainingly, and then push for victory and see if they can knock the West Indies over inside day 4. So we'll see. There's 11,000 yesterday. Hopefully the biggest crowd of the test on a Saturday, but who's to say? We're also going to hear from Ricky Ponting, who's downstairs in your Channel 7 setup, which is great. Passed him in the corridor this morning, so he'll tell everyone exactly what happened yesterday.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Back on duty, and that's a most welcome sight.
Yeah, definitely. It's scary when you hear anything to do around the chest region. So Justin Langer really helped out. There was no mucking around, and as far as I know, he's been cleared. But I'd love to hear what Rick's got to say.
He's down below us now. I'll let you two go and do your pre-match duties on TV and see you for the first ball. Simon Katich and Damian Fleming, our SEN Test cricket experts. Our coverage for Host Plus, that's a plus. And if you are coming along to the game today, our West Aussies, make sure you download the SEN app and you can listen to every ball of our call throughout the match with no delay on SEN Stadium. Simply open the SEN app when you're at the ground and follow the SEN Stadium prompts. We're going to hear from Alex Carey inside the Australian camp. I wonder, will they give us an idea of strategy? We'll do that next.
For the Isuzu D-Max and MUX, go your own way. And Trojan Tools, built tough with a lifetime guarantee.
Day 4 in Perth, Australia will begin with a 344-run lead, 1 for 29. Warner is 17, Labuschagne is 3. What are their intentions for the day ahead? Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, built tough. Let's head inside the Australian camp for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Adam Collins is downstairs with Alex Carey.
Alex Carey, good morning. A bit of an unusual test match for you. You haven't batted and you might not.
Yeah, hopefully that's the way. Obviously we're in a really strong position at the moment. I've had a catch, so I'm in the game, which is nice. But, yeah, it's been an interesting couple of days to have the feet up and then, I guess, bounce back from a night's bowling session where we would have liked a wicket or two and changed some areas. And, yeah, I think we got the rewards yesterday for sure.
Yeah, as you say, nearly 100 overs with the gloves on. The Windies fought pretty hard.
Yeah, certainly did. Yeah, like I said, the day 2 night come out, played some shots, Chandipur obviously, and we assessed, I guess, the conditions overnight and probably had to get it a little bit fuller. And the guys did that. But, yeah, definitely they fought hard and no doubt they're going to do that in the second innings.
Just you and your keeping, we picked up something quirky yesterday. It looked like you looked to change one glove at some stage. Yeah. What was going on there?
One of the pinky fingers rubber just lost some of its stick. So, yeah, just had to change the one glove.
You have the best seat in the house to watch your captain, Pat Cummins, bowl 200th wicket yesterday. Such immense pressure.
Yeah, he's fantastic. We've known that for a long time now, how good he is. But I guess to get that reward of 200 wickets and what a ball it was. So, yeah, I think all our quicks, I saw the stat last night, to have 4 guys in the same attack take 200 test wickets, you can rely on each and every one of them. And then even a Cameron Green coming through too, no doubt one day he'll probably get there as well.
The debate doing the rounds online overnight is what's a better ball, Cummins to Brathwaite or Stark to De Silva? Your call on that?
Oh, look, to get their skipper out without the new ball, and that probably got us rolling a bit. I think obviously starting with the new ball is damaging, but for Paddy, to come back and get, I guess, a bit of movement out of a wicket that wasn't offering too much at this stage. It's going up and down a little bit now, which is for us good to see. But yeah, like I said, Starkey with that second new ball to a new batter is always going to be damaging. Yeah,
just on the surface, from where we're sitting, it feels like it's a better pitch than 15 wickets in 3 days. How have you summed that up so far? Yeah,
I think we played really well. We've got some world-class batters who were really patient, absorbed a lot of pressure early, and then were able to cash in on day 2. And then, like we said, West Indies fought really hard. We were able to hang in there long enough to get the rewards. And now it's probably, take a little bit more time out of the game. Hopefully a bit of wear and tear on day 4. And we can start to get a bit more unevenness out of the wicket, going into our second bowling innings.
And Nathan Lyon bowling in the 4th innings, it'll probably be the bounce here more than the lateral movement. Yeah,
I think there's some footmarks appearing as well outside the off stump for the right hand as we start going over the wicket. He gets whatever there is out of any wicket, so no doubt. I think both edges are in the bat as well with Gaz, with some balls skidding on a little bit and some balls finding that rough and bouncing. So he's going to play a huge part along with the quicks.
Of course, the great national pastime, declaration speculation. I know in Pakistan, Pat was pretty keen to go early and give the bowlers a lot of time. But what's the thinking this morning? Yeah, I think that's, being honest, it's probably a little bit of speculation between us at the moment. Right. We haven't discussed it yet. The group will come together in probably half an hour's time. But we're going to have to, set that up. I mean, the 2 batters will go out there this morning, get through that first little period of what the West Indies throw at us, and then we'll look to I don't know, your guess is as good as mine. I would say we would want somewhere around 500 or after lunch at some point. Just going back to Cameron Green, there was a wonderful response when he came into the attack yesterday. Boy, he was fierce, wasn't he? I mean, the short deliveries that he bowled and the way that he was right up against the West Indians. Yeah, he's a real talent, and again, we've known that for some time. It's nice to be able to throw the ball to the 4th seamer who bowls 141 and get a lot of bounce out on this wicket. So, and the Perth crowd, although not huge numbers, have been really supportive. We've had kids on the fence throwing lots of support behind us. When Greenie comes on to bowl, the cheer around the stadium's been fantastic. So, again, he's going to have a big role for us to rotate the quicks through that second innings. And I suppose if you can get on a roll later this afternoon and win this in 4 days, you can watch the Socceroos at 3 o'clock tonight. That'd be nice. Yeah, I'm all for that. How fantastic's that story. And Matty Ryan's been around the group as well at times over in England, and got to watch him play live down there in Brighton, and it's fantastic for the country to see the Socceroos going so well. Alex Carey, I hope you get a hit today. Thanks for joining SEN Cricket. I don't, thanks.
He just wants to do his work quietly behind the stumps. Alex Carey there sets us up inside the Australian camp for what might be in store for day 4, a lead of 344. Our experts for Anaconda right throughout our call hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. We'll bring Peter Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan into our pre-match next. Chat to them about the stories bubbling around it, and we'll hear from Ricky Ponting, who's just started his duties back at the ground on Channel 7 after yesterday's health scare. We will do that for you next.
Next over about cricketers having visions and those visions coming to life. It is about Jason Holder, so hopefully he survives this ball and is around in the next over for us to talk about it.
Line round the wicket to Holder on 27. Delivers here, Holder gets caught round the corner at short leg. Make that leg slip. David Warner moving to his left low, and they get Holder. And just when Holder looked like he was going to be a threat, he's caught in the leg side trap. Bharat Sundaresan.
I know. What about my Holder story now? Jason, what have you done, Jason?
Yesterday, Bharat Sundaresan fixed up Jason Holder after Pete Lalor had fixed up Travis Head the day before. Bharat, I hope you wouldn't have slept last night, would you? Yeah. Put this one on, please. Also, hello to Pete first. Hello, Pete.
Good morning, Gerard. It's nice to have a new member of the club, isn't it?
Back-to-back days as well, around the same time of the day as well, around that mid-afternoon period. Yeah, I felt very guilty. I should have sent Jason a text apologizing. He was just beginning to look so good. And all I wanted him to do was survive that one ball.
That's when it happens. When you just set up narrow parameters, that's when it happens. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX and for Trojan Tools Built Tough. How are we approaching day 4, Pete?
With great excitement, aren't we? We're going to see if this pitch begins as it finished, because I think it came to life a little bit in that last session. I think the sun had got onto it. I was talking to the ground staff this morning. They said there were divots from the first day when it was quite soft. By the last session yesterday, those divots had hardened up and we started to see the ball do some curious things. It just started to jag a little bit, the bounce got a bit variable. Had the lightest of rollers on it overnight. So we'll wait and see how it plays. But hopefully that continues on, because I felt like that game came to life in the last session. Hey, not all of it was a pitch either. Some of it was some brilliant bowling. Josh De Silva's delivery we were talking about what was the better delivery. The Cummins one to knock off Brathwaite, or the Josh De Silva one the Stark one to knock off Josh De Silva. For my money, it's Cummins knocking off Brathwaite. Captain knocks off Captain. Red hot ball. De Silva, I mean, has he not seen Mitchell Stark bowl before? Does he not know that he's aiming up that big in-swing? What's he trying to do? Clip him through mid-wicket? That'd have to be one of the dumbest shots played in this Test match. Sorry. A little bit behind over Warner's in the first innings. But
so maybe a bit of stage fright there. Is right? Watching the swing. Oh,
no. It's one thing to watch
facing it.
It's one thing to watch the swing, watch for swing, but you don't try and clip it through mid-wicket, for God's sake, do you? You're just trying to keep it out and do your best.
We did see some great fast bowling yesterday, I think.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Yeah, and Silva comes from Trinidad, Pete. You know what they say in Trinidad? We got Lyman, boy. Whether we win or lose, that's the one way to play. You always feel like you're in a lime, and that's what he was doing. It felt like a very the kind of shot you play.
Did you understand anything he said then?
Oh, but I like the sound of it. Yeah. that's the main part. It provides us a moment of pause to celebrate Pat Cummins and what he did to go through the 200-wicket milestone, where it places him historically. Damian Fleming, with the fast bowlers that he's seen or played with, he has elevated him into the company of Lilly and McGrath. So he's happy to have Cummins as the third.
I've got this really smart mate called Gideon Haigh, and he reckons that he is the best first change bowler in the history of Australian cricket. And the bigger picture, of course, is this side. We've got 4 bowlers with 200 or more wickets. They've got 1,000 wickets between them, I'd say, at a rough guess.
1147.
Where does it elevate them as a bowling unit? Is this one of the best bowling units Australia's ever produced?
When it does its maximum damage, there have been moments where people have been prepared to extol them as the best bowling lineup Australia has had, and maybe it just hasn't quite... There haven't been maybe as many of those moments, or then they'll fail to bowl a team out, and so there's... recency bias plays a role in that, but when their work is done with the numbers that they are putting together, and you quite rightly point out today, it's this 15-game stretch, this 15 Test match stretch over 8 months. This is the appetizer, the entrees against South Africa. The real stuff happens offshore. This is a legacy year for this team.
Yep, Bharat's got something to say. He's pointing his finger.
Yeah, this bowling attack is not just... They haven't done one thing, which is go to India and win Test matches on their back. Stephen O'Keefe won them that Test match in Pune. Don't forget, we were all there. 12 wickets.
I was thinking about that in the hotel room this morning, because that of course, was McGrath, Gillespie, Warne, and help me here.
I think Kasparowicz played.
Casper, correct. It was Casper. It's a confluence of circumstances. It's not just a bowling attack that wins a series, is it? Bowling attack can do its best, but the batsman can let them down too. Yeah.
So, yeah. But that will be, I mean, if they can do that, and that's, I'm not going to use the final frontier term here, it's been overused over the years, and Steve was not part of the team anymore. So if they can do that, if they can beat this Indian team in those conditions, and they have it in them, they can, especially with Cam Green having come into the side. But again, then you expect the second spinner to play as well. So again, they're not going to play together. But one thing that stood out for me, Gerard, I can admire, there's so many reasons that Pat Cummins should be admired, adored, worshipped, we exalt in his glory. But yesterday was also a fine example of what a wonderful captain he's becoming. I asked him in the press conference whether I took anything from that Pakistan series, different conditions, but just the ability to stay patient and see how often or how rarely he changes plans. And I was thinking about it this morning while I was washing my hair wash day, as you can make out, that
grooming tips with Bharat Sundaresan. Here we go.
His bowling is a lot like his captain's. He gives nothing away. I mean, there's so much skill and there is a lot of subtlety to his captaincy as well. The small fielding changes he makes, the bowling changes he makes as well. There is a lot of growth that has happened with Pat Cummins, the captain. And I think that Pakistan tour in particular, the 15-day test that they played has really elevated him. And he agreed. He said, yeah, I mean, that taught us that even if there is a partnership, wherever we are playing, if we don't change what we're doing, we know we are calm, we're composed enough to back ourselves to break that partnership and go get on all over on top of the opposition.
Yesterday's drama played out off screen, Pete. So we were calling together when you got a message about Ricky Ponting.
Yes, I did. Yeah, and it really unnerved me. I had to get out of the box quickly. Quite flustered, I think. Well, he's younger than me, but that year that we've been through in Australian cricket, with losing legends like Warney, and of course Roy and Rod Marsh, and to get that message while I was on air, thank God he's all right. I was so relieved to see him this morning. I took half an hour or so to get messages through that he was okay, that it wasn't his heart, but at the time it looked like he'd had a heart square. He said this morning that he felt some pains in his chest when he was commentating. He got up, he felt dizzy. He said to JL, I'm not feeling right. And kudos to his mates here and to the men around him, and it's a lesson for all of us. Chris Jones, producer at Channel 7, just said, go to the doctor now.
Yes.
JL grabbed him, and, you don't ignore those sorts of things. It can be a real mess, but thank God Rick's all right.
So we've been watching just down below as he's begun the Channel 7 broadcast today. So here's Ricky Ponting and Justin Langer a few moments ago.
Tell us what happened. Yeah, I probably scared a lot of people yesterday and had a little scary moment for myself as well, to be honest. No, look, I was sitting in the comms box halfway through the stint and then got a couple of really short, sharp pains through my chest, and I sort of tried to stretch it out and get rid of it, and probably didn't want to give too much away when I was on air. But I had a couple of those sort of incidents, got through the stint. Got up, went to walk to the back of the commentary box and got a bit lighthearted and dizzy and sort of grabbed the bench and mentioned to JL on the way out, who was commentating with me, that I had these pains in my chest, and Chris Jones heard me as well, and basically these two just reacted straight away and got me out of there. And 10 or 15 minutes later I was in the hospital getting the best treatment that I possibly could. So look, I feel great this morning. I'm all shiny and new this morning, but I think the bottom line with it is, the fact that I was willing to share it with JL, and then your mate looks after you. And I think as people of our age, we're probably a little bit reluctant to share much and talk much about our health especially. And I think that's a really good learning curve from me yesterday, especially with what's happened over the last 12 or 18 months with really close people around us. But no, my little mate looked after me, he got me down there, and I'm back here shiny and new this morning.
You mentioned, which is great news as well, you mentioned Chris Jones, our executive producer, alongside great mate Justin Langer. JL, what were you thinking when you reacted the way you did?
Well, I knew if Ricky Ponting comes to me and says something's not quite right, well, something's not quite right. And I think it's a great lesson for everyone that after our 12 months, it's become very public with Rod Marsh and Shane Warne, of course, Ryan Campbell. When someone says they've got something going on, then it's great talk up, and it was good to see the little fella not being the tough guy, not being the Iceman, reaching out to one of his friends, and we got, as Ricky said, we got some great care for him yesterday afternoon.
There's a men's health seminar for us right there.
It's amazing how cricket is just a platform for so many issues in our society, isn't it?
And actually, you're talking about guys who are 50. I was telling you off air yesterday, Gerard. I learned last year, and I'm just 37 now, that I had some complications with my heart, and the GP pretty much said you won't make it to 50. So, and it's genetic. You can't do much about it. And he did suggest a few things to me which I worked on, and it's much better. So I will live past 50. I'll live for 100 years because I love life. But it's a lesson. If you are 30 and the world we live in, if you are listening to this, especially if you're a man and you're 30, get yourself tested every year. You don't lose anything. Get all your blood tests done. Because it's better to find out early and do something about it than leave it till very late. There are so many people around the world I see getting heart attacks in their late 30s and early 40s. So why do that to your family? Just get yourself tested.
So that's a welcome relief for everybody.
What did Woody Allen say? I'm not afraid of death. I'm just hope I'm not around when it happens.
What will happen today, do you think, Pete? Do you think Australia will go for the throat on day 4?
Yes, I think they will go for the throat. I think they'll bat for a declaration. And then that pace attack with its 1,000 wickets will be ruthless and relentless and persistent. Well, it won't come as easy as we expect. We generally find that, but they set themselves about 100 overs in the first innings, and they'll have to bat a few more than that to save the game. It's not off the cards. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but there's a fair skill and experience gap between the two sides, isn't there? So.
Golf in class. I remember the expression
last evening. Gave me that line last night. I've used it to good effect. Thank you.
And it's always different doing it in the second innings, right, Gerard? The first innings, yes, even though they'd been out there for 1.5 days, there's a lot more hope. Here, just listening to Sharma Brooks in the press conference, there's a poor guy hadn't even had a bat for 2 days and just thrown into the deep end to face Cummins and Stark with the second new ball. But he survived. He did okay. And he was saying that 3 sessions, I think we back ourselves to, different. 5 sessions is what they expect Pat Cummins to leave them with. That is a tall order. The second innings to follow it up, it's going to be tough. And I wouldn't rule out a 4-day finish at this stage.
Pete Lalor, Chief Cricket Writer from The Australian. Bharat Sundaresan's work is on Crick Buzz. We will hear from you throughout the day.
Forward to that, Gerard.
Good on you. Gets us underway. Our apparel partner is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. We're inside the West Indies camp next with the vice-captain, Jermaine Blackwood. At 1 for 29, a lead of 344. The chance to plot a course to victory either today or at some stage tomorrow. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools Built Tough. Alex Carey's given us the view inside the Australian camp. It's been 3 pretty torrid days for the West Indies. The fight has been there. What have they got left for the remainder of this test match? Adam Collins still downstairs with the West Indies vice-captain, Jermaine Blackwood, thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Jermaine Blackwood, West Indies vice-captain, thanks for coming and having a chat to SEN Test Cricket. I mean, there were plenty of positives for the Windies yesterday, weren't there, batting for nearly 100 overs?
Yeah, for sure. I think the skipper and young TH really set that tempo for us from batting out the even, and obviously come back in the morning as well and batted pretty well. I think as a team we get a lot of positive from this inning, so once we can just build on that, I think we can bat for over 150 overs in the next session.
Yeah, and you personally, you put in the hard yards across a long stretch of time before running into Mitchell Stark with the second new ball. Gee, it was a good delivery.
Yeah, for sure, that was a good one, but totally up for the challenge. Second innings, I'm just here ready to go. I'm ready to embrace this challenge as well. I'm ready to bat some balls, so hopefully if I get my chance again, I will surely put up a much better fight.
Your return to Test cricket a couple of years ago has gone really well. It's been the most consistent period of your career. Your strike rate's gone down and your average has gone up. Is that a fair depiction of how your game's evolved?
Yeah, for sure. I think over the past 2 years, I just tell myself that, I have to bat a bit more longer. Once I bat longer, I'm going to score runs. So I just put that in my game. Once I can bat over 200 deliveries, I know I'm going to score some runs. So I'm just trying to imply that every game going forward.
So that more careful approach, that kind of suits you being one of the leaders in this West Indies side as well?
Yeah, for sure. I took the vice-captain role. I've been very I just tell myself that I'm a leader, so I have to lead from the front and the skip. So that is what I'm trying to do. Go out there and put in that fight so the others can look and tell themselves they can also go out there and do the same thing.
And a lot of great West Indies senior players that you've had the ability to draw support from, like Marlon Samuels and Andre Russell in recent years.
Yeah, for sure. Me and Andre Russell he's like my big brother. We put in a lot of work together back home, and he teach me a lot as well. So I just want to make him proud as well. Scoring some runs. He actually messaged me this morning and said get some runs. So once I get that opportunity again, I'm for sure I'm going to try my best to get some runs.
And just an update from the dressing room. And Kumra Bonner copped that whack to the helmet yesterday and was subbed out of the game with concussion. How's he going this morning?
He's much better than yesterday. He's in good spirit, and that is always good to see. He's a fighter. He's my good friend as well, and I know he'll be surely ready for the next game.
And the attitude you're taking to the third innings today, of course, you're bowling to start the day's play. Is it just about showing pride in your performance from the fast bowlers especially? Well,
for sure. I think that the fast bowlers want to take some wickets, and the first innings it didn't really go our way for the fast bowlers. But I think once they go out there this morning and put in the hard work, I think they will get some success.
I suppose these are all building blocks, aren't they? Test matches like this. You'll be in Australia again next year. You're at the start of a journey, the West Indies Test side.
Yeah, for sure. We have some young players. We have some guys the first time they really come in, Gerard and Seals as well, and young Katich. So I think it's a perfect opportunity for them to showcase their talent and learn as much as possible for this tour. So when they come back next time, they will have a lot of experience how to go about things.
And you mentioned that you'll need to bat for in excess of 150 overs in all probability to save this Test match. Well, the pitch looks like it could be suitable for that kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. The pitch is a good pitch. There is no really devil in the pitch. So once we can just apply ourselves, I'm fully confident in my batters that we can get the job done.
Yeah, sounds like there's plenty of belief here.
Yeah, for sure. We have a very strong belief in this unit because we pride ourselves as leaders. And once we can go out there and lead us from the batsman, I think we can also bat any amount of overs.
Jermaine Blackwood, well played yesterday, and good luck for the rest of the Test match.
Thank you very much.
The attitude is resolute. We'll shortly find out whether the deeds are capable of backing that up. Jermaine Blackwood there, the vice-captain of the West Indies side with Adam Collins downstairs. 1 for 29, Australia when play resumes. The first ball is 20 minutes away. The lead is 344. Get Colo to have a chat to Brad Hogg next. A bit of local knowledge before we set you up for the first ball with Simon Katich and Damian Fleming. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX and for Trojan Tools, built tough.
SEN Test Cricket is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. Adam Collins with Brad Hogg and Ian Bishop. They're members of our call team. For Bundaberg, Ginger Beer Bish. We just heard from Jermaine Blackwood on our coverage, the West Indies vice-captain. There is no shortage of belief there. He's talking about they can bat 150 overs to save the Test match. It's the right attitude.
Yeah, it's the right thing to say. Positive words, try to create positive energy. Obviously, they'll be talking about memories that they can recollect, chasing 418 against Australia, although none of them were there back in 2000.
Hoggy was.
Yes, that's what we want. They'll talk about Bangladesh in 2021 and chasing that 400 sort of total around there and try to reculcate those memories. And when they come out this morning for me, for the first, I want to see 3, 4, maybe 5 overs. You're looking to play positively and looking to get wickets rather than going defensively straight away, because eventually if a partnership forms, you're going to think about slowing down the run rate, forcing Australia to bat as long as possible.
Yeah,
but for Adelaide, create good habits.
Exactly right. And the thing is, they want to try and keep Australia guessing, right, when do we declare? Australia want to declare as early as possible, try and bowl West Indies out by the end of the night to have another day off, because they've got 4 days before the next Test match in Adelaide, and then they've got 5 days before they come up against South Africa. So if West Indies don't win this Test match, what they've got to try and think is try and ruin Australia's parade and make them bowl as long as possible, put pressure on this Australian attack, because they haven't bowled in red ball cricket for a long period of time, and they bowled a few overs in that first innings. It's a short turnaround. They've only batted for a session and a bit. They're back out there. So if they can get the openers to bat for a session and a little bit, all of a sudden these tired bowlers are going to be a little bit easier, and that middle order will feel a little bit more comfortable out there when that pace drops off.
I think that's a really good point about marginal gains. Remember when Jason Holder was captain out here in 15-16 and they drew that final day, they didn't give Steve Smith an opportunity to set up the game with a couple of declarations. Jason Holder said, we need to know how to draw before we can win. And even just hearing from Jermaine Blackwood earlier today about his own improvements as a player, it feels as though they've got the right mindset to build towards something, maybe not monumental over the next 2 days, but just having Australia out there for another day won't be for nothing.
Yeah, look, I can say, we can talk about this. We are beyond the boundary, right? So we can be frank. Number 1 in the world versus number 8 in the world. So the expectation here is that Australia would win the series. That's the expectation. It doesn't have to happen. So even if worse comes to worse and West Indies lose this test match, what would also give them a marginal gain in terms of what you both are saying is if they can take this game into day 5, even after lunch on day 5, just ifs, they will feel, hey, we can get better. And if we go to Adelaide, knowing that we've competed to a certain level, maybe we can compete even more in Adelaide. And beyond that, if we compete in Adelaide, then the world is our oyster, because can't get much harder than this here in Australia against the number 1 team. So you're looking, yes, to win a test match, maybe compete in a series, but you're also looking long term.
And the fast bowlers will have their role to play in that this morning too, won't they? They have to set the tone. They have to be able to put pressure on the Australian batters so they can't completely dictate terms.
Yes, because Hoggy will agree with me, I'm sure, that, you know, I thought the West Indies would get more success with the ball. They've bowled well at times. They've been unlucky at times. But looking at Australia and how relentless they were, I still don't think Alzari Joseph, for example, and Kemar Roach have hit the right length often enough. I thought yesterday Kemar was short in the first innings. I don't think Alzari's hit that 3/4 length as we saw with Cummins and Stark yesterday. So those are still areas they can improve heading towards Adelaide.
Well, that's the thing. They haven't bowled as well as they probably should have here in Perth. But it's a big lesson. They've watched Australia. They've seen the batters bat against the Australian attack. And when they go to Adelaide, if they get a draw here or if they get a win or they keep Australia out there till tea tomorrow, they've had a big win, but they're going to that test match with lessons behind them about how to bowl in Australian conditions.
But that muscle memory starts even today, isn't it? Even this morning session.
Because you've got the pink ball, it's going to move around out at night. So the West Indies have got to believe that they're going to be in the game next game as well. And to do that, wear their bowlers out, bat as long as you possibly can now. Short turnaround. If you get Australia to bowl first in the next test match, that short turnaround, all of a sudden you wear them down a lot quicker.
Ian Bishop, we'll let you go back to television and we'll hear from you throughout the course of this 4th day on SEN Test Cricket. Thanks, Bish, for jumping into our pre-game. There was... Sorry, Hoggy, I'm going full Bill Laurie here. There have been...
Before you keep on, I just loved the way the Big Bish standing over me. He's like at the top of his mark, just steaming, and I'm just going to nail you.
Imagine it was Perth 1993.
I'm sure Hoggy will agree with me. I'll tell you what, I will agree with him. No, he's brilliant.
Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Lyon have played 22 test matches together as a quad, I suppose you could call it. Their records in those matches, this is Rick Finlay pulled up this stat on Twitter this morning, 96 wickets for Cummins, 91 for Stark, 81 for Hazelwood and 81 for Lyon. I mean, Gerard was putting this earlier that they might be seen as one of the great Aussie groups of bowlers to come through at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. They are. They work in packs, and the thing is, you've got Green there to help with them now, and with that extra pace, that all-rounder, so it just adds extra depth there. I would have thought that Hazelwood would have had more wickets than the other two because he just hits that length. He's got a little bit more steeper bounce than the other two, but it just shows that he's providing the pressure out the other end. But the big thing there is Nathan Lyon, and he does say that he's the main bowler. He's the leader in the attack. Well, he is, because if you don't have a spinner that can contain out one end and allow the quicks to rest and bowl in short spells out the other end and keep fresh, that all falls apart. So Nathan Lyon, if the conditions are conducive, he gets wickets. But if they're not, he's able just to hold and hold and hold, bowl tight, keep the economy rate down, put the pressure on, and then the quicks come in and take the wickets.
Spoken like a true spinner, Hoggy. Before we let you go, David Warner, he loves batting in the third innings of test matches. He's made many hundreds in situations like this. He did miss out. He was the one guy that missed out on day one. He'd love to make amends here.
Yeah, look, David, he's had his struggles of late, especially in red ball cricket. I'd just like to see him finish on a high. If he's going to end his career sooner than later, I want to see him finish on his own terms, because I just love the way that he's gone from a T20 cricketer and turned it into a Test cricketer. He's dominant, he gets the game moving, scores quickly, and this is a perfect situation for him to find form. Hopefully he does, especially with South Africa coming onto our shores later in the year with their three-pronged pace attack, which is just going to be a huge battle.
Thank you, Brad Hogg. Australia are 1 for 29 in their second innings. They lead by 344. We'll go to a break. On the other side of it, it'll be Gerard, Whateley and Simon Katich with the first ball.
It is a lovely Saturday afternoon in Perth. Actually, it's still a Saturday morning in Perth, really. I know on the East Coast you'll be listening in the afternoon. There's fluffy white cloud overhead, but the skies are bright, and behind that it's 25 degrees, heading for a top of 28. The weather update for rainbirds, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Our umpires reach the middle for this opening session of play for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. The Australian batters, Dave Warner, Marnus Labuschagne, head out, and the West Indies, who are trying to take some wickets to build perhaps a little bit of confidence for Adelaide. It will all reside in how their batters are able to resist Australia over a period of time, but given that there were only 4 taken in the first innings and 1 now, and not to their strike bowlers, there is a little bit to play for from that perspective over the next few hours. If you are coming to the ground today, download the SEN app before you get here. You can listen to SEN Stadium and hear every ball of our coverage live with no delay. It's the advance in technology inside a stadium that has been made. So simply download the SEN app when you're on your way to the ground, and then follow the SEN Stadium prompts when you open it getting here. Gerard Whateley in place for the first ball of the day's play. Simon Katich is with me, and Damian Fleming as well.
Gerard.
Welcome back, gents.
Morning, guys.
Looking forward to it, Cato.
Certainly am.
I reckon Dave Warner's very hungry. You know, we big opportunity, massive lead. I don't think they're going to declare for a fair while. Dave can cash in.
And he generally does in these conditions. I think, or these situations, I should say, because you're right. There's 344 runs in the bank. The scoreboard pressure's not there. And he can go out there and play with freedom against an attack that found it hard across the first 2 days. And the reason they found it hard is because they didn't attack the stumps enough.
Elzari Joseph is bowling from the Justin Langer stand end. Dave Warner is on 17. There are 2 slips and a gully in place. Joseph's over the wicket bowling, and Warner turns to the leg side. He got a bit jammed up. We'll see if there's any bat in that. But the first run of the day is registered, and yes, there's a little bit of bat.
So I've always been a big believer, Flem, in Test cricket. If you can't bowl at the stumps, then it's going to be tough for you to survive at Test level as a bowler. Purely because it brings in, obviously, more modes of dismissal with bowls, LBWs, nick behinds. And when you look at the percentages going into day 4, Australia bowled 19% of balls on the stumps, West Indies 6.9. That's a big difference across the first 3 days of this Test. And that's the reason why Australia is so far in front.
Marnus Labuschagne is averaging 67.5 on home soil in his Test career. Joseph bowls to him. Labuschagne pulls, didn't get it at all. It fell away near the square leg umpire. They take a single throw to the far end. It misses from Blackwood and Marnus's home.
But I think it also highlights, and this is something we spoke a lot about last year with the England attack, is that in these Australian conditions, the reason the Australian bowlers have been so successful is they've got the pace, they've got the height, the bounce, and all the skills, and the different variety. Coming to these shores, if you don't have that airspeed, we spoke a lot about it with the English attack, it's a tough game over here. You know, and that's what we're seeing with this West Indian attack. A couple of them only been bowling in the mid-120s.
Warner leaves outside the off stump.
Well, in theory, the slower you bowl, the more accurate you got to be. That's why Cummins is phenomenal, because he's probably the most accurate bowler also in this game, but he's bowling 140. And the hitting the stumps can be misleading, because for me, I don't count leg stump. I want to know how many are hitting middle and off. But Cummins has changed his game the last 2 years.
It's quite discriminatory of you, Flem. Warner's on the back foot, dropping it to point. They were going to go and then thought better of it.
You know, I've said, for 50, I want to ban the leg bye, and I'm going to ban the leg stump in the analysis of hitting the stumps. The only thing I can live with is the length. If it's bail height leg stump, I can live with that because that's not getting driven. But a half volley on leg stump should not count because that's going for 4.
Correct.
1 for 31. Joseph just touching 140 as he bowls to Warner, who's in behind defending.
But Cummins, the stats in the last 2 years, he very rarely got an LBW, rarely got bowled, and that's a shift for him. He's bowling fuller, and I think he's more threatening because of that. And with those theories, I meant at the start of your Test career, at the end of my Test career, under the John Buchanan era, they took on a bit of the Queensland philosophy, which was wide outside of stump, tall and bouncy, which I really battled with.
Joseph, last ball of the over. Warner drives him to mid-off, goes with the stroke. And hit it just with the right touch to be able to pick up a third single from the over. 1 for 32 at the end of it. Host plus, that's a plus. The coverage is brought to you by.
And that certainly was the case. And it was probably a byproduct of what made Queensland so successful when John Buchanan was coaching in the Sheffield Shield.
Wear them down, come at us.
Because of the gabba and the characteristics of the gabba, you could hang it out there in 4th, 5th stump line and wear guys down and say, well, OK, you can't score on the leg side today. You've got to score through cover and point. But it's heavily stacked with fielders with a 7-2 field against Kasprowitz and Bickle and Dale and all these guys. And teams couldn't do it because they weren't used to that extra pace and bounce and movement up there. But it's not always the case in international cricket, particularly when you play abroad, because you can't just bowl away from the stumps all day long.
But we adopted it because we had 2 great fast bowlers that weren't big swing bowlers, but tall and bouncy and accurate in Glenn McGrath and Jason Gillespie. So it did work initially.
Jason Holder begins his work this morning. Warner cuts it a wide one, places it out to deep point and ambles through for a run. The GWM Ute scoreboard, GWM go with more. 1 for 33. Warner is 19.
But being a shorter swing bowler, I wanted to attack the stumps all the time. And I remember in my last Test match, nicking off Rahul Dravid, with that one that, just on middle and off and swung away. I look up and Sachin Tendulkar walks out. Well, you can hear it, can't you, as soon as he puts his first foot at home in Mumbai. Look, and then I turned to look at my field and Steve Waugh's got a 7-2 field. And square leg's very important for if you want to bowl straight. Because if I'm bowling a good length on middle and leg, it'll just get blocked to square leg and you keep them on strike.
2 in the deep on the leg side for Labuschagne as he faces up to Holder, and he pulls directly in that vicinity, dragged it down to fine leg all the way across the turf. So Labuschagne got hit in the finger with the first ball that he faced, and it's caused him a bit of discomfort. He's put the gloves on and he's got to 5, 1 for 34.
Yeah, he's just playing around with it now. So what happened? You lose your line. Had a bit of a shocker there. So that's where I think you still need flexibility in your plans for the type of bowler that you've got. But it's funny, it's seeped back to that old they miss you hit. Fuller and more accurate.
Holder below us is over the wicket, bowling to Warner, who leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, and it depends on the certain type of player. Each player's got different strengths and weaknesses. I mean, you could see what the West Indies were trying to do to Labuschagne on day one because they know he's a strong leg side player. So they wanted to sort of, wear him down in that channel. But as soon as someone like that of his class can bat patiently and then wear the opposition down, they get bored, they come in straight and then he picks them off. And that's exactly what happened. He just wore them down.
That's the game.
Holder bowls to Warner, who's nibbling at a ball that he would have been better to watch go by untouched through to De Silva.
And that's the line. I think the West Indies have generally given too much width, and particularly David Warner already in this innings. A lot of his scoring shots have been through that cover and point region with width. But on that occasion there, it was a little bit straighter. David Warner just tried to guide it down to third man. He was fortunate he didn't get a little nick on that.
2 slips gully, deep point, fine leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and extra cover. Warner is letting it go by. So he schooled himself on the previous. Shouldered arms the next time around.
When you look at the pace there, Gerard, 119 k's an hour, it's gentle.
Well, I think it was the lack of pace that did Warner. He actually decided to block it, and then it wasn't there. And he'd already started his downswing, so you sort of fish a little bit.
He just couldn't. That's what Holder was bowling late yesterday. You could almost hear him creaking in. So it's day 4. They had to pound a lot of overs down in the first innings. And there's a toll to that. Holder finishes his over and Warner defends the last ball of it. 1 for 34 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think Peking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Essendon GWM Tradies exclusive limited offer. Purchase any new GWM Canon Ute and receive it no extra cost. Black alloy wheels and sports bar. Essendon GWM, Mount Alexander Road, or visit essendongwm.com.au. LMCT 10092. T's and C's may apply.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Elzari Joseph in from the Langer end. Marnus Labuschagne is on 5 and he's driving wide of mid-wicket. He'll pick up runs through mid-on. He'll scamper through the first, come back for the second as Roach reaches it 2 steps in from the rope. Back for a third comes Labuschagne. He's 8. It's 1 for 37.
That's that Marnus classic shot. You're talking about Simon Katich. As soon as they get 2 straight, geez, he whips the ball through the leg side with so much power, but it's also his execution. It rarely goes to a fielder.
Yeah, he's beautifully balanced when he plays that shot. Nice and upright. And waits for it with the full face of the bat. He doesn't close the face too early and try and hit it too square. He presents the full face and gets maximum power.
He's a bit shook up with that index finger that got hit at the start. Warner squared up. It balloons to gully. There's no bats. Warner survives.
I think he's charging in, Joseph. I'm liking it. Keep it going. If the captain needs to say, listen, it's only 4 or 5 overs, just don't leave anything in the tank. I mean, that's good pace. He's surprising Warner with the extra bounce as well.
And I think what's quite noticeable too is the line he's attacking him. He's attacking him around leg stump here because we know that David Warner likes to free his hands. He's got protection offside, but he's really trying to cramp him up.
Joseph bowls and Warner turns to leg, no run.
It looks like he's prepared to get clipped through square leg and mid-wicket, but he knows if he can just get one to probably pitch on leg and dart away or head towards the slips, that might just bring in a chance to either bowl him top of off or to get an outside edge through to the keeper or slipped.
Simon Katich and Damian Fleming in the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Joseph is in the low 140s. And he is bowling to Dave Warner. He's in behind defending, playing tip and run to points and judging it ever so well. There's a cover in place, but Blackwood had no chance to cut it off.
And I was interested hearing Brad Hogg's thoughts this morning about what the West Indies can get out of this next couple of days of the Test match. He's spot on. It's all about taking things forward into the next Test because it is a quick turnaround to Adelaide. And there's still plenty they can gain out of these next 2 days of Test cricket if they're prepared to knuckle down and learn from the lessons over these past couple of days where they've haven't got it quite right with the ball. And then what they learnt yesterday with the bat is that they're going to have to start again and sustain it for an even longer period of time if they want to hang in here and draw this Test match.
Labuschagne is on 8. He's blocking back down the pitch. 144.6. So Joseph is warming to things now.
Good cricket. 80% of your deliveries right there.
I thought he was excellent last night. I mean, it was perfect for him. Short spell. The shadows were across the wicket. He'd had pretty much the day off. Had batted for a little bit. So,
well, the change for me, I want him to open the bowling. Go with your fastest bowler.
Seems like a reasonable premise. Last ball of Joseph's second over of the day, and Labuschagne defending the ball to cover. 1 for 38 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
SEN and Bingley are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat.
An unbeatable partnership. Bingley, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
From cricket to NBL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Labuschagne 8, Warner 21 with the strike. Australia 1 for 38. Jason Holder is bowling from the members' end. He's pitching up and Warner guides him down to backward point for a single and goes to 22. Hey, Flemmer, I said we would get Alex Carey to be the tiebreaker in your poll. The best ball of yesterday, was it Cummins knocking over Brathwaite or was it Stark knocking over De Silva? And the keeper went for Cummins.
He knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. And Twitter know their stuff as well, because I think it was Cummins 56%, Mitchell Stark 44%.
Yep, nice. Two good ones to be trying to split. Labuschagne faces up to Holder. He pulls down to fine leg, and it will be 4. Just got it fine enough to keep it out of the clutches of the field, and picks up the first boundary of the day. Rotaflex by Blunston. It's 1 for 43.
Yeah, he tried to bounce it. It was a little bit quicker than his stock delivery, but just didn't get high enough, really. Easy pickings for Marnus Labuschagne. Runs are flowing.
It's 2 in the deep 4 at a fine leg and a deep square. But played with sufficient touch to get it to the rope. Labuschagne on the follow. Ooh, struck. That ball cut in at him, and he's worn it. Big deep breath. Bit of an adjustment. Don't show too much pain.
He's done pretty well.
Just above the most painful strike zone.
Yep.
And Holder is ready to cramp him and come right back in at him. Labuschagne defends. So clearly the setup was just go out and bat naturally. Labuschagne, I mentioned he's in the 67s. His average on home soil right now is 69. So that's second only to Bradman.
He scored 2,000 runs, just over 2,000 runs in Australia in 18 matches.
Yeah.
It's remarkable.
All bar one of his centuries on these shores. The double century in the first innings. Labuschagne pulls, well in control. Find the fine leg on this occasion, and it'll be a single. 13 for Labuschagne, 1 for 44 Australia, with 1 to come in the over. It's the summer of Marnus once he opened the way with those centuries, and he's been pretty unrelenting on home soil. It was a funny Ashes series for him. As soon as Crash pointed out that he never nicked off, he started nicking off. Holder bowls to Warner, who leaves the last ball of the over. 6 from it. 1 for 44, the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
1 for 44 SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Joseph is bowling from the Langer end. Marnus Labuschagne is on 14s. He faces up in behind defending. So his Ashes summer started well and then started nicking off, and by the end of it his idiosyncrasies had actually swallowed him up. And that silly innings in Hobart where he ended up flat on his back while his stumps had been splayed, and then sort of put all of that back together and I have no doubt, given that his previous 3 centuries had just been 100 and then got out. I felt like when he got his 100 here, he was going big, and he did. He got to the 204 and was bitterly disappointed when he got out. I can't decide whether that's annoying or charming. He's swinging to the ball, top edge, down to third man, 6. Wow. Joseph is fast, so that's the alibi. That is a legitimate top edge, which has flown to the heavens.
When it went up in the air, I thought judging by his reaction, I thought it had gone straight up, and I was waiting for it to be caught, because he's almost threw the head back thinking, oh, that's out, because it was a half-hearted pull shot / hook shot. And in the end, it's travelled all the way down, gone over the side screen and landed on the dugout roof. Made a big thud, and the bowler can't believe his luck.
Yeah, so that's the edges of modern bats, isn't it? That's a half-hearted,
definitely
short-arm jab.
And I hate to compare,
in orbit.
Yeah, I hate to compare across eras, but just the reaction from Labuschagne said it all. It was almost like he knew that it had gone straight up in the air, but ends up going for 6.
The boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston, 1 for 50. Labuschagne is 19. No justice for Joseph, who bowls. Labuschagne, oh boy, that's flown to gully. It's been collected by Brooks. They're asking and he's given. So the short ball unsettles Marnus Labuschagne back-to-back and sees him depart. Alzarri Joseph gives us a taste of the venom that was forecast. Oh, no ball. No ball. The TV umpire gives... If you are of the view that Marnus Labuschagne is the luckiest batter in Test cricket, he has just been reprieved on a front foot no ball. Edge into the helmet, flew to gully, front foot. Nothing behind the front line. It's a margin call, but it is right. Oh, my goodness, Simon. So now he's going to have the concussion test out in the middle.
It looked like something, right? I'll have a better picture now. They can't check it again?
They're a bit disgruntled, the West Indies. We get a look at the proper replay. So Labuschagne, eyes closed, top edge into the helmet. So not dissimilar to the previous. Flies to gully. Simple catch taken. Front foot no ball.
Beautifully bowled, apart from the no ball from Joseph. I think he's got the length right. Marnus Labuschagne shouldn't have been hooking that ball. It was probably a fraction too full. And he was trying to drag it from outside off stump. Top edge into his helmet, caught it gully. But the West Indians cannot believe it. I thought it was a good piece of bowling to back up after that first one.
So that 2 ball, it's like, you know, the old vision of Bradman and sitting around in train carriages. Those 2 balls, that's South Africa's blueprint, isn't it? Yeah. Is their scouts are going, okay, so this bloke averages more on Australian soil than anyone since Bradman. Watch these 2 balls, and we have the firepower for this.
Yeah, because they've potentially got the ability to play 4 quicks. 3 of them will probably be around the 140 mark. I mean, Nortje will definitely be over 1. He can hit probably closer to high 140s if he's fully fit. Rabada will be interesting because he had a poor World Cup, but he's definitely, when he's on song, he's in the 140s. Nagiti's probably a little bit slower, but he's got good bounce. And then the new kid on the block, Marco Jansen, is tall left armour. He's got a bit of fire in him. But he's probably high 130s to maybe 140s, depending on conditions. But he's got obviously the ability, like Stark, to swing the new ball, but then will obviously provide that left arm angle. So there's no doubt they'll have more firepower than this West Indian attack.
Yeah. I think Marnus's summer just got a whole lot more complicated. And that's to say nothing of the next 10 minutes, because Alzarri Joseph is unhappy. I think that's fair to say. The 26-year-old has steam coming from his ears. He's in a groove to bowl fast and short.
And he's only got himself to blame. He does. No one else overstepped.
But he won't feel like that. He will feel aggrieved by the system. And now he's really going to let him have it. I think this is going to be something. 1 for 51. Labuschagne has been cleared by the medical staff to continue. So a fine leg, a deep backward square and a deep point, a slip and a gully. Elzari Joseph, an angry young man, heads in from the Langer stand ends. Labuschagne in his sights, bouncer. Under it goes the number 3. How many short balls are you allowed to bowl? Elzari Joseph, he might even be prepared to give away the odd no ball just to send the extra one down.
Correct. It depends on what the umpire views as being through shoulder height compared to head height. And sometimes they're a line ball, so you get away with a few that if the batsman ducks, the umpire doesn't call them for being head height.
You're our captain here, Simon, so I don't want to transgress on your territory, but I'm having a bat pattern now. If you're going to bowl short to Labuschagne for the next period of time and he's not seeing them that well. Pitched up outside off stump. Great stuff. That move too. 144.4 and a big stare at the end of it. Elzari Joseph is wound up.
And that's got the West Indians chirping. They're all clapping now because Marnus Labuschagne has not watched the ball, then he's almost ducked thinking it was going to be a bouncer, and it ended up being just a length ball. And he nearly just wore it, taking his eyes off the ball. I like this field too. They brought the deep point up, they brought the extra slip in, so they still think they can nick him off here, given that they're going to bounce him, but also try and get him caught on the crease, scramble his footwork.
It's a totally different contest when fear starts to play a role. Joseph bowls, Labuschagne sways out of the short ball, which goes past his grill. Not since Archer Smith have we seen a sequence like this, I don't think, involving Australia.
And I haven't seen the West Indians get so animated in the first 4 days of this Test match. This is the most animated they've been. It's fired them up. This is what the game's all about. Making it that uncomfortable out there for the opposition batsman. It's taken them to day 4 to do this, but Joseph's leading the way here.
He's got one ball left in the over. He fires away, and it's left chest high on the rise past Labuschagne. What an eventful over that was. 1 for 51 after 16. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
It's the final days of Anaconda's massive Black Friday sale. Get in quick for huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Black Friday sale. Get in quick to Anaconda. Play more and pay less. Anaconda!
Essendon GWM Tradies exclusive limited offer. Purchase any new GWM Canon Ute and receive it no extra cost. Black alloy wheels and sports bar. Essendon GWM, Mount Alexander Road, or visit essendongwm.com.au. LMCT 10092. T's and C's may apply.
This opening session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Australia has a mammoth lead, but this is such an intriguing phase. We get Simon Katich to put us into the mind of the batter in these moments. Hostile fast bowling. Holder begins the new over to Warner, who leaves outside the off stump. So the fielders are all telling you they weren't terribly brave there.
Correct, because your body language gives it away when you're not watching the ball. So Marnus has just got to get back into the habit of not premeditating and thinking he's going to get bounced every ball, because what Joseph did well in that last over, even though he should have had him out, he kept going short, but then he also threw in that back of a length or good length ball to make sure that Marnus Labuschagne might not get forward and just probe at one and get a nick.
Warner's 22, Holder bowls to him. He throws it up outside the off stump. Warner shoulders arms.
And that's the whole point about using your short ball well. It's an intimidatory use of a delivery, but it's also about trying to put the batsman's footwork off. If he knows the ball's going to be in a certain zone of the pitch, ball after ball, over after and over in a spell, he can get into the routine of knowing exactly where he needs to be, getting in good positions almost before the ball gets bowled. But if he's not sure what's coming next, then all of a sudden he has to start making these decisions, and at that pace, it's not that easy.
Holder in bowls. Warner turns him to the leg, runs it past the square leg umpire and takes a single. 1 for 52. So Labuschagne out in the previous over for 19, but reprieved on the front foot, no ball, as the third umpire does his work for Biz Cover, business insurance made easy.
It's funny because as a player that grew up here and played the short ball a lot, and I enjoyed scoring off the short ball, whether it's cutting or pulling, I saw it as an opportunity to score. And I didn't mind that happening. But if you're not that way inclined, it's a totally different ball game. And if it's a case of, particularly the tail enders, they don't like it up there, then it becomes the fear factor comes into play, and that's a whole different ball game.
Labuschagne twirls the bat as he readies himself. He knows he's under pressure. Holder bowls, big edge over the court and down to the boundary for third. His mind is scrambled at the moment. Marnus Labuschagne, he has just thrown the hands at that. Pitched up, outside off. He'll take him wherever he can get him. He's 23.
Yeah, that's the shot of a man that knows he's had pretty much a lot of good fortune so far in this innings. There was two. One was out, the top edge, but obviously no ball. The one before the ball that he got out to, that could easily have gone straight up in the air as well. So he knows he's had a bit of luck here. And on that occasion, just threw the hands at it. And I guess because of the pace of the ball from Holder, he had enough time to just throw the hands and get enough on it over the slips.
Settles himself over his bat again, Labuschagne. Holder bowls to him and he leaves tight to the off stump. Brad Hogg, what an intriguing time to join us, Hoggy.
Yeah, absolutely loving it. It's just cricket of old with the West Indies, but this is the attitude that they've got to have all the time. They're a young team. They just can't come here and think, oh, all right, Australia are the bee's knees. They're the number one team in the world. We're number 8. We've got to play to a certain style. No, you come in here, you give them the challenge. You get right up them, and that's from ball one. And when things aren't going well, you're still chirpy, you still show that energy, still show that you're in the contest.
Labuschagne's on 23, Holder bowls. He pulls him down to fine leg, well controlled. Runs it down into the deep, takes a single, and that will mean he's on strike at the start of the new over. 1 for 57, the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
From cricket to NBL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Marnus Labuschagne versus Alzarri Joseph. What a test of skill and temperament and nerve this is. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Joseph shines the ball. There's been a relentless dialogue around Marnus in the field from the West Indies. Joseph begins the fresh over. He went for the off stump. Marnus jagged it out. It's down the leg side. They have one, and he's coming back for the second. All credit to him. Hard running to get himself back on strike. It's almost an overthrow. It's a wild throw. West Indies made a bit of a mess of that, but Seals saves them the embarrassment. Good stuff from Labuschagne. He could have easily sat on one there. He haired back for a second.
Now, that is credit to him there. That shows he wants to get into the contest now. But a very good ball there from Alzarri Joseph. He just caught Labuschagne hanging back there. It didn't quite transfer his weight, and it skewed off the inside edge behind square leg.
Labuschagne just takes an extra moment to compose himself and scratched his guard. Joseph generating the heat. Bowls bouncer, a bit wide of the off stump. Labuschagne swayed back.
That's why Labuschagne is where he is with his batting. That's why he's classed as a world-class player at test level. Because when the pressure's on, when he's under the pump, he wants to get back there and get in the contest. And that's the difference between great players and average players. It's just, he's gone to a new level.
We might just keep the stump cam. If we're able to keep the stump cam up, we're not in total control of that. We might just listen to what's being said after this ball. Joseph's approaching the mid-140s. He bowls. Labuschagne bends and misses. That's as much as we're going to be allowed to hear. We're not in control of that, if you're listening.
That's a big shot from Marnus Labuschagne. That's a forcing off the back foot shot, which is always difficult to play on these fast, bouncy wickets. Unfortunately, he didn't nick that one.
But the thing is, he's in a positive mindset now. He's trying to be a little more aggressive.
Joseph in and at him. Labuschagne runs the ball to gully. Holder knocks it down. No run.
But with that mindset, that helps move your feet a little quicker and makes you watch the ball a little harder. So for me, I don't mind Labuschagne just trying to be a little bit more aggressive and try and counteract the pace of Joseph here, who's been rattling him.
Yeah, I agree. I think the thing is, though, it's a different plan of attack for him compared to the first innings. He wasn't playing those shots in the first innings because he knew it was just, getting served up, normal routine bowling, whereas now there's short stuff coming.
Joseph back at him, right at the body. Ball run down past gully this time. Marnus, he fan-angled the angles. And he comes up with a boundary. Relieves a little bit of the pressure for Rotaflex by Blunston. 30 for Labuschagne, 1 for 63. 1 to come.
And that's the moment where there's a boundary there. The West Indies just a little quieter than what they were a couple of balls ago. You just can't let the pressure off. But I've got to say, you batsmen, you get it easy, don't you? When the ropes came in and it used to be the fence, the boundary, you hit the fence on the full and it was only 4, but now if you hit the rope on the full, it's 6. If the bowler just, lands on the line, not behind it, it's a no ball. Advantage batsman again.
Enjoy the contest was the encouragement for Elzari. Joseph, one more look at Labuschagne. It's up over the off stump and left alone. 1 for 63, absorbing stuff. The GWM Ute scoreboard, GWM Go with more. Colo's coming in.
It's the final days of Anaconda's massive Black Friday sale. Get in quick for huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Black Friday sale. Get in quick to Anaconda. Play more and pay less. Anaconda!
Essendon GWM Tradies exclusive limited offer. Purchase any new GWM Canon Ute and receive at no extra cost. Black alloy wheels and sports bar. Essendon GWM, Mount Alexander Road, or visit essendongwm.com.au. LMCT 10092. T's and C's may apply.
Well, I don't think any of us had compelling first half an hour on our bingo card this morning, Kat. That's exactly what it's been due to the contest between Elzari, Joseph and Marnus Labuschagne. Australia 1 for 63. Our coverage for Host Plus, that's a plus.
It's been entertaining, that's for sure. And that's what this contest needs. It needs the West Indian bowlers to fire up and not just let things go through the motions out there. They've got to go out there today, and as Brad Hogg said earlier on the coverage, take some stuff from this innings and their batting innings into the next test match. And there'll be positives for them if they can do that. Try and knock a few of these Australian batsmen over and then bat well in the second innings.
Kemar Roach into the attack for the first time today. Round the wicket here, bowls to Warner, pushing out to mid-off. No run is the call. Roach picked up the wicket of Usman Khawaja late yesterday. Has to play a role in partnership with Joseph here, the experienced veteran.
Yeah, he was disappointing with that new ball yesterday. He was short, he was wide. He got the wicket of Khawaja, but that was more Khawaja's mistake than his good bowling. And already he started with a fuller ball to David Warner. And that's the length that he needs to be trying to hit more often than not here.
Warner thumps the turf as Roach reaches in here and bowls, and Warner's beaten outside the off stump. Nice piece of bowling, hitting the seam and moving away on that angle.
Yeah, that's beautifully bowled from Kemar Roach. That is the length. Much fuller. David Warner just spars at it outside the off stump. Beautiful seam. Just misreads the line there and played inside it.
I think we've all had a joke about David Warner in the third innings this morning. At some point or another, 7 of his 24 test tons have been in the third innings of a test match, and then the one at Sydney against the Windies in 2016, which was effectively the third innings after a lot of rain. Roach bowls round the wicket, Warner driving out towards cover, wait on's the call, there'll be no run. But he only averages 42 in the third innings, so it's a little bit misleading, but granted, a number of those tons have been in effectively declaration runs.
When was his last test match 100?
His last test match 100.
It's nearly 3 years, I think. To get that checked.
That might be against Pakistan.
A couple of openers around Australia are on the hunt.
Pakistan would have been the 3-3-5, I reckon. Maybe against New Zealand, he got one as well. Roach round the wicket, bowls to Warner, well forward, wait on's the call. I know it had been 66 international innings between hundreds when he got one a couple of weeks ago at the MCG in the one-day team.
I'm surprised it's been that long, but I don't think...
No, they won't go down that path.
I don't think they'll go down that path. I think David Warner's far too dangerous in these conditions to even be considering that.
But one thing going to Adelaide with the pink ball too, the West Indies have got to go away from this because the lines and lengths aren't too much different on that Adelaide wicket with the pink ball.
Roach, 2 slips in a gully. Bowls here to Warner, round the wicket, digs it out. Full out towards mid-on, no single.
And when they get it right, they know that they can match it with this Australian batting lineup. When they got it wrong and they've lost their patience and they're chasing the game, that's when Australia get on top.
Warner's last test time was one of these, actually. It was in the 3rd innings of the Sydney Test match against New Zealand in 2020 when they were racking up declaration runs. 111 not out. But yes, the better part of 3 years for David Warner at Test level. He's got 24 of them. Roach to him here, driving again, right at the middle of the bat towards mid-off. Knows the call. End of the over. Australia leading by 378 runs on the GWM Youth scoreboard. GWM go with more. They're 1 for 63.
As the supportive parent of a teen, there are times when you must decide yay or nay. Venturing into their stinky bedroom to open a window? Yay. Tasting the roast chicken they cooked, medium rare? Yay. Letting your underage teen try alcohol at home? Nay. 87% of parents aren't giving their teens alcohol. Drinkwise wants you to know it's okay to say nay. Go to drinkwise.org.au for more info.
1 for 63 Australia. Joseph to continue to Labuschagne. This is the real deal. Early on the 4th day here at Perth Stadium. Our coverage for Host Plus, that's a plus. Let's hope he can get it up around the grill again, Kat. Keep this interesting.
Well, he's sustained the pace so far. It's been fantastic to watch. He deserved a bit more luck than he's had here, Joseph.
So 2 back for the short ball. And deep backward squares about 15 metres inside the rope. 2 slips a gully and the short leg. Joseph from the Langer stand end into Labuschagne. Bowls here. Labuschagne squared up. Hits him on the back pad. Bounces in front of the man at short leg. No run. Good bowling to start.
That's where I like the short leg, just to be eyeball to eyeball with Labuschagne, not just pick it up and turn away from him. That was where Ricky Ponting was good, just in close when he did go in close. Just talking to the batsman, just being in the mind. It's not aggressive or over the top, just telling him his technique.
65% of Joseph balls to Labuschagne this morning have been short. Bowls here again. That's a bouncer. That's a ripper. Labuschagne on his bum. Tried to steer it over the top of the court and got nowhere near it. Joseph floors Australia's number 3.
Well, Gerard said it before. This is exactly what South Africa will be watching. Most of them are at home in South Africa at the moment playing their domestic 4-day comp. But this footage will get back to them for sure when the analysts sit down. It hasn't been comfortable at all.
Especially the bouncer that follows the right-hander as well.
It was beautifully bowled by Joseph.
Proper test cricket here. Joseph up to the crease again. Bowls to Labuschagne, who clips it fine for 4. Just shuffled across his stumps. The full delivery. Searching for a Yorker even. But into the advertising board at thuds. Now boundaries for Brodoflex by Blunston. Labuschagne up to 34. It's 1 for 67.
I don't mind the mindset here from Joseph. He knows that he's got Labuschagne like a cat on a hot tin roof. And he's just been testing him with the shorter deliveries and the good length deliveries and just decided to go full, looking for that Yorker. The mindset's good, just the execution.
4 fours and a 6 for Labuschagne. And that 6 started this sequence. Hostile short bowling. Takes a moment, sets off here, sprinting towards the crease. Into Labuschagne, who again goes across his stumps, clips into the man at short leg. That's the concussion sub Brooks. No single there. Good fielding.
I like Joseph just then. He didn't execute that Yorker. He was out the top of his mark. Rather than just running straight in, he composed himself. So that's just telling me that he's got a good mindset, good approach.
Well into the 140s as well in terms of the pace that Joseph's bowling. An extra yard this morning. 2 left in his over. Up to Labuschagne here. Back of a leg to bend it down the pitch. Off the back foot. Well played. Australia lead by 382, but that feels like the secondary point to this. It's, as you're saying, it's the role that Joseph's playing in setting up the summer for Labuschagne potentially, or alternatively. creating a summer where he might see a lot of short stuff.
Well, I am really looking forward to seeing Nortje bowl to Labuschagne in this Test series, South Africa versus Australia. You've got Rabada. Ngidi, where he's really strong is when he's bowling with either Rabada or Nortje, applying that pressure, and the batsmen feel as though they've got to go harder at Ngidi.
Joseph to finish, to Labuschagne again, back of the length, defending out towards mid-wicket. No run, Davey, is the call. So 20 overs gone, Australia 1 for 67 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think Peking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
The Windies are wicketless so far this morning, but they're putting Australia under pressure. Certainly when it's Joseph up against Labuschagne, it'll be Roach to Warner now on 23. 67 the score. Coverage for Host Plus, that's a plus. Here's Roach, away from us, round the wicket to Warner. 2 slips in the gully, gets on the front foot to drive out towards mid-off. No run, we said goodbye to Simon Katich for the time being. We've got Brad Hogg in the expert chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price bet guarantee.
It's been a great session just watching Joseph against Labuschagne, but I just felt the last couple of balls in that last over, I thought Joseph just starting to lose his pace, accuracy. It's just a pity that someone out the other end is not holding up their end of the bargain, keeping the pressure on.
Roach here, up to Warner, sparring partners, defends out towards mid-wicket, no run again. As we spoke a lot in the pre-game about marginal gains for the West Indies and dragging this as deep as they can, applying pressure on Australia ahead of the second test to Adelaide next week.
Yeah, just the concern for the West Indies is Seals hasn't bowled in this second innings.
We also won't see Cole Mayers in the second innings. News coming in from the West Indies camp. He's got a right side strain. Not expected to bowl in the second innings. Bowled handily in the first dig. Here's Roach to Warner again, off his hip. Behind square, gets one. He's weighted it well enough for a second as well. So Warner the 25, Australia 1 for 69, the lead 384.
So that just takes a bit of firepower out of the West Indies attack, especially with Seals. Would have liked to seen him bowl with Joseph too. Relatively inexperienced bowlers out this level, just operating together, seeing what they've learnt from Australia's bowling to their batsmen in the previous innings.
Just 4 bowlers used so far: Roach, Joseph, Holder, and the off-spinner Chase Bolt. 1 last night. Roach again to Warner here, who plays late. It's the Cleave, wants to leave it, ends up playing it through about third slip, deflecting off Gully's hand almost. They get a single, indecisive from Warner. He's 26, 1 for 70. It's the 50 partnership as well between Warner and Labuschagne for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
It's just the perfect line to David Warner, coming around the wicket, just on off, just outside off. And if it seems back in, there's a lot of gap between bat and pad because he doesn't get that front foot across like the conventional test player. He plays away from his body. He's not really that conventional test opener, really, but he likes to chase those wide ones as well. So you just got to keep the pressure on every now and then, just tease him with a wider one and hope you get the nick and feed the slips.
Now, it's been a while since Roach has been an express pace bowler, but I wonder whether he'll try some short stuff as well at Labuschagne. The field suggests conventional. 6-3 with 2 slips in a gully. Over the wicket, Roach to Labuschagne, edging and falling just short of slip. Indeed, it'll spill away towards the boundary for 4. It was Mayers to his right, deflected off his right mitt, and Labuschagne ticks over to 38 with another Rotaflex boundary by Blunston, 1 for 74.
Well, that's just a genuine nick, and it hasn't carried a first slip, which is a bit of a worry. And that's just a suggestion that the pitch might be a little bit up and down. That was on a good length. Marnus Labuschagne has connected that out shin high.
As we said before, I suppose, with Roach, not the same customer that he used to be as far as the height he hits on the pace radar. Bowling again here to Labuschagne, who defends from the crease. No run to finish. 21 overs gone on the WGM Ute scoreboard. Let's try it again. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more. Australia 1 for 74.
Be ready for all the office banter with SEN. Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results and cover the big talking points from all the latest cricket, tennis, basketball, soccer and more. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
The first session has been made by Alzari Joseph, who'll continue for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Our first session, thanks to them. Joseph, 9 overs, none for 31, but that does not reflect how well he's bowled, especially at Labuschagne. But he'll be up against Warner initially. Interesting field placement here. A deep third man. You might call that a fly slip almost, given the way that Warner's looked to play in that region, in addition to a fine leg and a deep backward square, 25 metres in from the rope. Just making one further tweak. The deep backward point is coming up to a more conventional position. Just one slip in a gully. So they're telegraphing their punch. They're going to go short to Warner as well. Joseph from the Langer stand end. Right arm over the wicket. Gets to the crease here. Bowls to Warner, who slaps hard out through point. We've got a couple all the way along the carpet. Indeed, they'll turn for a third as well.
No, Rochi, no,
Stops
Rochi.
about 3 metres inside the boundary. All run 4. David Warner, outstanding from the veteran. Full commitment to the cause. Warner up to 30. You don't see that too often, I suppose, though, at this ground. There is such a long boundary out to the eastern side. 1 for 78 becomes the score. Not quite a boundary, but near enough. Rotoflex for Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
Well, that's just good batting. Width on offer, and they've got Roach, who's bowling from the other end in a hot spot out point. Big acreage there to cover. So he's just bowled his over and then sprinted out and had to field it. He's going to be worn out by the next over.
It might be just about the longest boundary in Test cricket at the moment, I reckon.
It is.
The long journey, it must be every bit of 90 metres. Seeing both Australians have a look at the pitch, a bit of gardening between balls. I think that mostly might be about getting their breath back after running 4 runs from the previous ball. Change of angle, so Joseph immediately goes round the wicket after the 4 to Warner, who plays again through backward point from the crease. Great timing. That should reach the rope, and it does. So 2 really nice shots from David Warner, forcing from the crease. When he's at his best, that's when he plays the ball so well behind point. He's 34. Australia 1 for 82.
Yeah, Joseph into his 6th over of this spell. Just the way that he was operating against Labuschagne, I just think he's running out of energy. And you can just tell it with the width that he's starting the bowl. He gave Labuschagne an easy boundary on the leg side the previous over pitching, but also down leg side where it was easy to go fine, and he's just been wide of David Warner twice.
Tough for a captain, isn't it? Because Joseph wants Labuschagne down there. But in a way, I mean, you can't take him off at this stage, can he? Even though Warner's on strike. So it's not the matchup they want. Change in field. Third man goes around a deep backward point. Joseph round the wicket, bowls to Warner, who clips out of the block hole towards mid-wicket. No run there. Up at 142 kilometres an hour, Joseph. I suppose as a captain, you're in a really tough spot. I mean, he couldn't have taken him out of the attack, but you are effectively burning an over from him right now, which otherwise could be deployed at Labuschagne.
Oh, exactly right. I'm just worried that they're using him a little bit too much. We talked with Ian Bishop yesterday about Jofra Archer and England overusing him because of that extra pace.
It's 10th over, Joseph. Well, throughout this morning from the Langer end, as he does again here to Warner. Defends and plays. Quick single behind point. Super batting. Warner to 35. Australia 1 for 83, the lead. Nearing 400. 398.
But with the spell earlier on in this spell, the way that he was on top of Labuschagne, it's exciting. You want to see that. But you want to be careful that you don't over-bowl him, because now when he comes back in his second spell, he's not going to have that energy. So when you've got someone short and sharp, or sharp as Joseph in your attack, can hit the deck hard, trouble the opposition batsman, you want them in short spells. So this is where you need someone like Seals to be fully fit so that he can take a little bit more of the workload and bring Joseph back for another short spell just before lunch.
Well, Labuschagne is on strike here, so 2 balls potentially.
I agree with you that you'd like him to face more balls, but this is where you have good partnership batting as well.
2 slips in the gully, short leg and 2 out for the short ball, which will surely be coming. Joseph to Labuschagne here, bangs it in, and Marnus sees fit to get underneath it this time. No swaying, no trying to place it over the cordon, none of that business. Just get underneath the short ball at this stage.
But that's just a tired short ball. This over has been, it's been quick, above 140, but you can just see that there's a little bit of tiredness in there because he's lost his accuracy. And when you lose your accuracy, you lose your potency.
So in all probability, this will be the last delivery of his spell, based on how you were seeing it, Hoggy. It'll be at Labuschagne. Can he get it right one more time? Joseph delivers here. Labuschagne off the back foot punching. There's a gap between point and cover, and he finds it. We've got a couple. Well played, Marnus Labuschagne. Into the 40s at the end of the 22nd over. Australia 1 for 84 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
It's the final days of Anaconda's massive Black Friday sale. Get in quick for huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Black Friday sale. Get in quick to Anaconda. Play more and pay less. Anaconda!
Labuschagne 40, Warner 35. The lead, an even 400 for Australia. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus with Adam Collins and Brad Hogg.
Yeah, just those last couple of balls. There was a bouncer to Labuschagne. Easily got out of the road of it. Not troubled like we saw earlier on in the spell, and then followed up with a good length delivery where Labuschagne was just on the back foot and punched it through the covers with ease. And that's where Braithwaite, as a captain, don't get overexcited because you've got the fast bowler who's been on top of the opposition players. You've just got to watch the workload.
Roach, third over of his spell to Warner here, well forward in defence. Knows the call. I suppose now Australia have gone beyond 400 with their lead. The conversation around the declaration will start again, and it's been prompted here by Dean on the text. Australia should declare after they get 500 in front, have lunch and then run through them. All the text coming in for tyre power and their summer scorcher sale on 0433 98 11 16.
Well, if they want to get 500 on the board, they better start motoring along now. But I think I can't see Seals bowling now. I think there's a little bit of a problem with his knee, Myers, so they're going to have to go to off spin.
Roach bowls and Warner plays his hip down towards long leg. Again, he's placed it so well, they'll get 2. Warner's in good nick this morning, up to 37. That's 1 for 87. Lead 402.
And you can see there's a little bit of urgency with the running between the wickets. You saw the 4. You saw Labuschagne come back for 2 just previously. The 4 run earlier on. And that quick 2 then, West Indies wouldn't have taken 2 when they were batting to that type of fielding.
It's always a feature when David Warner's batting that he wants to. That's his starting point every time it goes out into the deep. Roach bowls to him here, and Warner slays it through the offside. Out towards the long boundary, deep cover, and he'll get 4 for it. So Warner joins Labuschagne in the 40s. He's 41, Australia 1 for 91. Lead 406. Beautiful shot.
A bit like the first innings. West Indies were in the contest. They were bowling well. They were keeping the pressure on Australia. They're just starting to sense right now, after Joseph out the other end has lost his potency, all of a sudden Roche has lost his potency as well. The pressure's falling away, and Australia are just starting to get a bit of a momentum here where they can put a big score on the board and declare earlier than they want to.
Hit the ball there with his back knee touching the turf. Nice to watch on the replay. Roach again to Warner, leaving alone. That's better, closer to the off stump. That's that. Great West Australian Kim Hughes used to play his cover drives with his back knee touching the turf. You would have watched a lot of him as a kid, Hoggy?
Oh, I watched him. I loved him. Kimberley, blonde hair. But the thing is, with the old whacker, they had the bar, and it was an old bar. And Dad used to come up and play country week cricket, and they used to play on the 2 wickets out there, so there was 2 games going out once. After the game, everyone that was playing country week cricket would come to the whacker to the bar.
It's Roach here. Nice sunny day in Perth. Bowls to Warner, back of the length. Again, finds deep point this time for 1. He's happy with the single. Warner 42, 1 for 92.
And I remember after the game, as kids would get on there and play the game and bat against the picket fence and try and dive to prevent it from hitting the picket fence. Then we'd jump over and run into the bar and get our little Coke. But as you walk in, on the right, I remember this photo of Kim Hughes, a shot out the whacker. Back foot drive, both feet off the ground, but in control. And it's just one of those things that's just painted in my mind, and I still dream of it at night. And it was just one of those pictures which just drove you to want to wear that baggy green.
It's a beautiful memory for Brad Hogg. As Roach completes his set to Labuschagne, back of the length, pushed out towards mid-on off the front foot in the end. End of the 23rd over. Australia 1 for 92 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash from the forehand cross, he's done it. Ash Barty. Shallowell and Shaw for 3. He's striking them pure.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Rock and Tim Watson. Mornings with Ian Smith. Tim Gossage. This is Trackside.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Something not right with Kemar Roach. He's hobbling towards the dugout. Looks like he was favouring his left knee, Hoggy.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and just as he's keeled over there, it looked as though he's holding his hamstring just slightly higher up the leg than the knee. Could be even a groin.
Oh, no, we're seeing a replay here. It's something in his left leg higher up, I think. Let's watch it again. Last ball of the previous over. As soon as he bowled the ball, there was that grimace.
But that's just that pressure from the fielding that he had to do the previous over. He had to run out, and the Australian batsman ran 4. They had their premier bowler in a hot spot, having to go and chase balls in the long boundary. Then he had to come back and bowl an over. That's putting stress on his body.
There's also a change of bowling. Joseph's been replaced by Jaden Seals for the first time in this second innings. Time for a change of scenery. Head to Mildura next long weekend.
You can't have your fast bowlers in hot spots like that.
Especially at Perth. Yeah. Although it's not been anywhere near as hot this week as we've experienced in tests over here in the past. Right, so Seals gets his first opportunity. In here to Warner, over the wicket. Got him out in the first innings. And Warner straight away cutting out to deep point where there's an easy single. He's 43, Australia 1 for 93, the lead 408. You were in the previous over telling stories of your youth at the Wacker during Country Week. Well, what great idols you had growing up in that West Australian side that went on to play for Australia.
Oh, it was unbelievable. My first dual game, Stuart McGill played that, but the 12th man had even played for Australia, I think. Everyone had played for Australia except for Stuart McGill and myself, and it was daunting. But I was fortunate enough, too, to have Australia vice-captain grow up in my region as well, Jeff Marsh. So I spent a bit of time on his farm, learning.
Seals to Labuschagne on 40. Bowls here. Labuschagne defends out towards mid-on. No run.
But they're just great of the game. And the good thing about those older players is they were always prepared to come down and help you out if you wanted to talk to them and learn their craft. And they just love the game of cricket. Kim Hughes just loves the game of cricket. If anyone wants to talk to him about cricket and need assistance, well, he's prepared to give that advice. I saw him at a coaching clinic.
Seals here, away from the Langer stand end, up to Labuschagne. He's got 2 slips, and Labuschagne turns him just in front of the square leg umpire for an easy single. He's 41, it's 1 for 94.
And describing your batting stance. And sitting there listening, I was thinking, right, this is going to be gold, this is going to be gold. And it was. Has anyone seen a Roo dog? To the kids. And all the kids, Roo dog? Yeah, they're real big dogs. They're like a greyhound, but they're massive dogs. Well, that's your stance. A Roo dog Doing the number 2. But he said it in a few other terms you can't describe on radio.
Here's Seals bowling to Warner. And off the back foot, carves out to deep point for the second time in the over. He's 44 with that single 1 for 95.
So if you want the golden stance, go and have a look at a Roo Dog doing the number 2. That's Kim Hughes' method of
I might have to Google that when I'm off air, when Gerard takes over. What does a Roo Dog look like?
A Roo Dog?
I must say it's not on my...
It's a greyhound, but it's a massive greyhound. So basically, so if it's on all fours, their head is basically the same height as us. They're fairly tall. Yeah, you've never seen a Roo Dog.
I'm just thinking about Kim Hughes giving this advice to a bunch of kids.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Here's Seals bowling to Labuschagne, driving out through the offside, not quite. Thought he found the gap. In the end, it's the captain, Brathwaite, moving to his left, keeping it to 1. Labuschagne, 42. Australia, 1 for 97. Make that 96. So a man as elegant and graceful in the middle as Kim Hughes. The advice he's giving is a little less elegant and graceful.
Yes. But he's got such knowledge, such class, but love of the game as well.
He's still got it, doesn't he, in terms of the passion he gives out when talking about cricket. And he had some tough times, of course, Kim Hughes.
That's just a story in itself, and I'd rather Kim say it than myself.
Last ball of Seals' first over to Warner, over the wicket, defended out towards cover. End of it. 4 singles coming from it. 1 for 96 Australia, with drinks coming out onto the field for Bundaberg ginger beer. So Labuschagne's 42. Warner's 44, and after the Bundaberg ginger beer drinks break, it'll be Gerard Whateley taking over from me.
More charming. He's swinging to the ball, top edge, down to third man, 6. Wow. That is a legitimate top edge, which has flown to the heavens. No justice for Joseph, who bowls. Labuschagne, oh boy, that's flown to gully. It's been collected by Brooks. They're asking him, he's given. Alzarri Joseph gives us a taste of the venom that was forecast. Oh, no ball. No ball. He has just been reprieved on a front foot no ball. To Warner. Yeah. Plays again through backward point from the crease. Great timing. That should reach Sarot, and it does. The action from the first hour of play, Australia added 67 runs, but there was an absorbing duel between Alzarri Joseph and Marnus Labuschagne. If you were of the view that what might happen in the Australian innings would be inconsequential, it was anything but 40 minutes of stirring cricket. A fast bowler terrorising a batter. He's still there with a good deal of luck along the way. Labuschagne 42, Warner's 44, Australia 1 for 96. The lead is 411. The drinks break for Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew. Into the experts chair for Anaconda, hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee is Ian Bishop. Hello to you, Ian.
Hi, hello to you and hello to all the listeners out there. And I do concur it was a pretty exciting period of play when we saw the best or almost the best of Alzarri Joseph, but still for very little reward. Wicket off the no ball. But it's a nice little glimpse into what he could become, and there are still little fine-tunings that can happen.
There's nothing quite like that, is there? Well, you've lived it. The tear-away quick who has a batter in his sights, and it's very personal at that stage.
Yeah, you smell blood. You smell blood. And look, I've been in teams and been a part of attacks that have sort of had those phases. So when I speak about it, I'm telling you what I've seen with my own eyes and what I've seen and been a part of. That little message to Marnus Labuschagne will go around the world with South Africa coming here next and teams that play against him. The one thing I'd say with Alzarri Joseph, because I've seen spells like this from him before, grown man spells are what I call them. How does the follow-up deliveries outside of a short ball, where does it end up? Bail height, attack the stumps as a backup to your short ball, and I think he'll have better numbers because the numbers still don't do him justice.
So the West Indies have got personnel problems. We know Bonner was subbed out of the game with concussion yesterday. Before the test started, Reifer was sent home with a groin injury. Mayers, we're being told, won't bowl with a side strain, and Roach has hobbled from the field with a leg injury. So it's pretty desperate for what's there today, and it does make you wonder what's in the stocks for Adelaide. But it does mean that Roston Chase is going to have to do a fair bit of bowling
now for as long as Australia decide to keep the West Indies in the field. He is operating around the wicket to Marnus Labuschagne, who's back covering the stumps and helping himself to a single out near point. So personnel problems, Ian.
Yeah, almost got my trainers on at this gym last night. Phil Simmons and myself could probably get a game. You call Reefer in there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're down to bare bones. And I know there's another niggle somewhere along because Jaden Seals didn't bowl the day before practice, so there are concerns there as well. It doesn't look... That thing with Roach there, I'd be surprised if he can recover for the next test match. So those are problems ahead.
Chase with a slip and a short leg in place. Dave Warner's on 44. He's reverse sweeping to the slip. Didn't get it at all. Mayer does the fielding.
Good, Ross. Work, Ross.
Because it was a small squad that came, wasn't it, Ian, just with the 2 tests?
Yeah, nobody's jumping in a plane for 2 days away to get down here, right?
Chase bowls. Stands upright, punches the ball to extra cover, no run.
Ball, Ross. Really good, Ross.
Just takes his time, fiddles with his gloves. The instructions will have been issued at drinks. Australia did tick it along for all that took place. Warner uses his feet, drives past Chase. He'll beat the dive of Holder, and he'll pick up a bonus boundary. He rolls down under the side screen. A more agile fielder would have hauled that in. It ticks the GWM Ute scoreboard along. GWM go with more. Warner to 48. The 100 up for Australia. The lead builds to 416. Holder just pushes back a little to the rope. So long on and long off in position now. Chase around the wicket, bowls, and Warner is back and cutting. It's a backward point, won't get a run. One to come in the over.
Go ahead, Ross, in there.
5 from it. The field is well spread. Warner defends the short leg. He's caught off an inside edge. Dave Warner doesn't get the half century. Roston Chase makes the breakthrough. 48 for Warner. Australia 2 for 101. We'll get Ian Bishop's thoughts as the West Indies break through in a moment's time. The catch snaffled. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. End of the over.
Imagine the thought of innovation at your fingertips, accelerating with efficiency and power. Imagine a bold, striking design with the comfort and confidence of advanced safety tech. Imagine where you could go in a Hyundai SUV. An SUV range with enough style, tech, and performance to turn your imagination into reality. So if you're thinking SUV, think Hyundai SUV. Discover yours at hyundai.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. That's a plus for the West Indies. Ian?
Yeah, there are a number of things I can take out of that. And the biggest one is that having the short leg in there, and that's a good catch, with Australia so far ahead, is a step in the right direction for Craig Brathwaite. I know there are a lot of things he could have done differently tactically in the match, but that says that he's still on the hunt for wickets. He's still looking to try and be as aggressive as he can, even though they're so far behind the test match. A few years ago, there'd have been 6 guys on the boundary. He was a very conservative captain, but I've seen the advancement in it. And good for Roston Chase's confidence as well. I had a look at the pitch this morning. The cracks have started opening, there are footmarks there. So later in this game, there'll be a lot to work with for bowlers.
Sharma Brooks with the catch in close, sharp up to his right, so inside edge, low down on the pad, flies up. You'll have the visual of it, about just lower than shoulder height as he clutched it with 2 hands. And Warner couldn't get himself. Most the 50s have been rare, the 100s haven't been there for a couple of years. Warner leaves one on the table. Labuschagne faces up to Seals and drives through mid off for 4. The dive of Brathwaite couldn't reach the ball. 2 for 101. The lead is 420.
Good shot, actually, and that is Jaden Seals' strength, looking to pitch the ball just forward of a good length. He perhaps went a touch too full, but the presence of mind of Labuschagne to play that drive with such confidence and loving this ground as he moves closer to another landmark.
Averaging just shy of 68 on home soil when he walked out today. He may very well have been out on 19, but a front foot no ball saw him back, and he now has 47 to his name. Seals is bowling from the Langer end, and Labuschagne drives again. Brathwaite will get across this time. 2 steps to his right, cuts it off, no run. Ian, when a bowler and when an opponent has the smell of blood, take us there.
It's a great feeling, because even if you're having a flat period before that, and I'm trying to sort of bring to mind someone that I would have enjoyed, like Steve Waugh, great batsman. I preferred bowling at Steve than I did at Mark. The numbers tell you who the more standing player was.
Short extra cover in place. Seals bowls. Labuschagne plays late, lifts it up just over gully, runs it down to third man. It won't get the whole way. It'll be 2 to go to 49.
But then if you see, and I always felt with Steve that he tried to ride the short ball during my time, and he'd glove it to leg gully, glove it to point, but it wouldn't go to hand. But just the fact that you see a batter in a period of indifference re-energizes you. It encourages you, even if you weren't bowling all that quickly before. Suddenly, the adrenaline starts flowing, the fielders start talking, and the whole environment becomes totally different. And he looks so vulnerable now.
Labuschagne has the strike. He'll drive for his half century. He has ridden his luck, and he has had a thorough examination of both technique and courage. But Labuschagne stands again in the middle of Perth Stadium with his bat raised, and another 50 to his name. Labuschagne's 53, Australia 2 for 111.
Yeah, well played, and sometimes I wonder what his appreciation of a knock like this is when it's been ugly runs, when it's been tough runs. Yes, a little bit of luck here, but he's had to wear a few as well. So sometimes some batters will tell you, man, I appreciate this more than the 100 that was fluent.
Seals balls, Labuschagne in behind defending. So we had the top edge for 6, and then bat helmet caught gully over it. And the West Indies, they came to life. You could hear it in the stump mic. Supporting their bowler, because and no doubt challenging Labuschagne.
You see vulnerability, and Jaden Seals, who's bowling to him now, was a big part of that feeling at point. I was watching it closely and listening intently. He was in his ears. So all of a sudden, you see vulnerability time and again. And that's what, as a team, even from a batting perspective, you're looking at signs of a bowler running him. Have I broken him? Can I seize upon him right now? So it works both sides.
Last ball of Seals over, he delivers, and Labuschagne in behind defending. 2 for 111. The lead is 426 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
This session of play for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. Labuschagne 53. Steve Smith has come out into the middle at the fall of the Warner wicket. He'll face his first ball from Roston Chase. And he's on the move, clipping the ball down to long on and immediately putting a run on the boards. 2 for 112. We'll all ponder what Pat Cummins' tactics are going to be. Feels like Australia will bat through until lunch, but who's to say? Labuschagne 53 from 73 balls, 7
4s and 1 6. The Laurenex cleaning stats. Go your Laurenex cleaning today. He's back and clouting the ball through extra cover. It runs across the turf and will beat the field to the rope. So Labuschagne cashing in now. He's on 57 and the threat has well and truly receded.
And that's the difference, if we may sum it up like that. If you give someone encouragement, you energize them. And similarly, if you get a partnership, or let's say you just start as a batter getting a little bit of breathing space and you start hitting a few confident shots, all of a sudden the bowling goes flat again, the hope dissipates and all the energy is gone.
Chase around the wicket, Labuschagne back, carving the ball out to deep point and taking a single.
Fucking.
The lead is 4-32. With Joseph's spell, he probably bowled one over too many, but correct. You could understand that correct. In the circumstances.
Yeah. I think that was a general view from the back of every box.
Yes. Chase bowls to Smith, who drives down to the long on. How many, once you are a seasoned professional, how many overs of that do you think it's possible to bowl?
There were times when I don't talk about myself. I can only share my own experience. There were days when I could do it for like 6, 7, and if the rhythm is right, you can do it for an hour.
Yep.
On the trot.
Chase to Labuschagne, turns around the corner, grabs another run past the square leg umpire. Nice bit of fielding done, a backward square on that occasion to keep it to that. That's Seals.
Greatly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh in particular. I've seen him do it for lengthy periods, but there are some guys here say 3-4 overs. Perhaps is the maximum, Joseph, to be at top speed.
Yep. Australia busy now. Smith is defending a well-pitched delivery from Chase. The end of the over, 2 for 119. The lead is 4:34 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The Adelaide 500 is back, and proud South Australian motorsport guru Richard Crail gave us his thoughts on Tailem Bend.
And anyone who knows South Australians knows that Adelaide's a 20-minute city, and if you're any further than 20 minutes out, you're in the country and it's hard work. So if the bend is hard to get people to, it's a bit like Winton is to Melbourne.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Can he go wicketless and be the player of the day for Bingley? I wonder. Alzari Joseph gave us 35 stirring minutes. Our bowlologist is coming in to join Ian Bishop to revel in it. Seals is in from the far end. He's bowling to Labuschagne, who drives him. He's tuning that up straight to mid-off. He won't get a run. Welcome back, Flem.
No, I liked it. It was high class. It was hostile.
Let me throw this at you, though.
It was unlucky.
Let me throw this at you. We love that, right?
Yeah.
Could you imagine back in the day where there was 4 of it?
Yes.
There was no release.
And he's the
from
slowest.
the other end, and then it was replaced by the other one, and then the other one. Can you imagine what guys went through when that 4th round was at its peak?
There are Australians around the country who have just broken out into a cold sweat. And Labuschagne turns the ball to square. He's hurtling back for a second run. Committed stuff. Getting maximum value for it, 61. That's the terror of our childhoods revisited.
No, because we're reveling in that. Yeah. But for some West Indians, they'll tell you in the 80s, late 70s and the 80s, that's what we saw from 4 guys relentlessly, if possible, in the right conditions.
What about the players who didn't get a game?
Oh, yeah,
Sylvester Clark. Yes.
Imagine the batsmen, how they felt at certain points.
Seals bowls. Labuschagne plays late, picks out Gully.
And that's why, you know, you have to rate different errors with who they're facing. So I think guys like Graham Gooch, Alan Lamb, Alan Border, Kim Hughes's couple of hundreds against that attack. You know, they've got to be right up there as great innings and great players because it was unrelenting.
There were great pullers and hookers. That's why they succeeded.
But that was exciting as well.
Seals is striding in. Labuschagne's on 61 and he's playing the ball to deep point off the back foot, moving to 62, building the lead to 4:37.
But then you also have to bowl to them, Bish. So you talk to Rodney Hogg, and he goes, where's the incentive? You start with Greenwich and Haynes, but if you get a wicket, Richie Rich comes in, and where's the incentive to get a second wicket? Because Sir Vivian Richards rocks out if you get 2 wickets. And then you're tiring, and Clive Lloyd starts smashing you over square leg for 6.
Andy Roberts has a view on that, actually.
And Jeffrey Dujon, what a beautiful player he was.
Smith's up. He dances down the pitch, flays the ball to backward points. That's audacious stuff to get a single. Smith is 3 and his intentions are clear. 2 for 123.
Yes, Andy.
Yeah, Andy was saying.
Yeah, he was saying, you know, we talk about those great batters and he played with them. But he says the bowlers bailed out the batters more often than people were prepared to give credit for. He says he remembers many occasions where the batting failed, and it was the bowling group
who got runs too.
Well, they didn't get runs. They just bowled out the opposition cheaper than the failing batting line.
I'm with Andy.
Labuschagne underneath the bouncer, which carried him by some margin. End of the over, the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Australia's lead is 438.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Our apparel's partner on SEN Test Cricket, Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. 2 for 123, Labuschagne 62. Smith is on 3. Roston Chase got the wicket of Dave Warner for 48. Australia's lead is building. Chase over the wicket. Smith comes down the pitch, keeps it all the way along the ground. Holders on the move from long on. He will restrict it to 1.
Reckon, Ross?
The hips look good, don't they? A moving target.
He was moving like a 70-year-old this morning before the warm-up.
Yeah.
And he did make the observation that had the catch yesterday been low down rather than high up when he snapped Roach, he never would have been able to take it.
Because it was such a good catch.
Labuschagne stays home, stands up on it, blunts the ball out through cover and ambles through for a single.
Ross, keep going, Ross.
Smallest crowd in it at this stage of the first session on any of our 3 days on a Saturday. Smith's playing across the line. Didn't do much with his feet, was reaching for it, missed it into the gloves of De Silva. I was thinking about backward points. This is a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. 4 back. Chase bowls. Smith plays the same shot. Couldn't quite beat the fields. Taken low down by Brooks at backward point. He is one. Once he's failed once or twice, he'll probably try it again.
Yeah.
He's had 2 goes at the late cut. Hasn't got anything to show for it yet. Couple to come in the over. He's done it again. He's gone straight to Brooks. He's nothing if not stubborn. So that's 3 goes without a run.
What's the chances of a double hat-trick of late cuts? Does he just run down and whip it through the leg side?
Bit of variety. Chase bowls. Smith is going again, and he's missed 4 in a row.
Out.
Out. Go.
It's the new rule, MCC. Bad luck.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. 2 for 125.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Ian Bishop and Damian Fleming. Batters are a funny bunch, aren't they?
I don't like them.
if you could do a measurement, if we could, and we can't, I wonder what percentage of a great player is the component or ingredient of stubbornness. I don't know a great player who you couldn't say was a boneheaded, stubborn person, or who wasn't boneheaded and stubborn to some degree.
Let me have a little think. The top echelon of Australian players I played with. Steve Waugh.
Ricky.
Shane. The late, great Shane Warne.
Not easy to change their mind on anything.
I'll chuck another one. Probably the greatest, Glenn McGrath.
Jason Holder re-enters the fray. Bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, who pulls him down for 4 through backward square. Beautifully timed strike. And he ticks the GWM Ute scoreboard along. GWM go with more. Labuschagne 67, so right on his average on home soil. And the lead is 4-4-4.
Yeah, and that's just the sign of lower ball speed. You know, Joseph was able to bowl that length and really hurry up both the Australians that were out there at the time, Warner and Marnus. But just the change of pace is just so much easier to get inside the line.
Holder, this is his 6th over in this innings. He lets fly, and Labuschagne follows again. He clouts the ball down into the deep. Phillip is below us, and he gets around from fine leg. Thomas, I beg your pardon, is below us and keeps it to 1. 68 for Labuschagne. And
Bish, you know, we're pumped up about Joseph's pace and hostility. Is there many in the wings that are in that 140 zone for the West Indies?
Give me one delivery to answer that.
Yes. Question with notice.
No worries.
A slipper gully, a deep point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, fine leg. Smith on strike, off his pads, flicks it through the field to the deep mid-wicket and takes his 5th run.
My answer would be no. I was just trying to think back to the conveyor belt of the young guys coming through beyond this group. Young Phillips is in this group here, but he's skiddy. He's sort of like mid-130s, perhaps above that. I think Alzari is perhaps head and shoulders. The guy that's not here, Shannon Gabriel, who was here last time, but he has fitness issues. Still bowled well in a 50-over tournament the other day and bowled really, really quickly, but can't think of anybody in that range.
It's funny how it changes, isn't it? Like you see India now getting fast.
Look at Australia. We used to be tall and fast. Now Australia are the one who have the taller of the 2 fast bowling groups and the quicker.
Holder bowls. Labuschagne was trying to lift that up almost over the keeper and swipe it down for 6. He missed.
Can I just say this about Holder before I go after this over? And as a biomechanist yourself, Flynn, I've often, from the time Jason was young, because I just think that his pace has dropped a lot more. The technology doesn't agree with me, but it looks pretty pedestrian, and a lot of his energies leak out because his front leg collapses so much. All that energy gathered in the run doesn't translate to delivery, but it's never been rectified.
He's bowling to Labuschagne, who waited on it, turned it through square, took a single.
You look at Green and how ferocious he is for a tall man. You think of Mitchell Starc, not perfectly straight, but velocity is such an addition when you've got height. And Australia with Hazelwood and Starc and Cameron Green have velocity and height.
Yeah, I mean, it's the question that everyone wants: how do you get quicker, isn't it? Or not regressing pace. So, I mean, I think there's stability and lag are very important for explosion.
The last ball of Holder's over. Steve Smith got tied up with that, a ball that kept following him. Didn't do anything with it other than get out of the way at the last. 2 for 132, the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Colo's coming in.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
103 runs in the session for Australia. They lead by 447. Roston Chase prepares to go again. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 16. The 1 wicket to fall this morning, David Warner caught it short leg for 48. Now coverage for Host Plus and Industry Super Fund for all Australians. Chase just being held. Into Smith. Good against him in the previous over. Delivers here. Smith uses his feet straight back over his head, down towards long on, and goes all the way.
Catch it.
Bugged into the dugout above the Australians. Well, that's one way to put a bit of pressure on the off-spinner first ball of the over. My apologies, that was Labuschagne, who moves to 75, 2 for 138.
Just a lovely shot, wasn't it? Use your feet. He's not worried about the spin or extra bounce.
So Labuschagne, he's never failed to make it to 50 on this ground. Back here takes a single round the corner, makes him 76, 2 for 139. Of course, he made a double in the first innings. And, well, the one thing he hasn't done in Test cricket, Flem, is record twin tons. That's on the agenda here with, well, 26 minutes until lunch.
I'm glad I'm going after the silver. Nobody wants to hear that.
Sorry, mate. Chase bowls here, and again going dead straight. This time it's Smith. Won't go all the way. They'll get a couple. Smith up to 7. 2 for 140.
And Bish, we won't get a lot of chance to talk it with the spinner, but yeah, that stability on your non-bowling side, you can still collapse your knee, but as long as you at some stage stabilise and get over it.
Chase to Smith on 7. Here he goes. Into the onside again, just behind the square leg umpire. That makes him 8-2 for 142.
You know, a lot of people, you've got to bowl with a straight front leg. You know, that's hard to do. But if you do brace a little bit, brace as quickly as possible and get over the top and delay your bowling arm.
That's how Zari Joseph. It does land slightly bent, but it doesn't go further like Jason Holder.
Will Labuschagne go big again, using his feet. Doesn't get much of it back to the bowler in his follow-through.
Doing a piece of that at lunchtime, and that's exactly the point that I want to point to. Jason Holder lands bent and continues going for a little while, and Zari Joseph lands bent, but then he gets over from that position, keeps that angle, and gets over it.
2 back if he does use his feet. Chase bowls, and Labuschagne off the outside part of the bat, spits out to point, gets another single. He's 77. That is the end of the over, Australia. 2 for 143. With Labuschagne 77, Smith on 8 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
42 runs in the last 6 overs, with Labuschagne and Smith picking up the pace. The former is 23 runs away from a second century in the Test match. The lead up to 458. Say goodbye to Bish. Flem and me to take us through to lunch. Jason Holder, who's bowled 6 overs, done for 24. Again from the Langat stand end. Up to Labuschagne. Delivers here. Labuschagne clips down to fine leg. He's 78. 2 for 144. Flem, I mentioned before that Labuschagne clearly loves his ground, never failed to raise the bat, but twin tons, that's quite attractive, given where he was an hour ago against Joseph getting worked over.
Yeah, and no doubt someone like Marnus, a run machine, will be conscious of that there is a personal milestone up for grabs. Also, he'll enjoy this field with fine leg, third man, backward point, backward square leg. Now there's a long on for Stephen Smith. So really, if you hit the ball half in the middle, you're going to get at least a single every ball.
It's like it was in that middle session on day 2 with 5 back. They could just milk the singles here if they want.
They should be able to go at 6 and over here.
Yeah, risk-free batting on the way to lunch. Hold up to the crease, delivers to Smith, who goes to scoop, doesn't get any of it. It bounces in front of Josh De Silva. Smith, that's fun.
He doesn't need to do that. I think he keeps stable and just tries to hit it straight back over his head or hit it out to the leg side. He's going to get 4s and he's going to get 6s. And he didn't do this in the first innings. It was probably the most traditional copybook knock that I've seen him do.
So that's his front pad flap on the way through to De Silva. All the way across his stump, standing up for the scoop. was a back of the hand slower ball from Holder, who's in again. Bowls to Smith, who slaps him down towards deep third on the bounce. He'll get a single. That moves Smith on to 9. Australia 2 for 145. This could be a fun 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see Holder's tactic as well. Like, it's very defensive fields, but sometimes we're fortunate to have 3 different formats and different skills involved with that. So sometimes I wonder why test teams don't go through a T20 stage,
right,
and just bowl T20 deliveries. And for this field that's set, why not?
They might have to.
Why not?
It might be their best option at this stage, just to
go T20 for the next 20 minutes. Slower balls, wide of the crease.
Well, the lead's 460, just to put it in some perspective. In Karachi, when Australia declared, they gave themselves 172 overs and they had a target set of 506. So we'll be near that mark soon. Holder delivers here. Labuschagne turn to pull. Gets one out to deep square. Easy single. He's 79, 2 for 146. It was a slightly more narrow chase in Lahore. They had less time to work with. They set 351 and got the job done in the final session. They missed out by 3 wickets in Karachi. Very, very different circumstances, but nevertheless, if they're using that as a benchmark, they'll I expect, pull the pin around lunch, because the lead will be up around 500 by lunch, if not beyond. 461 at the moment. It's Holder. Towards us, towards Smith. He's 9 from 15 balls. Will he get resourceful again? He won't from that ball in the block hole Yorker, as you say, Flem. T20 stuff.
It's T20. Yorker. He's actually got the field set for a wide Yorker as well.
Yes.
Slower ball into the pitch. Short balls. Back of the hander, which he bowled earlier on. Yeah, have a bit of fun.
Might get into the declaration debate with you after this over's complete. Because there are a couple of different factors that don't really relate to this game of cricket. Holder to finish up here. A couple of singles from the over. Delivers to Stephen Smith, who goes back, slower ball, pace off, punches it out to deep point. He'll keep the strike moving to 10. 2 for 147 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The Adelaide 500 is back, and proud South Australian motorsport guru Richard Crail gave us his thoughts on Tailem Bend.
And anyone who knows South Australians knows that Adelaide's a 20-minute city, and if you're any further than 20 minutes out, you're in the country and it's hard work. So the bend is hard to get people to. It's a bit like Winton is to Melbourne.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
We're exactly 20 minutes until lunch, our lunch break for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. And the leading run scorer on the day is Marnus Labuschagne. He has 79. And that's for Victoria Police, made for more. Roston chase to continue. He'll be operating round the wicket to Smith on 10. The lead, 462. All our numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Indeed, it's not going to be Chase, a change bowler. It'll be the captain who had the golden arm in the first innings. Craig Brathwaite, he actually picked up Labuschagne on 204. Into Smith, wide of the crease, side arm, flat and slapped. Down to long off, Smith to 11 with that single, 2 for 148. Just on the declaration, explain the extent to which having a day off will be a huge incentive for Australia, especially their fast bowlers with back-to-back test matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about recovery, isn't it? So to be able to get that extra 24 hours.
Labuschagne facing Brathwaite, reverse sweep, reverse paddle really, ends up at short third, no run.
Their build-up wasn't significant for a test match, was it? It was just one-day cricket and training, so that they haven't got a body of work behind them, which would help them recover.
4 out, 3 of them on the leg side.
Oh, Craig, you well ball, boy.
Down towards long off it goes. He gets into the 80s from his 94th delivery, 2 for 149. That lead up to 464.
It's a taxing flight from Perth to Adelaide, and not a big gap between the test matches.
Brathwaite again to Smith. He's 11. Make that 12. Another ball that is taken out to deep point. 2 for 150 Australia.
So that'll come into their thinking. You know, in an ideal world, they can finish it tonight. There were signs, 7 quick wickets at the end yesterday.
Yeah. I think the collapse.
But the first couple of wickets are tough. Yeah.
Yeah, so they did fold last session. Brathwaite again to Labuschagne. Placed out the deep mid-wicket. He might want a second here, but he's sent back by Smith, 81.
And you did too.
5-1. There was a smattering of applause around Perth Stadium on this lovely Saturday morning for the 150, and
Next side.
partnership's gone beyond 50 as well. All our milestones for Laurenix Cleaning. Google Laurenix Cleaning today. Last ball here from Brathwaite, 4 from the over. Delivers to Smith. Oh. Back and again works to the onside. They might take the second this time. Smith comes back. Labuschagne to the danger area. Through. The ball has hit the stumps. They might check it upstairs, but from our vantage point, he looks well homed. He's looking towards umpire Tucker. He will check it. So we'll go through the formalities here. So just on that point, Flem, this might sound like a silly thing, but I'll put it anyway. Just not having to warm up
for on
a fifth day. Not having to go through the whole elaborate limbering up process for a fast.
Even if it's an hour, it's time out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're mentally switched on, to win a test match.
Watching the run out,
that's grounded.
Labuschaigne's bat's ground
I'm satisfied.
Well before the ball arrives.
I made my decision.
So that'll be the end of the over. Australia 2 for 151. Our coverage is for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Jason Holder to continue from the Langer stand end. He's got Labuschagne on strike on 81. And still 16 minutes until lunch. That ton could come between now and the break. He's away from the Langer stand end. Labuschagne facing up. Over the top and mid-on. Clears the front leg. One bounce over the rope. Labuschagne certainly eyeing off 3 figures. He's 85, 2 for 157, Flem.
Yep. Man, that made a thud. Then went and hit the ball. Cleared the front leg. Mid-on was up. Smart shot. He would have premeditated that, I think, Marnus. He would have thought, if this is up, I'm going straight over there. And it was just the perfect delivery to do that too.
Yeah, when you consider the situation we're in, bad bowling from Holder in the slot.
He's gone back now.
Yeah, so 6 out on the rope. Labuschagne, he's 85 facing Holder. Back of the hand, slower ball. Labuschagne goes again through mid-wicket. Back-to-back boundaries. He's 89. He's 11 away from twin tons. 2 for 161 Australia. That lead, 4-7-6. They won't be batting after lunch.
No, there's slower balls and there's extra slower balls. I believe that red kookaburra fell asleep from release to the time it was spanked for 4.
Jason Holder, who's on the T20 market at the moment. You want to land those back of the hand.
Even slower balls, you've got to have fast arm speed, but obviously your wrist and fingers aren't behind the ball.
2 fours to start the over. Will he go again? Holder delivers here. Labuschagne pulls out towards deep square. Only a single. I was going to get excited had he hit a 3rd 4, whether he could do this in 1 over. Indeed, we've seen 6 4s in an over a couple of nights ago with Harry Brook over in Rawalpindi.
So if you're Smithy, what do you do? There's so many gaps. Do you just get bat on ball and get Marnus on strike and give him the chance for 100? I'd like to see that.
He's got 14 minutes, Labuschagne, and he's 90, so I think that regardless he'll have sufficient time, wouldn't he?
Don't worry about the laps. You're in good form. You're side on now. You've shown that you've increased your power, particularly square of the wicket. Bring it on.
So 6 out, which we couldn't have in short form cricket. Of course, the maximum being 5. Smith on 14, facing Holder, and he takes him comfortably off his left shoulder. It's a long leg.
Yep.
Giving the strike back to Labuschagne. 15 for Smith, 2 for 163 Australia, and 2 balls left in this over.
Yeah, well played, Smithy. I like that. Let's give Marnus the chance to go again. So Holder, quick ball, length ball is going to go. I don't like the extra slower ball. So I'd go wider Yorker. He's got a deep point. You've got protection.
Sorry to cut you off there, Flem. If we were calling a T20 game, we'd say the gap's at deep cover. Yep. That's where the gap is outside the circle for Labuschagne on 90. 2 left in the over. Makes room. Slaps out towards deep. Well, backwards square leg in the end, where a 4th man dropped back just as the ball was being bowled. He's 91. 2 for 164. The lead, 479.
Yeah, that's gutsy from Holder. That could have easily been a crowd catch.
was the tennis swat. You see that from Smith, don't you, occasionally? The forehand smash, but doesn't execute it as well as his mate does, who's back on strike on 15.
That would have been close to a wide if he'd let that go.
Mid-wicket back up for Smith. Last ball of the over. Hold it to him. Back of the hand, slower ball outside the leg stump.
Negative bowling.
He shoulders arms. It's not called a wide. A busy over for Australia.
Can you go upstairs?
11 runs coming from it. 2 for 164 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Adam Collins and Damian Fleming taking you through to lunch, as is Labuschagne Smith for Australia. The former is on 91. He's got 11 minutes to reach three figures, you would imagine, with a declaration in the offing. Round the wicket, Brathwaite. Labuschagne takes him, well, in the end, off the bottom edge, past the keeper to Silva. Just looking to see whether they... No interest in the single. They're going to keep Labuschagne on strike. The chance was it, Flem?
I think he might have got a bit of bat on that, but
we'll have a look at the
it was very premeditated. Don't lift your head, Marnus.
6 out. Brathwaite bowls. Labuschagne makes room and slaps it down to long off. He's 92 from his 101st delivery. 2 for 165. The lead 480.
I think, Marnus, just read the play here. Chase doesn't want to get hit back over his head for 6 again. He's bowling fast into the pitch. Hit him square of the wicket.
With his sidearmers, bowls to Smith, who goes back and eases a single to deep square, giving the strike back again. 16, 2 for 166.
Sorry, Brathwaite and Chase look very similar, although Brathwaite does come around the wicket a lot more, doesn't he?
Some old school sidearmers.
They don't really spin the ball much either.
He's got 58 test wickets, would you believe, Brathwaite? Bowls again here to Labuschagne on 92. Looks to reverse, doesn't get onto it. Through to the gloves of the
See, I just think a cut shot there is getting you at least 2. I'd treat him just like a slow medium bowler.
So he has got a gap at cover if he wants it, Labuschagne. He's on 92, Brathwaite to him here, placed conventionally out towards deep mid-wicket for 1, 93. 2 for 167, the lead 482, 2 balls left in the over. Make that 1 ball left in the over, and I would say 3 overs after this. Maybe 2. Smith's turn on 16. Brathwaite, last ball of the over, punching out towards deep point. He'll keep the strike on 17, Smith. Australia, 2 for 168. They lead by 483 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Partnership of 67 in 60 balls. All our numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. And our player of the day, well, looks like it's going to be Marnus Labuschagne again. Certainly this session, thanks to Bing Lee. And keep your texts coming in. 0433 98 11 16. Where are you following the action today? That's thanks to Tyre Power and their summer Scorcher sale.
Yeah, I'm keen to hear.
Saturday afternoon. Maybe you're playing cricket. Might be the tea break. Tuning in, seeing how Australia are going.
Or watching some mates play cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. We used to do that on a Saturday afternoon. Listen to the radio while watching your own team bat.
Yeah, fantastic.
You would have done it at the Springy South, I'm sure, as a kid.
Did we have radios back then?
Change of bowler. It's going to be Roston Chase, who's bowled better today, to be fair. 1 for 27 from 5. Got the only wicket to fall in the session. Warner was caught at short leg for 48.
Geez, he's lengthened his run up. Oh, no. He's just getting the marker down.
So Smith 17. They're taking their time here, probably to ensure only 2 overs until lunch, not 3. 6 out. De Silva saying, you want a single down the stump, Mike. Here he goes, and first ball will be a single.
Yeah, well done.
It's all the way outside the off stump, but he just found a way to turn it past the bowler. Smith, 18, Australia, 2 for 169.
So in Marnus' world, he wants to run down the pitch and he wants to hit it back over Chase's head for 6. Chase knows this. He's going to bowl fast into the pitch. I'd rather Marnus keep back and look to hit square of the wicket, because I think there's still boundaries to be had.
So they'll set up with a deep backward point, deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, and deep backward square. And yes, they are definitely trying to drag time out of the game here. They know the declaration's coming at lunch.
Yeah.
They want to bowl 2 overs, not 3. So Brathwaite runs over to his spinner.
The other thing is he doesn't need to hit the ball 100%. If he can time it, there's a lot of 2s out there. Yeah, hurry up.
So here comes Chase to Labuschagne. He's 93. He sweeps, and in the end it goes back to the bowler off the cue end of the bat.
How fast was that? That looked fast. That's 96 kilometres an hour.
So the lead's 484. All eyes on Labuschagne. Chase to him here, round the wicket. Labuschagne across his stump, sweeping.
Yep.
Out to deep square. There's one. They consider it two for a second, but only half a second. They go back to where they started. Labuschagne, 94. Australia, 2 for 170. Perth crowd involved as well.
What is it? Does Smithy just work another single? Get Marnus on strike?
Probably. You'd think so, wouldn't he? Up comes deep backwards square. Smith does take the single, and they walk it through. There probably would have been 2 there had they wanted it. But
yeah, so Marnus, learn a bit from that. You don't have to go 100% if it's not in your hitting zone. There's 2s, particularly on the offside. The leg side have come in about 30 metres from the boundary, so to double up there is going to be tough.
So Labuschagne's on 94. Will he try and get there with a 6? He might. Chase bowls. Labuschagne swings across the line and misses everything. Don't know whether that would have gone the journey. That's the long boundary. Maybe dead straight.
Yeah, that's hard. Once again, if his weight was back, he can cut it. He can punch it through covers. He can time it softly so he can get a 2.
So Chase round the wicket. Labuschagne 94. He dances and drives out to extra cover on the rope. Gets 1. So Labuschagne 95. He retains the strike. Australia 2 for 172 on the GWM Ute scoreboard.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XGT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
3.5 minutes until lunch. It's going to be Craig Brathwaite, the captain, bowling. Flemmo's got the slow clap going in our SEN box. 5 runs away, Labuschagne from doing it again. Dead straight looks the right go, doesn't it, Flem?
Yep.
5 away. Brathwaite jogs to the crease. Marnus, reverse lap for 4. Brilliant. Up to 99 he goes with a bit of the white ball stuff. 2 for 176. The lead up to 491, Damian Fleming.
Yeah, I shouldn't feel like this. I feel relieved. Getting that boundary first ball, he's safe. I was really worried he was going to run down the wicket to the wrong delivery, but that's a lovely shot.
Labuschagne's 12-4. A couple of 6s in there as well.
Yeah, look at this field, just creeping back in now.
Just a few of them coming in. They'll keep the deep backward square out, although...
Bring mid-wicket.
Surely they come in on 99. Play the game, Craig. He does now. They all slowly make their way into notionally cut off the 1.
When's the last time an Australian batsman was dismissed for 99?
Gosh.
I know it's a test for you,
Made a big deal of it 2 days ago, but Labuschagne on 99. All the team out in the dugout waiting for this milestone. Brathwaite making him wait. Now he goes one away, Labuschagne facing up here, nips it round the corner, gets another boundary. Down to fine leg it goes. Marnus Labuschagne does it again. His 9th Test century, 8th at home, and for the first time in his wonderful career, he salutes for twin tons. And his fastest 100 in Test cricket as well, Damian Fleming.
Oh, look at this celebration. Well done, Marnus. It was really tough work early. Joseph really worked him over. He's caught on a no ball. But runs have flowed. He's cashing in. You know, this is excellent batsmanship from Marnus Labuschagne. He'll want a couple of sixes here.
13 fours, a couple of sixes. Brathwaite goes again, last over before lunch. He goes to 104, easing us to deep point. 2 for 181, which makes the lead nearly a neat 500. 496, that'd be a nice little extra bonus on the way
it's like, what does Smithy do? Does he try and come down the pitch and hit him for 6, or just stay stable and hit it hard?
Smith's turn. Brathwaite to him here, and he punches a dot ball to mid-wicket. Thought he beat the man racing across there.
He did.
Not to be. It was the vice-captain.
No, he's just going to punch the gaps.
2 for 181. So Marnus Labuschagne, 204 in the first innings, 104 in the second. Brathwaite to Smith. Off the back foot, finds cover. No run. We've got 1 ball until lunch. A boundary for a lead of 500. Surely this will be the last ball of Australia's second innings. 9 runs from the over so far. Where will he go, Flem? Call it. Where's he thrashing this?
No, he might a little bit of whippage through the leg side.
Last ball of the session. Brathwaite to Smith. Turns him into the onside. Well called, albeit only for 1. And that will almost certainly be it as the clock slowly makes its way around 20 past over and lunch. So it is. So called by umpire Tucker. So at the end of the session, we're not yet sure about the declaration, but Australia 2 for 182. They started at 1 for 29. Labuschagne securing twin centuries at Perth, a ground he absolutely loves. 3 times in 4 Test innings, he's reached a century. One of those a double a couple of days ago. What a start to the summer for him. Along with Stephen Smith on 20 not out, they get to celebrate together again, these 2 close mates, and that lead, it continues to grow. 497.
I thought that was an entertaining session, and generally from Joseph created that. He was so unlucky. Pace, hostility. He could have picked up easily 2 or 3 wickets. Warner and Marnus were really tested. But the rest of the session, it's about Marnus Labuschagne. Another 100. He's getting his average close to 60.
Here he is with Fox Cricket.
Perth must be quickly turning into your favourite place to bat.
Yeah, obviously a bit of luck today with that bouncer. He was bowling quite fast there and got away with one there, but it's always nice. I mean, it's something that I've never done before in Test cricket, and obviously very proud.
How did you enjoy that battle with Joseph?
Yeah, good. Got the beams running. I played some rogue shots after that for a few shots there, and then try to compose myself, get the heart rate down a little bit. But that was a really, really good spell. I think he was hitting 145, 146, and real good battle.
You looked in a hurry. Any idea when this declaration will be?
We'll have to wait and see, but there's a reason I was in a hurry.
We'll leave it at that. Thanks, Marnus.
Thanks, guys.
Labuschagne giving a little bit away there, saying there's a reason I was in a hurry, and reflecting on the rogue shots that he played after Alzari. Joseph gave him a bit of a working over earlier today, but he fought back so well. Labuschagne 104 not out as he departs Perth Stadium. The captain Cummins greets him here. Huge smile on his face. 110 deliveries, 13 fours, 2 sixes, an unbeaten partnership of 81 with Stephen Smith. Simon Katich, Labuschagne, he can do no wrong.
Yeah, went his way today, that's for sure. When you get caught off a no ball, you got to make the most of it, and that's exactly what he did. It's a magnificent effort. I heard a stat just before that in all the Test matches that have been played here at Perth Stadium, Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, this is only maybe 20 minutes ago, had scored 24% of all the runs here at this venue. So the pair of them love batting here, and he's backed it up after a double ton in the first dig with an unbeaten 100. We think that Australia might declare now at the lunch break, so we'll find out soon.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. We'll take a break with the lead at 497 for Australia. The lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment. Labuschagne, 104 not out. Smith, 20 not out. Australia at lunch, 2 for 182.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Joseph who bowls. Labuschagne, oh boy, that's flown to gully. It's been collected by Brooks. They're asking and he's given. Alzarri Joseph gives us a taste of the venom that was forecast. Oh, no ball. No ball. He has just been reprieved on a front foot no ball. He gets it before defence to short leg. He's caught off an inside edge. Dave Warner doesn't get the half century.
Smith uses his feet straight back over his head, down towards long on and goes all the way. Labuschagne, his 85 facing holder, back of the hand, slower ball. Labuschagne goes again through mid-wicket, back-to-back boundaries. Labuschagne on 99, all the team out in the dugout waiting for this milestone. Now he goes one away, Labuschagne, facing up here, gets it round the corner, gets another boundary. Down to fine leg it goes. Marnus Labuschagne does it again. His 9th Test century, 8th at home, and for the first time in his wonderful career, he salutes for twin tons.
The lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment.
Australia added 153 runs in the morning session of play for the loss of Dave Warner's wicket. The lead is 497. 2 for 182, and one imagines that's where Australia intends to declare. Marnus Labuschagne is 104. Steve Smith is 20. This is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. Colo and Bharat in the back of the box concocting their quiz for 7-11. About 15 minutes' time, you'll be invited to play along on 1300 736 736. Simon Katich is in place, part of the call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Kat, I think Labuschagne went from 53 to 103 and 32 balls.
He started to play the modern game, didn't he, Gerard? He took the game on. He knew that today was his day, and after getting the reprieve off the Alzarri Joseph no ball, and once the West Indies brought the spinners on, and it was a case of making merry.
So I think there'll be an element to celebrate what he's done, and that's absolutely right. He is now averaging 72 on home soil, 2,090 runs in 31 innings. So that's second to Bradman, and with a bit of a gap at the moment. So that we celebrate that. But what we saw in the first half hour of play is going to colour the rest of his summer. His challenges with the genuine pace and the short ball that Alzarri Joseph sent him, that is a foreteller, I'm sure, of what he's going to face against South Africa.
Yeah, I think so. I think if they do their homework correctly, they'll challenge a few of the Australian batsmen upstairs. Whether they can do it, I guess, for sustained periods in places like Melbourne and Sydney, traditionally a bit slower wickets, but they've got the pace in their attack to certainly do that if they want to. It's just how long they can do it for, and whether they decide to have, an attack that has 4 quicks in it. South Africa have done that. They played recently in England with the 4 quicks and Maharaj from 7 down. So whether they think that balance will be right in these Australian conditions, we'll find out soon. But they certainly do have more pace consistently across the 4 seamers, Jansen, Rabada, Nortje and Ngidi, if they play all of those 4 compared to this West Indian attack. The problem the West Indians have had, they just don't have the skill set that this Australian attack has in these conditions. We spoke about it earlier on the coverage. There's no airspeed apart from Alzarri Joseph. So after that spell, in Test cricket, you need to be able to back that up with another spell at both ends, and he had no one supporting him.
Yeah, so he could do it for 4 overs, and then he was out of gas, and there was nothing at the other end to reinforce.
Yeah, and that's what Test cricket's all about, is sustaining pressure for long periods of time, not just obviously with the bat in big partnerships, but with the ball. And that's the biggest difference between these two teams in these conditions. Australia can do it with the ball. The West Indians don't have it because, 3 of the quicks in this test are bowled in the 120s. That's not quick.
Yeah,
that's medium pace.
Historically, twin tons
are a rare feat. You know, we've had it twice in 3 test matches on these shores. Usman Khawaja did it at the SCG, and then at the start of the summer, it's happened here in Perth.
Yeah, it's a remarkable achievement. It just highlights how hungry this young man is. He's never content. You see him always looking energetic and bubbly in the field. When he gets an opportunity to bat, he makes the most of it. And yes, he had a bit of luck today, but he made the most of it and kept going. And that's the hallmark of someone that is never content and wants more. And that's what Marnus Labuschagne is. He's a very, very good player.
His test average overall is nudging 60. It's 59.2. That's after 29 test matches now.
Yeah, he's learnt from the master, Steve Smith, and the apprentice is quickly becoming the master. We're going to be talking about the two of these guys probably over the next few years while they're still playing together until Steve Smith says enough's enough. And then Marnus Labuschagne will probably take over the baton and potentially, be neck and neck with Steve Smith or even surpass him.
Do you expect that's the declaration?
I think so. I think Australia will maybe feel that they've certainly got enough runs. The question now is, do they think that if they have 2 full sessions that they could finish the test tonight? And if they do knock over one or both of these openers reasonably cheaply, I think they'll back themselves to knock West Indies over today.
The West Indies have got a few dramas on the personnel front now as they have been relatively ineffective with the ball. Mayers has got a side strain, so he's not bowling today, and there's a fast turnaround in tests. Roach left the field hobbling with the left leg that he really looked shot. Reefer already went home at the start of this test with a groin strain, and Bonner has concussion. So they didn't bring much of a squad here. They brought precious few.
Just been informed, Gerard, that Australia have declared.
Right.
But you're right, in terms of their squad depth, the one extra quick they've got up their sleeve is a young man, Anderson Phillip. I know him reasonably well, having coached him in the CPL back in 2017, 2018 at Trinidad. He's 26 from Trinidad. He has played a test match earlier this year. Made his debut versus Bangladesh in June in St. Lucia, where he took a couple of wickets. So he'll probably come straight in for Roach if Roach is no good. But if Mayers is no good with a side strain, I mean, whether he can bat with it and it's manageable as a batsman, time will tell. We'll see in this second innings whether he takes a part in that. Obviously, Bonner has been replaced by Shamar Brooks. They've got extra batting. I mean, Devon Thomas is here as a reserve keeper to Silva, but it's the quick stocks that are the concern. I actually think it'll be a blessing in disguise for them that they get to play young Anderson Phillip, because he's got a bit more pace than Roach. He doesn't have the experience of Roach, obviously, but at least he'll potentially be able to bowl in the 130s. Maybe even 140. I don't know where he's at the moment with his fitness, but with a pink ball at night, he'll probably give them a little bit more firepower than what they've already got.
The West Indies figures in this innings, which is now complete. Australia has declared 2 for 182. So the target will be 498. That's academic. Australia will have 5 sessions to bowl the West Indies out. Kemar Roach, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. Alzari Joseph, 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 42. Jason Holder, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 39. Roston Chase, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Jaden Seals, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. And Craig Brathwaite, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 20. So if we run the sums, what did they take? 6 wickets for 7 for 680. 7 for 680 Australia in this test match. So there's no threat other than that one burst from Alzari Joseph. There's just no threat from the ball.
Yeah, we discussed it on day one. They just don't have, the balance to their attack, and they just don't have the skill set required in these conditions. I mentioned it earlier around the airspeed. You can't come to Australia and expect to take 20 wickets when you don't have a frontline spinner to be able to take pressure off the quicks bowling lots of overs, particularly with the older ball. And then if you've got 3 of your 4 quicks bowling in the 120s, which is exactly what's happened with Roach, Holder and Seals as the test has gone on, it makes it very difficult, because the Australian batsmen, they've just had no pressure on them in terms of pace through the air, apart from Joseph. And when that happened, it put pressure on Labuschagne with his decision-making, and he nearly faltered.
I might have had my 6s and 7s around the wrong way. So 6 for 780. I don't think that's what I said. So 6 for 780 Australia in the test match. Blimey. All right, couple of categories here.
Who's had the free-thinking play of the day so far for Liberty? Loans for free thinkers on and off the field. The play of the day. Is that Joseph's sort of 3 of 4 balls? Bounce at top edge 6, bounce at top edge into helmet, caught in gully. And then 2 balls later, he spooked Labuschagne, who was looking for the short ball and wasn't watching as it whistled past the off stump.
Yeah, I think so. I think he showed a bit today, the youngster. He's gone out there with a plan and he's executed on another day that might have gone his way.
Liberty loans for free thinkers. We love free thinkers on and off the field. Liberty.com.au. And GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Who's up for the challenge for the rest of the day's play?
Hard to go past the Australian attack. And I dare say the Australian skipper, I think he's going to start sailing up the bowling charts in this second innings.
Yes, as there'd be a certain eagerness in the Australian camp now as they'll commit themselves to finishing it and having the day off tomorrow. GWM Ute is up for the challenge, a 1-ton payload and 3-ton towing, backed by a 7-year warranty. Just before we give way to the quiz, I'll just give you the Shield scores, which we have been following from the 3 games. Western Australia trailed Queensland by 123 with 8 wickets remaining, so this was rain affected on day 1. So the Gabba, Queensland 6 declared for 295. Western Australia 2 for 172, so that's slow going in that game. Bancroft is 72. What else? Victoria and New South Wales has been a really interesting game. 7 for 247 in the 3rd innings of the match, Victoria. So a 196-run lead over New South Wales. 209 and 7 for 247. New South Wales 260. So there was a collapse. But the really promising sign here is Campbell Callaway, who, if you talk to Chris Rogers, will tell you just what a prospect he is within Victorian cricket. He's 76 not out. So 76 from 158 balls at the Junction Oval. Chandrasinghe made 26, Dean made 46, so a really interesting hour ahead there to see if Callaway can get his first Shield century. And Tasmania needs a further 347 runs to defeat South Australia. This is in Hobart. South Australia have had control of this game most of the way through. 4th innings of the match, Tassie 2 for 70, so they'll be batting for the draw rather than for the victory target. South Australia have got 8 wickets to get to be able to claim the outright result there. And then in Pakistan, I don't know whether you were following this last night. Imagine being on the commentary team of this. You did one of these. England 657 we well knew, and Pakistan none for 181.
You know what I loved when I saw the report? Ramiz Raja has come out saying the wicket's embarrassing.
Yeah.
So the truth is coming out.
Yeah, so Rahul Pindi, they've got some work to do there to make that a decent test pitch again. But Shafiq 89 not outs and Imam 90 not out. It would be quite funny. So England got theirs from 101 overs. It would be quite funny if Pakistan batted for 3 days and got 700. There'd be 2 different ways to do it. But anyway, what a godforsaken test match that's going to be. Today's local club legend for Traveller, like beer, drink Traveller, is Lachlan Jones from the Jeffcott Cricket Club. Lachlan, or more affectionately known as Feather, for the way he floats up his off-spinners. Oh, that's very club cricket, isn't it? Has been a legend of the Wimmera Mallee Cricket Association for more than 20 years. Having spent time abroad playing cricket, he's looked up to by the young players right across the district as the all-time leading run scorer for the association, a record which he took from his father, Wayne. Lachlan is the reason cricket is what it is in his community, and his passion and drive to make players better makes him today's local club legend. We salute Lachlan Jones. Traveller, low carbs, mid-strength, great taste. All right, Kat, we'll go and compose ourselves and ready for the Australian assault. Australia has declared 2 for 182. 5 sessions. They'll be dead keen to do it today. Our lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, designed for environment. Your turn. The quiz, the 7-11 quiz, 1300 736 736. Grab yourself a line. The prize, a $100 7-11 voucher. Match wits with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan. 1300 736 736. Next.
The
lunch break quiz for 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Call now on 1300 736 736.
It's a lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances, and it's the lunch quiz for 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. 1300 736 736. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan with you. A quick quiz is a good quiz. We've got 5 questions about Australians playing Test cricket at the Wacker.
Keeping it local.
With a strong emphasis on centuries in a session. If you are the last caller standing and you get question 5 correct, you win a $100 voucher. 1300 736 736. Get straight in the queue. Believe me, these questions aren't hard. First one, we've got on the line Derek from Wallaloo, I believe. Hello, you there, Derek?
G'day, mate. How are you?
Oh, we're good as gold, Derek. Good as gold. Australia have declared, by the way, West Indies have been set 498. They declared it 2 for 182. Labuschagne 104 not out. Smith 20 not out. Job done. Which Australian legend scored a famous Ashes century on Test debut at the first Wacker Test in 1970-71? So the first ever Test in Perth, an Aussie legend scored 100 on Test debut.
Oof. Got no idea.
Take a ping. Aussie legends that played in the 70s.
Ain't nothing coming to me.
No, all good. Thank you, Derek. Get your calls in. 1300 736 736. Daniel from Manifold Heights.
We know Daniel.
It's a half volley to start here for you, Daniel, I reckon. Which Aussie legend scored 100 on Test debut? The first ever Test at the Wacker in 1970-71. It was against England. Who was it, Daniel?
Any clues?
An absolute legend.
Oh, the batting guru, he was called.
He's on the podium for the greatest Australian batters ever.
Ian Chappell.
From our size, you can deduce that's a clue. If we're sighing, if Daniel said Ian Chappell, Adam, who might it be?
Was it Greg Chappell?
It was
yes.
indeed. 108, batting at number 7 on
when
debut.
Greg Chappell walked out to the crease?
Say again, sorry?
Was it when Greg Chappell walked out and Australia was 510?
5 for not many, that's right. Out at number 7 on debut, would you believe? So, okay, number 2. Here's your second question. Which Australian bowler played their one and only Test match at the Wacker against the Windies in 2009?
Was it Chris Matthews?
Not Chris Matthews. Get your calls in. 1300 736 736. The question, well, it's a half volley, I think.
It is.
So there are 2 Australian bowlers who played one Test match and one Test match only at the Wacker. I think we all remember John Hastings did that unenviable job in the summer of 2012, 2013. But there was a bowler in 2009, the last time these teams met at the Wacker, when they played. We've got Scott here from Carrum Downs. Scott, you're straight through. You've done well. It's not a hard question. Who was the Aussie bowler on debut in 09 at the Wacker against the West Indies?
Oh, can you? I didn't get the question, mate. Can you give it to me again, please?
So he's the Australian bowler who played his one and only Test at the Wacker against the West Indies in 2009. Had a reputation as a one-day bowler.
He's a Victorian.
No good.
No good. Sorry, Adam. That was Scott from Carrum Downs. 1300 736 736. We're running short on time. It may not go the whole distance here. Get your calls in. 1300
you could
736.
just answer this right and
believe
me,
if you get this question right, it all opens up for a $100 voucher. Thanks to 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. The question here, we're getting a call in from Henry in, where is he? Henry in Mosman Park. Henry, the floor is yours. Which Australian bowler played their one and only Test match at the Wacker against the Windies in 2009?
The clue, Victorian, reputation as being a one-day bowler. Played quite a bit of one-day cricket.
I think that might have been Clint Mackay.
Yes, here we go. We're away. Yes. We're away. Okay. Question number 3. All yours, Baz.
How many balls did it take for Adam Gilchrist to bring up his famous 2006 Ashes century at the Wacker? Come on, you can't get this wrong.
I think that might have been 57.
Yes,
Here we go.
on fire.
You're on a roll. You're on a roll. And if you like centuries in a session, if this is your jam like it is ours, then you should know this answer. Which bowler did Doug Walters hit for 6 on the final ball of the day at the Wacker to bring up a century in a session during the 1974-75 Ashes? Last ball, Doug Walters backs away, hooks a 6. Who was the big bad England quick running into him?
I think I know this one too, boys. Is that Bob Willis?
Yes, it is. Here we go. Henry from Mossman Park, you are 1 away. And we've got 1 minute, so we hope you get it right. David Warner hit the 3rd century in a session at the Wacker ground. That was in 2012 against India. Now, he batted throughout that innings with somebody. Who was his batting partner throughout his century in a session against India at the Wacker in 2012? David Warner.
I was at that game, so that's money for jam. That was Ed Cowan from memory.
4 out of 5, Henry from Mossman Park. You've won the $100 voucher on the lunch quiz for 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Wait on the line and talk to our producer. We got there in the end by the skin of our teeth. The quiz will be back tomorrow. Tell your mates, easy pickings. These questions aren't hard. Back from the lunch break shortly with Australia having declared 2 for 182. They've set the Windies 498 for victory in theory, but really Australia have 5 sessions to bowl them out a second time.
Test cricket, the second session for Lawn Hub. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser.
Australia declared during the lunch break, 2 down for 182. The lead, 797. So the push for victory is on this Saturday afternoon. 2 sessions and then the full day 5 if required. But the news out of the Australian camp is that Pat Cummins is experiencing some mild right-sided quadricep soreness. He'll continue to be monitored by medical staff, and his availability to bowl in the second innings will be assessed on an ongoing basis. Steve Smith will captain the side while Cummins is off the field. So Fox said that a thigh strain, he had an MRI last night, and that he's not bowling here. So the push for victory is going to be without the talisman and the captain, which is an interesting development. The second session is for Lawn Hub fertiliser. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser. And it is a picture-perfect Saturday afternoon now in Perth. It's 28 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. For Rainbird's smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Gerard Whateley with you for the start of the session. Brad Hogg is with me. Hoggy.
Gerard, how you going? And yeah, that's a big blow for Australia. Hopefully he gets that right, because yes, you want him to be bowling to the West Indies in this final innings, but more so you want him to be leading the team against South Africa. You can get away with him not playing in Adelaide. You can bring someone like a Boland in where the conditions are going to suit someone like Boland, so there might be an opportunity to rest Pat Cummins there and make sure he's right for that first test match up there in Brisbane against South Africa, because that's important. It's a game between, or series between 1 and 2 on the World Test Championship leaderboard.
Bharat Sundaresan is with us. Bharat, welcome.
Thanks, Gerard. Hello, Bradley. Something about this Adelaide test and Pat Cummins, right? Last year, the morning of the test, we find out he was a close contact, COVID cases, and it was Steve Smith who led Australia in an oversized blazer, walked out to the toss at the Adelaide Oval. Wonder if that's going to happen again in a few days' time. But what I'm really looking forward to seeing, Brad and Gerard, is the lengths Australia start with. I think, as well as the West Indies batted, they themselves later on confessed that they were slightly short.
I'm interested in Mitchell Starc, actually, because he just started to find a little bit of touch with that second new ball. Can he continue that right now?
The push for victory is on. Mitch Starc to begin. Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, is on strike, and he's driving at a full ball, which he punches through cover. And the first runs come instantly from the blade of Brathwaite. They will come for 3 on the throw from the deep from Travis Head.
Just heard a call from one of the Australians on the stump, Mike. Get off the treadmill. Travis Head just meandered on to pick that ball up out in the deep. Easy 3. But this is a contest I want to see. Chanderpaul against Mitchell Starc. That ball that Starc bowled to Myers was a brilliant setup. Swing it away, then just that straighter one.
And even the ball he bowled to Chanderpaul, where he was given not out LBW and they reviewed, and just by a whisker was umpire's call. That's the length. That's the length you want to see from Mitchell Starc early on.
Short leg under the helmets. Chanderpaul, the first innings half century. Starc is over the wicket bowling to him. Chanderpaul lets it go down the leg side. It's a bit of an ugly ball, and Carey gathers it, an awkward half volley.
The thing I like about Chanderpaul, and I was talking to Brian Lara just in the back here in the lunchroom, and he was just patient when Australia were on that good length, but once they erred a couple of feet off that good length, he went after the bowling and he threw the kitchen sink at it. And that's the way Brian Lara played as well. You get limited opportunities with this attack, and you've got to make those opportunities when they're off that line or that length. Take it on.
Smith is captaining from second slip. Chanderpaul faces up to Starc, and he's running the ball to point. No run, Lionfields.
Speaking to Brian Lara, it wasn't a live goal of mine till this afternoon, but I can tell the 7-year-old Bharat Sundaresan that you have arrived in life. Brian Lara just walked up to me, Gerard, during the drinks break, and just looked at what I'm wearing today and just said, class as always. I think I can retire today. Look for something else to do, buy a farm and just retire in the Adelaide Hills after that. How do I top that?
That's a life moment right there. Three slips gully, short leg. Point, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. Starc lets fly. Chanderpaul covers it up. Plays it away to Harris, the substitute fielder, at mid-off.
The other thing too, Australia, they might be going out here. Yes, we've got the runs on the board, thinking that they should go through this West Indian batting lineup, but it hasn't cracked up like previous pitches here. And the reason for that is it's not as hot as those past test matches as well. So the weather's been able to allow the pitch to grip together, not crack as much. So it's going to be tougher for the Australians than they think.
Starc's first over. He is warming to his work. He bowls to Chanderpaul, who keeps the bat inside the line, outside the off stump. It draws the ooze of the crowd, but you have to get used to what you're looking at with Chanderpaul. It took me a few overs just to figure him out. Yes. He's not playing and missing. He brings the bat neatly inside the line, knowing where his legs, where his off stump is.
Yeah, looks like Marcus Trescothick used to do, right? Bradley, I'm sure you played against him. The ball used to come across the body, and honestly, even while watching him train, Gerard, it took me a while. I was like, this guy's just getting beaten every ball.
Yes. No, I did him a couple of disservices early in his first innings. The Australians ready themselves, knowing it'll take a good ball to remove the debutants, and that is a pretty good one outside the off stump. Chanderpaul inside the line of it. Liberty scoreboards after the first over, none for three. Liberty loans for free thinkers. So much what we saw in the first innings is if the West Indies bat time, it will largely be these two.
Yes, and I was pretty impressed with Brooks. Again, talking with Lara about Brooks. Quality player, good technique. It's just getting over that 30 phase. Once it gets past that 30 phase and puts a big score on the board, Brian said there could be some big things from Brooks as well. So it's the top three really that I'm presuming that Brooks is going to come in out three that are really going to trouble this Australian bowling lineup. But talking about Chanderpaul there, the way that he leaves, he doesn't raise the bat, he just pulls it across his body. If you're fielding out point and you're not aware of that and he's just batting for the first time, you're just wondering, why aren't the keepers behind the stumps excited?
Josh Hazlewood bowls. Craig Brathwaite tied up. That jagged in at him. He's worn it and he's limping away in the aftermath. There's Hazlewood right on the money with his first ball. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Taken a few blows, haven't they? I'm sure all the Australian fans you've been talking about, Gerard, who grew up watching the West Indies do this to the Australians in the 80s, would be slightly content seeing this happen. A lot of body blows throughout this game for the West Indians.
Inside edge to the upper thigh. Maybe a bruise there tomorrow for sure. Brathwaite faces up. He's beaten past the outside edge. Again, he's got that habit of bringing it in. That was a well-pitched delivery from Hazlewood.
Just that good length. extra bounce. But I don't mind the way that Chanderpaul leaves.
Yeah.
Especially on an up and down wicket. There's been a bit of variable bounce here in Perth. Not so much up, but more down. But if you're just pulling the bat out and it gets steep on you, at least you don't have a chance when you leave it that it just skims the bat to the keeper.
Breeze blowing out of the west on this Saturday afternoon. About 7,000 in to see it, and Brathwaite plays from his hip down to fine leg. Stark's on the job. They'll take a run, none for 4.
And I think, Brad, a lot of what you're seeing from Brathwaite and Chanderpaul in terms of how they leave has to do with the up and down nature of the domestic wickets in the Caribbean. I'm sure you've been following. There are a couple of seasons they'll have where the spinners just run through it. Nikita Miller would suddenly take 80 wickets in a season and come back into the side. So the pitches are very unpredictable for their domestic tournaments, and maybe they've developed this technique to counter the up and down nature of a lot of those wickets that they play on.
That is a very, very good observation, Bharat. Totally agree with you.
Thank you, man.
Narayan Chanderpaul has marked his guard with the bail. A trademark family move. Chanderpaul facing Hazelwood, legitimately beaten. Just short of a length, past the outside edge into the gloves of Carey.
Yeah, but it is a good spot that you say there, because a lot of our listeners would not know what goes on the Caribbean domestic scene, and it does have that up and down nature. It's a bit like when you look at certain players, some of the techniques come from backyard cricket.
Yeah.
So those little intricacies.
Hazelwood searching for the edge that he found in the first innings. Chanderpaul keeps inside the line. And through to Carey untroubled.
And you could hear Travis Head from short leg after the previous delivery say, yeah, he got squared up. He's reminding the young man that all eyes are on him. But that's also, I'm sure we'll talk about this in the next over, the reason why Australia have given themselves that extra session is to not put too much pressure on themselves, too much load, so they can spread the overs around a lot more.
Without Cummins, a little insight into why they've bought the extra time. Hazelwood over the wicket bowls, and Chanderpaul ducks the bouncer. 1 from his first over, none for 4 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline, they know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe, they know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Australia's second innings scorecard. Khawaja caught De Silva, bowled Roach for 6. Warner caught Brooks, bowled Chase for 48. Labuschagne not out 104. Smith not out 20. For Laurenex cleaning, Google Laurenex cleaning today. Stark stretches out, begins a new over. Brathwaite leaves outside the off stump. So 2 declared for 182. It took 37 overs. A fearful 153 in the 2 hours of play today. The lead 497. And the West Indies back in on day 4.
I was just wondering why Boland came out for the first couple of overs fielding and not Marcus Harris. Harris has just come out now, replaced Boland. But then I realised they'll be in the back, out the back in the nets, and Harris would have been having a good work over. Just keeping his batting in touch.
Green's come into 4th slip rather than Gully in his positioning. Stark over the wicket. Brathwaite leaves a rising delivery, which Carey takes under the chin.
I'm seeing Scott Boland practice some close-in catching during the lunch break, which kind of surprised me. Could be quite something if at some point during the day's play we see Scott Boland at silly point or short leg. Who knows the way his test career has gone. Gerard, he might take 5 catches there.
Yeah. Yes. So this 4-man attack groans under the weight of 1,147 test wickets now. Cummins is watching on for the time being. Stark has 289 to his name as he's in
And bowling to the West Indies captain. Brathwaite plays out of the off stump and he guides the ball through backward points. Green and Lyon set off in pursuit. They've got 2 as Green slides in, and 2 is all they'll get. Powerful arm from the deep. None for 6. It's just by way of comparison. So I think the open question is will Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, Lyon end up as Australia's greatest bowling combination? For the time being, as a foursome, they've played 22 tests, taken 349 wickets at an average of 28 with a strike rate of 60. And then the most natural comparison is McGrath, Lee, Gillespie and Warne. They played 16 tests, so 6 fewer as a quartet, 265 wickets. Brathwaite faces Stark and leaves outside the off stump. So what's that? 15, 35... 84 fewer, the same average essentially, 27.93 versus 27.87, and their strike rate was 6 better, 53.16. So for longevity, the current quartet has that fabled quartet covered. For raw wickets, they've got them covered. They're level on average, and the old school group have an ever so slightly better strike rate. But that's a pretty good down payment given that Hazelwood is at his peak. Cummins is still on the rise. Lyon's in his final years and Stark's bowling now. Brathwaite gets it off his pads down to fine leg. Suspect that's going to be a leg by. That'll be signalled. And it is none for 8.
There's one thing that this quartet doesn't have. And that's the most important thing. A double 100 to their name.
Yeah. Jason Gillespie somewhere. When you mention the word double century, anyone does anywhere in the world, Jason Gillespie just gets a signal somewhere, a smoke signal in the sky. Sure, he is in Hobart.
Well, David Warner's had 3 years without getting 100. Gillespie makes a double 100 and gets dropped. Just
Chanderpaul sees the last ball of Stark's over. He covers his stumps. He keeps the ball down economically, runs it through backward square, and he's got a mind to come for a second. He won't. There's probably 2 to the trickling ball down to fine leg. None for 8 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
The West Indies none for 8. 5 sessions to survive to defy Australia, taking a 1-0 lead in the series. Hazelwood past the off stump. Chanderpaul watches, stays inside it. So 22 test matches together. Who's to say what Adelaide is now that Cummins' injury? Boland will definitely play the MCG. So I would think the Gabba and the SCG, maybe 2 more tests this summer. Definitely not in India as a quartet. The World Test Championship, absolutely. If the 4 are fit, they will lead that assault. 5 Ashes tests, you'd think they'd play 3 before there was a little bit of turnaround. Hazelwood bowls and Chanderpaul gets a pass as he wafts the bat inside the line. And then Lyon, I reckon 1 more summer?
You'd think so, yeah. I mean, his big challenge is the India tour and then the Ashes. Like David Warner, I guess he'll start looking at, what's there.
So they get somewhere near 30 tests, which will be almost twice as many as the other quartet. And they've already got 349 wickets together. They're going to push that. They're going to push that a long way out there for any future quartet to get anywhere near, I think. That will enshrine them as a great bowling attack by any measure. Chanderpaul defends the ball to head under the helmet at short leg.
The question with these kind of scenarios is, Gerard, do you base greatness on numbers or achievements? Right? I think, like we were speaking about this before the start of play as well. Series win in India, check for them. Ashes win in England, check for those guys. Well, these guys went and retained the Ashes, yes, but didn't win the series. I think they need to take those 2, in my opinion, to He surpassed those guys.
I agree with that. And that's what lies ahead in the next 8 months. Chanderpaul leaves outside the off stump.
Totally agree with you in that aspect. I think, but at the end of the day, you're comparing different eras. I'm not really big on comparing different eras because the game moves on.
Sport, Hoggy.
Oh, it is part of sport, but I look at Nathan Lyon's record compared to the spinners through our time. Nathan Lyon has been bowling on a lot flatter wickets here in Australia than what was back in the day. And I look at his record, and I think it's something special.
Hazelwood's over the wicket. He bowls to Chanderpaul, who pulls down to fine leg. It bounces twice, 3 times before it reaches Stark. So he's got a penchant to take on the short ball we saw in his first innings. And Chanderpaul picks up a single doing so now, none for 9. So without the numbers, you don't even get into the debate around achievement. So they do have the numbers statistically.
Sure. Yeah.
And then they've got this opportunity that opens up for them over the next 8 months, which is why I think it's such a defining period in terms of legacy for each individual player, for the collective, for the first days of Cummins' captaincy. What the potential achievement of the next 8 months, for as long as he captains, might be the pinnacle of it. Brathwaite squared up, ball flies to point, all pad. No inside edge there. Cheap thrill for the crowd, none for 9 at the end of the over. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XGT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now, with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. None for 9, the West Indies, after 4 overs. Pat Cummins is not on the field with a thigh strain. Steve Smith is captaining from second slip. There are 2 in the deep on the leg side. Chanderpaul is 2, and he has the strike at the beginning of Stark's over. He stretches out and bowls, and Chanderpaul plays to mid-off. So great quartets of the past. Maybe let's play with it this way. I think it's an academic question. Would you least prefer to face Warne or Lyon? So Warne's the superior spinner over Lyon. I think that's universal.
Yes.
Put your 6 quicks in order. So Damian Fleming says Cummins has joined McGrath and Lilly in the great fast bowlers that he's seen. So I suspect if we took Flem's lead and we go McGrath 1, Cummins 2, who fills 3 to 6? And that might help us separate them. Stark bowls, Chanderpaul forward defending. Out to Labuschagne at mid-off.
That is a difficult one.
Oh, Stark, Hazelwood, Lee, Gillespie.
I'd go with Stark purely because of the difference he brings. Being the left armer, the in-swinging Yorker, the Mitchell Stark, the new ball king, as the song goes, the Benos sing it. So just for that reason, for me, Gerard, I think Mitchell Stark is 3 in the list. Bradley, over to you.
I like a bit of extra pace. I'd go Brett Lee. It's a tough one. Even Gillespie could be in there as well.
Stark bowls, Chanderpaul, it's a pass outside his off stump.
But then you got Hazelwood. That is such a tough call. Tough call. But for me, I'd probably go with Brett Lee for the extra pace. Just that shock value. Because you've got McGrath there doing the Hazelwood role. You got Pat Cummins right arm over the wicket, just attacking that off stump.
The left armer.
I'd like Stark in there, but I like that extra pace when you need that extra pace. But for me, you're talking about it. They haven't achieved anything over in India or in England. But if they win the World Test Championship, does that change the barometer?
That's a good marker. Stark bowls, Chanderpaul sways out of the bouncer.
Because that's what they're striving for right now.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, and we speak about them winning in India and winning in England or having an impact. Beating South Africa in Australia is also something they have to tick, Gerard. Don't forget. South Africa have had the wood on Australia for the last 3 tours, I would say. That's another box they need to take.
I reckon they're very happy that they're not actually playing South Africa here and Brisbane as well, because that would be a very even contest.
Chanderpaul is 2 from 18 balls. Stark is bowling to him, and Chanderpaul's defending back down the pitch. So if you were to have your bowling attack, right, from these 4, so Bharat, you're McGrath and Stark with the new ball, Cummins first change and Warner's the spinner. In terms of the collective and what variety you like, are you going with McGrath, Lee, Cummins, Warne? Or is that the point where you go, no, I actually do want the variety of Stark?
I like the variety of Stark, but this is where it's difficult. You've played a lot with Brett Lee.
No, you can stand your
I'd
ground.
go with the extra pace. I like extra pace.
Stark to complete his over. Chanderpaul will play out a maiden as he guides the ball to point. None for 9. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Sailfish are sort of like salmon of the kingfish.
Really?
Yeah, they do nothing for me.
Salmon of the kingfish?
Yeah, so like kingfish is like the prize fish. Oh, we got a couple of salmon on the way in. That's what I say, sailfish. They're a cool looking fish, and I've caught a fair few sailfish.
They're the fastest fish in the ocean.
I know,
you
but they're really slow when you got a rod hooked up to them.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. The West Indies, none for 9. Brathwaite is 6, Chanderpaul is 2. Josh Hazlewood is bowling from the Langer stand end. Simon Katich is sliding into the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Hazlewood over the wicket, bowls. Brathwaite plays the ball to mid-off. Hello to you, Kat.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Hoggy and all our listeners.
Good afternoon, Cato. I'm just going to, we were just having a conversation about that quartet. As we had that break, Gerard, I was just thinking, you need that left arm difference there. I am actually going to go with Stark because back in Brett Lee's time, there was a lot more reverse swing there, and Stark's very good with reverse swing. So that's just come on my mind over that little break. So Stark's in front of Brett Lee. Brett Lee can be 12th man. Learn how to carry the drinks, Brett.
Hazlewood over the wicket, bowls. Brathwaite is defending everything behind it. So, Simon, the challenge is to take your first choice bowling lineup out of the 2 great modern quartets. McGrath, Lee, Gillespie, Warne, Cummins, or Stark, Hazlewood, Cummins, Lyon. So we go Warne ahead of Lyon.
Yeah.
That's your given. We felt like McGrath and Cummins simply had to be 2. So you have to pick your second new ball bowler to partner McGrath from that group. Hazlewood is rolling in. He bowls to Brathwaite. He plays him back down the pitch. He won't get a single as mid-on comes around.
Friendships are at stake here, Gerard.
Well, that was it got very personal for a while, self-interest, and then you go, but hang on, if you're captaining the team, who are you taking out there?
Very good mates with Brett Lee. We go a long way back. Went to the academy together when I think he was 20 and I might have been turning 21. We've been mates ever since. And he used to look after me in the nets as an opening batsman. Never bowled too many bounces to me in the nets. And, geez, he was quick at his peak when he first came on the scene. I mean, he bowled thunderbolts.
Hazlewood is in and he's bowling to Brathwaite, who keeps it out of his pads.
But there's a side of me that thinks that George Bradley Hogg is correct. Stark is quick as well. And on in song, like, he's close to probably not as quick as Brett Lee was consistently, because, I mean, he was 150 plus in his prime before injuries took toll, and he was probably bulk of his career still 140 plus, which is amazing to do it for the length of time he did. But yeah, that left arm variety with the new ball, swinging it back or swinging it away from the lefty, I just think it gives you that real balance to your attack. So sorry, Binger.
Hazlewood bowls, Brathwaite on the back foot, running the ball to point. So you can play along if you like for tyre power. 0433 98 11 16. If you can make the case away from McGrath, Stark, Cummins and Warne. I'll just give you the parameters again because CK's gone. Mitch Johnson says hello. No, that's not it. It's the 2 modern quartets. Yeah. So Stark, Hazlewood, Cummins, Lyon, 349 wickets. They've played 22 tests together. McGrath, Lee, Gillespie, Warne, 16 tests together, 265 wickets. Same average slightly better strike rate for the older brigade. Brathwaite faces up to Hazeldew, drives Brathwaite to mid-off. He won't get a run. It's tight stuff out in the middle, as you would imagine. Another maiden, the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for freethinkers.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Mitch Stark in operation, SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 3 slips and a gully. Chanderpaul is 2, Brathwaite is 6. Chanderpaul is on strike. Maiden overs the order of the day. Stark bowls, kept down by Chanderpaul to the leg side. So Chriso from Bayswater took on the challenge of putting the 6 quicks in order. And he agrees. McGrath, Cummins are 1-2. And then he's gone 3 Lee, 4 Hazelwood, 5 Gillespie, 6 Stark. So approaching it in the slightly different way, not necessarily the attack you'd take out there, but the pecking order. So he sits Stark at 6 and Lee there at 3.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I mean, you could come up with any number of possibilities because they're all fantastic bowlers. I think the thing to take into context, though, is that, you know, that previous generation of bowlers bowled against Lara, Chanderpaul, and guys like that are a lot better players than some of these at the moment.
Stark to Chanderpaul, who defends to mid-off.
So it's hard to compare because, I mean, when there was a graphic yesterday on Gillespie v Stark, and their numbers, Stark was superior. But then you look at some of the batsmen that Jason Gillespie bowled to, and this is no disrespect to Mitchell Stark, but I think, you know, there's players in that previous 10 or 15 years that were far better Test players, and their records suggest that. You know, Lara was one of the greats, so was Chanderpaul. There's probably a couple of other players in there that I'm probably missing from the West Indies.
The India, yeah.
Stark eases in from the top of his mark. He's bowling to Chanderpaul, who sways out of the bouncer.
That's the thing, it's so hard to compare different generations. Even more so in white ball cricket too, because the rules are changing every year.
And look, it's not the player just can only play against who they're playing. It's not their fault when what era they're playing.
Exactly right. But the other thing is too, you put that into context, but these particular bowlers are bowling different formats as well, 3 different formats, and bowling a lot more cricket, in a lot more cricket. So they're travelling a lot more. So there's different pressures between the eras.
3 slips ready themselves. Chanderpaul on strike. Stark bowls full face of the bats. Out to Labuschagne at mid-off. No run.
You didn't have social media or cameras back in the day early on.
But I think what everyone's probably going to agree on with this whole scenario is that there's 6 fantastic greats of Australian cricket because they've all got amazing records. Obviously, it just depends on personal preference as to who rates who.
Yeah.
And that's what we've got to be careful of too, that who's the next generation of fast bowlers that are going to take over this 4-pronged attack. We can't rest on our laurels. I was going to say Frank Worrell then.
Haven't had a run in quite some time. Chanderpaul can't get one here as he squeezes the ball down the leg side but doesn't clear Carey. The 3rd consecutive maiden over.
It's that pressure, but I just like the way that these 2 openers absorbed the pressure. Australia would have thought, right, we get these 2 out, and then all of a sudden we're in that middle order, but these 2 are up for the fight.
Well,
I love it.
The beauty about this from the West Indian perspective is that young Chanderpaul keeps grabbing these opportunities at this level. They've got the foundation for starting at, a good top 6, and it starts with the openers, and these 2 have shown already they're capable.
Chanderpaul faces up to Stark and defends. Straight maidens, 3 of them. None for 9. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. First half hour survived by the West Indies. Colo's coming in.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Changing commentary, Adam Collins in with Brad Hogg and Simon Katich. Change of bowler two for Australia. Nathan Lyon into the attack. 440 test wickets. Now change of bowler. Start your journey in Mildura Planet at visitmildura.com.au. The Windies number 9. Their notional target 498. Their mission, surviving 5 sessions.
I just thought Nathan Lyon was going to come into the attack very, very quickly, especially with Pat Cummins on the sideline. So they want to go to him and just bowl the bulk of the overs from this end all day and then operate 3 bowlers from the other end. So Nathan Lyon's going to have his work cut out. And this is where the West Indies could take a little bit of a gamble here and just go, right, Steve Smith, Pat Cummins is not on the field. We're going to have a crack at Nathan Lyon, and we want you to go back to your fast bowlers. So try and get on top of him now.
So Lyon at Brathwaite to begin just being held. He's got a short leg. That'll be Marnus Labuschagne. Leg slip, David Warner. Slip, Stephen Smith. He's out a deep backward square and long on. Although the long on's about 15 metres off the road. So Lyon here bouncing in. His first ball of the 4th innings delivers to Brathwaite well forward in defence. Cat, the last time we saw Nathan Lyon bowl in the 4th innings of a test match was at Lahore, where he took 5 for 83. One of his best performances of his career.
Yeah, we were there live, and yeah, he did a magnificent job on that series on some flat wickets in Pakistan.
Lyon bowls here to Brathwaite, who's well forward, outside part of the bat, out towards roughly silly point, no silly point in as yet. The way he did it in that middle session when it could have gone either way. Pakistan were within striking distance of their target, and Australia needed wickets. They turned to Lyon, and he went through the middle order, opened it up for Pat Cummins, and they recorded that 1-0 series win. Lyon bowls here to Brathwaite, who goes back in defence.
Love him being over the wicket here. We saw him yesterday operate early on around the wicket, and it looked a bit defensive in terms of the pace and the trajectory and the line he bowled, but as soon as he comes over the wicket, that ball turning a little bit. Brathwaite just getting caught on the crease.
Lyon 3 dots to start. Bowls again to Brathwaite, who goes back and steers as a run. First time in about 5 overs. They've ticked the board over for a couple. Brathwaite to 8. The Windies none for 11.
You want to be outside that line of the off stump over the wicket as well, because there's extra bounce here. You kick it and they try and go back and cut it. That extra bounce or the variable bounce, it's very difficult to control the shot. So your point's got to be backward for the top edge. I'll come back to that.
Lyon up to the crease. The Windies captain. He tries to clip, but Marnus Labuschagne's leg's in the way. It's short leg.
So you have your short cover, but you have a wider gap there. So you have a backward point for the top edge to go out there for the catch. But if they're defensive as well and it turns out of the rough, you're bringing your short leg into play. And the straighter one, the arm ball, if you get it wrong, you've got the leg slip in play as well as your first slip.
Lyon completes his first over to Brathwaite, who drives and finds the gap at cover, albeit only for 1. The tidying up done by Josh Hazlewood. Around from mid-off, none for 12. The Windies, their target is 498. And it's on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for freethinkers.
Over the 30 years, Omnia Specialities has produced world-class humates in Australia. A lot's changed on the land, but one thing has remained the same. Omnia's focus on making your production more profitable. Backed by local and international research and development, Omnia's team of specialist agronomists can be found all over Australia, producing world-class humates, biologically enhanced foliars and unique crop nutrition solutions. Omnia.com.au. Omnia Specialities Australia, the science of growing.
SEN Test Cricket, the host plus, that's a plus. Adam Collins, Simon Katich, and our international man of mystery, Brad Hogg, who's leaving us shortly. To where are you off to? What's next?
I'm going over to Bangladesh for a little holiday. See India versus Bangladesh in their series there.
More a working holiday.
Yeah, working holiday.
In that case. Here's Stark. Round the wicket, bowls to Brathwaite on 9, who plays and misses. Has gone beyond the inside edge. Not far away from the woodwork. Extra movement there from the big left armour.
I like Mitchell Stark coming around the wicket to the right-hander, just changing the angle. And now it's not going to be as easy for Brathwaite to leave the ball with that angle coming back into the off stump. And just seaming away from that angle as well. Very difficult to play.
Yeah, it looks like he might have changed his guard here. He's just taken the bail off to remark guard. With Stark coming around, that one he just sparred outside the off stump, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's come across his stumps a little bit here.
Stark's got 3 slips round the wicket to Brathwaite, who gets well forward in defence out towards mid-off on this occasion. So we were going through our combinations of bowlers, Gerard, with the two of you before. What about the measure of strike rate, Kat? I know you're interested in that and where the various Australians fit in. I know Lee's got a strike rate, I think, of 51, so the best of those quicks that we're referring to from the previous generation, along with Glenn McGrath, but slightly higher average with a 3 in front of it.
Yeah, I think strike rate, as Flem mentioned earlier today, is always a great indicator of a bowler's capacity to win matches, because those that take the wickets quicker obviously set the team up for victory.
Cummins to the crease, make that Stark. Bowls here, driving square is Brathwaite, but Nathan Lyon to his right stops what otherwise would have been a boundary. Well struck, no run. So Brett Lee, across his 76 test matches, 311 wickets at just on 31, a strike rate of 53. Whereas McGrath, strike rate of 52, which for a long time was the gold standard for fast bowlers, along with DK Lilly, who we're not considering in this, of course. It's just the 2 eras recently. Mitchell Johnson, 51. And Cummins, I think it's 47 now. Yeah, 47.1.
What's Stark's strike rate?
This ball, we'll have a look at that. 49, 50, sorry, just go up to 50. Stark bowls here, round the wicket again. Oh, for the second time in the over, past Brathwaite's outside edge, completely squared up. That off stump feels like it's in the game, Kat.
Certainly does. It certainly does. He's honing in on it from around the wicket. Brathwaite's just getting caught on the crease, and as a result, he's squaring up. He's not in a position to defend that ball as well as he'd like at the moment. He's got to be more decisive with his footwork here, otherwise Mitchell Stark is either going to knock that off stump over or he's going to nick one through to Alex Carey in the slips in that position.
Stark's best over so far. He's away from us. He's towards Brathwaite on 9. Bowls here. Brathwaite better in defence. Out to point, gets a single. Nathan Lyon with the work to do. So the captain into double figures, none for 13, the West Indies. 1 ball left in Stark's over.
Talking about those strike rates, Colo, what is interesting is that in the top 15, there's a few South African boys lurking. Rabada's one. He comes in at number 5 and his strike rate's 40.2. It's in his first 55 tests. He's still a young man. Dale Steyn, previous great, comes in at 7. He's obviously not playing, but Nagiti comes in at 9 and he's got a strike rate of 43.4. At 11 is Norkia, who is quick. He's his 43.8.
Stark to finish to Chanderpaul, who defends out towards mid-on. End of the over. We'll pick this up, Kat. None for 13, the West Indies. On the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
At Hyundai, we believe innovation is everything. It's why the new Santa Fe Hybrid has been designed to go the distance. With an advanced turbo hybrid system, this family-sized SUV boasts impressive power and fuel efficiency. It has all the innovative safety tech you need for your next family adventure and all-wheel drive to get you there. Go the distance in the new Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid. Imagine that, Hyundai.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. So you've got those aforementioned South African quicks who are already on the chart. In terms of those who don't qualify, not played enough Test cricket, Marco Jansen, the big left armour, strike rate of 34 so far in Test cricket. So they're going to be a massive handful in Brisbane, Melbourne and Sydney later in the summer.
Well, I think what we'll see from them, having watched a little bit of them play, and obviously in the past we've seen Rabada in previous tours, but they've got attitude and they'll bring that attitude to Australia.
Lions of Brathwaite, bowls here forward in defence.
In the fact that what we saw from Joseph today, we'll see more of that. They'll get in the contest and they'll let the Australian batsmen know they're in a contest. There won't be any of this, 120 stuff getting served up.
Yeah. We saw that in England during the middle of the year, didn't we? That pace. Line bowls here to Brathwaite, who defends again. That's closer to the inside edge towards mid-wicket.
But the big challenge the South Africans have is that they don't have the class in their batting that they used to. So there's no Amler, there's no De Villiers, there's no Faf du Plessis or Graham Smith or these guys. So that's going to be their big challenge against this Australian attack.
A lot relies on the captain, Dean Elgar, doesn't it? As Lyon approaches and bowls and Brathwaite looks to drive, but again off the inside part of the bat. Cameron Green moving away to his left at mid-wicket. No run. Feels like Marnus Labuschagne's just prowling there at short leg, waiting for an inside edge.
Markram's the one that I'm interested in coming over here. I think he's a solid batsman, and this is going to be his big test.
Totally agree, mate. He hasn't been picked.
He hasn't.
Lyon bowls to Brathwaite. Again, he's forward. This time, just flicks his wrist a wee bit, enough to get a single between David Warner at leg slip.
That's just ridiculous.
Labuschagne at short leg. He moves on to 11. It's done for 14.
Completely agree.
How can you not pick Markram?
It's unbelievable, really.
You've got a quality bowling attack like that, and your best batter, probably in the list, apart from Elgar, not coming.
It's amazing.
Not coming. And he can bowl a bit of off-spin as well.
Well, and he's the only South African captain to win an under-19 World Cup.
Yeah.
The issue Markram's got is this year he's played 6 test matches averaging 15. So he's kind of found himself out of favour. Didn't make runs in England.
But in these conditions, which are as close to South Africa as
possible.
Yeah.
And made 2 tons against Australia over there 4 years ago. Lyon bowls here, Chander falls forward. That's better. The bending out to David Warner at backward point.
See, that's where the stats obviously, you know, you look at stats to make decisions, but I think he's a long-term player, future leader. You've got to have them in there. You've got to give those guys a bit more rope.
Hoggy, your parting thought after this ball. You're leaving us after this line delivery. In here to Chanderpaul, who defends into the offside end of the over. Hoggy, farewell to you. Good luck.
Yeah, enjoy the summer of cricket, everyone. And Australia have got their work cut out here.
The Windies done for 14.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
Simon Katich is our expert in the commentary box for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Mitchell Starc will continue. He's bowled 5 overs, none for 7 from our members' end. Packed Corden behind Brathwaite on 11. Gets there now and bowls, and Brathwaite back of the length defence into the onside. No run. The only other bowler I'd mentioned from the South African crew, it's almost staggering to think that he's not in the squad either. Dwan Olafia. His strike rate is 35.3. 59 wickets at 21, not on the plane. That's the second best strike rate of all time.
Well, he's an interesting proposition because he started for South Africa, did so well, and then with all the Colpack rulings coming in and the issues that we're having with their domestic cricket, he went off and took a long-term county deal at Yorkshire, went over to England, did well, but now that's all changed again.
He missed 4 years of international cricket, Olafia. Starc bowls here to Brathwaite, full and straight and tucked around the corner. Down to long leg for a single. He's 12, none for 15. Olafia actually thought that he could play for England. He arrived there on that 4-year deal with Yorkshire and said, oh, that's all good, I'll qualify there. And he was promptly told by the Home Office, no, you won't. You haven't got access to a British passport. There's no way for you to play Test cricket. And then obviously when, well, I say obviously, the change, of course, was the UK leaving the EU, which opened it up to players like Olafia going back to South Africa. And so he has. It's an odd situation, but he's playing Test cricket again.
Yeah, well, Harmer's another great example. He's in the squad, played a lot of cricket in the last few years at Essex, and now he's back playing for South Africa after the same sort of situation.
He's been a giant Harmer in English cricket. Starc bowls here to Chanderpaul. Tucks it around the corner as well, gets it nice and fine. Work to do down at long leg for Hazelwood. He collects it just inside the rope. None for 16, the West Indies. Their target is 498 with Brathwaite 12 and Chanderpaul 3.
Yeah, they're applying themselves beautifully again here. Both these two have already absorbed. Well, Chanderpaul 30 balls for his 3 and Brathwaite 33 for his 12. So they're doing the job for the team. It's what their team requires of them at the moment. Win this first battle, blunt the new ball, and then take it from there.
This feels like the real contest here. Starc to Brathwaite. Round the wicket. He's got it angling and a moving away at the right-hander. Bowls here, does just that. Bit of variable bounce as well. Skips through to Carey on the half volley. First time we've seen one kind of skip through a wee bit.
Yeah, he got one to go like that yesterday, Mitchell Starc, from around the wicket. Brathwaite was in a horrible position there. He just wafted at it. It did him for pace. lack of bounce. The front foot was in the air. True Calypso style that, but he was nowhere near it.
It's gone through it halfway up the stump height.
They're impossible to play off someone like Mitchell Starc.
If that's on target, he's in all sorts.
Yep.
So Starc again, putting in a shift early on. They're down one bowler already in this innings, no Cummins. Starc delivers, and he beats him outside the off stump. Squared him up, did that twice in the previous over. Fabulous stuff from the left armour. If he's a little bit fuller than that, it'll also be the off stump that's in danger for Brathwaite. Got a text in which we'll deal with in the next over, but I'll read it to you now. For tyre power, your trusted local, we're talking about the greats of the modern game. Well, our correspondent is asking, who are the next four to replace this quartet? The next four Australian great bowlers who are playing domestic cricket. We'll ponder that.
It's
there are some good options.
Yeah, there's a good question.
Because this generation came together and debuted almost at the same time in 2010, 2011. Starc to Brathwaite. Last ball of the over, full and straight, dugout, and Starc collects it in his follow-through. The end of 11 overs on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. West Indies, none for 16.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus line. Prepares to bowl his third over. So the next four great Australian bowlers who are coming through, let's frame it up. Let's have them in their early 20s or late teens. They may not replace this crew immediately, but the names we're looking out for. It's Nathan Lyon with a silly point, a short leg and a slip. That's Stephen Smith, the acting captain, with Cummins off the field. Lyon round the wicket, Langer end, bowls here. Chanderpaul forward in defence to Labuschagne at silly point. Any early candidates that come to mind for you?
Yeah, it's a tricky question because you just don't know when these four potentially have finished playing. So, there might be a time lag where some of the players around the country at the moment either start to come into their prime.
Lyon bowls and Chanderpaul defends.
Or there's a new crop that come through in the next few years, because the thing about young quicks is that generally the best time to pick them is when they're young and they're quick and they're just bursting on the scene. So there might be a few in the next 3 or 4 years.
You look through the Shield ranks and that's kind of the story at the moment, with Nisa and Steckety up the top. Lyon bowls and forward is Chanderpaul. So Nisa's in his 30s. Steckety's been around for a fair while as well. He'd be close to 30. Lance Morris from WA. Now, he's being talked of as the quickest bowler in the country right now. Have you seen much of him?
Yeah, I have. I've seen a fair bit of him. He's on our list at the Scorchers. Played a couple of games last year. Looked good pace. Knocked over some good players up at Metricon Stadium in the Sixers game last year.
Lyon delivers. Chanderpaul forward again, defending just behind point where David Warner does the fielding.
But obviously we're talking Test cricket and Sheffield Shield here, and he's had a very good Shield season so far for WA.
22 wickets at 18, and he's 24 years old, so he probably does qualify in terms of when these guys will retire.
Well, even the skill set, he's got the airspeed, and he's a tall boy, and he can do some damage, that's for sure.
Lyon and Chanderpaul, 2 catches on the offside. That's where he plays it out to point, no run. Then you've got Peter Siddle, who's retired. Wes Agar, Gurinder Sandhu, Jackson Bird. They're all a little bit older, aren't they? All those seamers that I mentioned there. A couple of spinners. Matthew Kelly. He's 27, bit of a journeyman in terms of his first-class career, and I say journeyman, he's been in and out of the side for a while. Lyon bowls here off the back foot, chopping down hard is Chanderpaul, no run. It'll be the end of the over as well. We'll pick this up again. The Windies done for 16 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787. SEN
Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. We're thinking about Generation Next, who might be the next group that come through. Any other thoughts in terms of fast bowlers, Kat?
Well, the one that's not on that list at the moment, because I think he's only played one Shield game this year, Jai Richardson. He's been sort of working his way back from fitness issues and injury and stuff like that, and he has had a taste of Test cricket. He's still a young man. So
26 now, Jai Richardson. Had that wonderful debut at the Gabba in 2019 and a fifer at Adelaide last year. Hazelwood spun around, change of bowler. First ball beats the bat of Brathwaite. Playing from the crease, no footwork to speak of, through to the gloves of Carey.
Yeah, that's the first real lapse there from Brathwaite. You don't expect that sort of shot from him. That was a lazy, reckless shot in a way, just wafting at it outside off stump when normally he's very disciplined in leaving the ball. So he needs to reset here. He's had a tricky couple of overs against Mitchell Starc. He's got to reset, refocus and realise that's the ebb and flow of a Test innings. Not always going to be easy. Don't throw it away now.
Hazelwood away from us now, the members' end. He's changed ends. Bowling to Brathwaite on 12. 3 slips. Brathwaite defends from the crease out to Labuschagne at mid-off, no run.
But it's the relentless nature of this attack that makes those shots happen.
Yeah.
Because the batsmen just get so bogged down and they don't get too many freebies. And then all of a sudden they feel like they've got to do something to just break the pressure. But that's not the right option here. Not when the ball's still so new.
We mentioned a lot of seamers. I suppose the spinner, who is, he's in fashion at the moment. Let's talk of in these terms. He's Todd Murphy from Victoria, the off-spinner. Graham Swan lookalike. Here's Hazelwood, bowls here. Pushing out towards mid-on. Quick single from Brathwaite. The throw comes in from the sub Harris, but it's nowhere near the stumps.
Did Swanee wear glasses?
The action.
Oh, the action.
We did wear the speed dealer sunglasses, didn't we, when he bowled? But, which is, of course, part of the off-spinner's uniform. But the way that that Murphy double pumps on the way in does remind me a lot of Graham Swan.
He was a good bowler, Graham Swan.
I'm sure he's watching or listening somewhere. Takes in a lot of cricket, Swanee. I see over at Rawalpindi that where we left it back in March, Shafiq and Imam are still batting.
They used that same wicket, haven't they?
Pretty sure they've just been batting for the 6 months between times, those two. Hazelwood, 3 slips, bowls to Chandapur, pulling round the corner, boundary. Good shot, really good shot. Got inside the line, moves to 7. Our boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. That's the first for him. None for 21, the Windies.
That's what I love about this young man. I think he is going to be a very good player because he uses his body to position himself to get the ball where he wants it to go to. And on that occasion, he knows that Josh Hazelwood's trying to tuck him up and not be able to free his hands with that pull shot. But he gets inside the line and then he's able to free his hands and beat that deep backward square leg fielder. So it's good use of his body to guide the ball into that gap.
Hazelwood again, away from us. Can he get it fuller to Chandapur? Got him out a couple of days ago. Oh, that's a nice hook shot. Gets it down again towards deep backward square. The second man's gone out, though. The sweeper, Travis Head, who collects it just inside the rope. But batting with some authority here, the left-hander.
Yeah, that was another exquisite shot. That deserved 4, but it was a brilliant piece of fielding from Travis Head. Once again, just getting on top of the bounce, keeping it down. Got a good piece of it, and then Travis Head fully outstretched in his left hand, his non-dominant hand. That was a brilliant piece of outfielding.
Sure was. Had to get that perfect, and he did. So the score's done for 22. Chandapur's off strike on 8, but looking to go through the gears. Brathwaite's turn. He's 13. Hazelwood to finish his over. Bowls here, it's full and pushed out towards mid-off. End of it. So the Windies none for 22 after 13. On the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Ask anyone. Ask your parents. Ask their parents. Ask your friends, your neighbours. Ask the person who cuts your hair. Ask any Victorian which home insurance they would have on the one day it really matters. There's a good chance they'll tell you about RACV Home Insurance, Victoria's market leader for home insurance. So ask anyone or search RACV Home Insurance to ask us. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMDs at racv.com.au. RACV earns commission as distributor. Products issued by IMA.
The middle session on this 4th day for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Adam Collins and Simon Katich on the call. Just quickly looking round the grounds to Rawalpindi. Pakistan have lost a wicket. They're 1 for 239. So that was Abdullah Shafiq out for 114. Imam Al-Haq, his 3rd century in a row at that ground. He's 119 currently. Line bowls, Chandapur's on 8. Round the wicket, gets forward in defence. So in that match so far, England have made 657 runs in 101 overs. And Pakistan have responded with 239 in 68. It's just as we left it.
Well, that young kid, Shafiq, I think he's going to become a very, very good test player as well. So between him and Babar Azam, they're going to have some serious top-order runs there.
Ball's 8. Lyon to him here. Forward beaten. First time we've seen real movement from Lyon in his brief spell. Chanderpaul wasn't completely committed to the defensive stroke.
Yeah, this is going to be the challenge for the left-hander, is that once it catches that seam and grips, the outside edge is in the game. He's trying to defend those stumps, but that one turned.
A slipper, silly point and a short leg. Lyon bowls. Chanderpaul better, smothering the spin. I think we're both on the record saying that we think Shafiq will make 10,000 test runs, aren't we?
Yeah, I've loved what I saw of him. Yeah, he's going to have his challenges away from Pakistan, but he looks like he's got a very solid technique. And he's just got to obviously adapt to playing in places like England and South Africa and Australia.
So Labuschagne moves from silly point to second slip. Lyon bowls and it's full, which means that Chanderpaul can turn it out to mid-wicket and get himself a single. And importantly, get himself off strike. He's 9, the Windies number 23.
Yeah, it's a really important shot to have as a left-hander to Nathan Lyon, to be able to still be prepared to go against the spin of the ball. And on that occasion, he just knocked that nicely into mid-wicket. Just relieves the pressure now. He's down the other end. Brathwaite's on strike. They're working as a pair, trying to nullify Nathan Lyon.
So Lyon with 2 balls left in the over. Now to the captain, Brathwaite. Goes forward, then just ends up playing it off the hip to short leg.
Come on, guys.
It's a text in on 043398 11 16. Dean says, what about Riley Meredith, Daniel Sams, Nathan Ellis, Mark Steckety, Jai Richardson? We picked up a couple of those on the way through, but yeah, Riley Meredith's an interesting one with that extra pace. He's been playing Shield cricket too. Lyon bowls to finish the over. We'll come back to this after the break. The Windies number 23 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers with Brathwaite 13 and Chanderpaul 9.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Our coverage for Host Plus, that's a plus. So, yeah, Riley Meredith with pace. Daniel Sams, of course, he's been in the T20 team, a little bit older. Nathan Ellis has barely played red ball cricket, only 3 games in the Sheffield Shield, but he's bowled fantastically well with the white ball.
Yeah, they're more white ball options, those two, but yeah, Meredith will definitely come into calculations.
Hazelwood to Chanderpaul on 9, gets forward to defend the first ball. We saw him take on a couple of short balls from Hazelwood in his previous over from our members end. Here one from Joel, one to watch, Jordan Buckingham, a future gun, Victoria. A Victorian playing in South Australia, lured over as a 19-year-old, tall, quick and great outswinger, looking to Bharat. Bharat's nodding his head. He's a good guide on these things, Kat.
Yeah, definitely.
Jordan Buckingham, one to watch, one for the list. As good as this crew have been, they won't be around forever. Hazelwood round the wicket. 2 slips in the gully. Chanderpaul on strike, and he beats him. Indeed, he pulls inside the line at the last moment. Looks like he's beaten him, but in the end, pretty good batting.
We better shut this conversation down, otherwise these boys will think we're trying to pension them off already. They're just coming into their primes. Particularly Cummins and Hazelwood and Stark are still, I think, still got a number of years left in them. Well, a lot depends on their bodies, but...
Well, Stark at 33 has had a long international career. He might be the first of the band to go. And then, yes, Cummins at 29. But, of course, didn't play for a lot in the first half of his 20s. And Hazelwood has had some injury concerns in the last 12 months, but it's not good. Went on the park as he is here, away from us. Bowls the channel. The wider of the crease, he leaves alone in that channel, just outside the off stump.
It's nicely bowled from Hazelwood. Very good length. But Chanderpaul was up to it. Got himself in a really strong position on the front foot just to let that go. And even though he's left the ball, it's still important to get yourself in a good position.
They've nearly gotten through an hour, the West Indies. Australia have 2 sessions today and 3 tomorrow. If they can finish it today, they'll get themselves a day off, but a long way to go. The Windies have started well. Hazelwood's got 2 back for the short ball. It will come at some stage. Fuller here, edging through the cord and 4 runs. It was green away to his right from gully. Went through about fourth slip. Chandapal moves to 12 with that boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. The Windies, none for 27.
Oh, and that's the trade-off he's got. He's got the extra man on the leg side at mid-wicket so he can come around the wicket and angle into the stumps. I think it was a no ball anyway, so it didn't matter.
Big no-y.
But that was beautifully bowled. Cameron Green tried to reel it in. It was just quick enough through the gap. And Chandapal will be disappointed with that. He just opened the face on it, and that was almost catching practice, just wide of green.
None for 28 with the no ball. Hazelwood goes again to Chandapal, who plays with softer hands out towards Marnus Labuschagne at cover, no single.
Yeah, he'd be happy with that. He's defended that ball a lot straighter. The previous one, he just opened the face, and that's asking for trouble on a quick bouncy wicket against someone like Josh Hazelwood. Got away with it, but he made amends next ball. Defended that one a much straighter to cover.
So Hazelwood just waits at the top of his mark. Wind blowing over his right shoulder. In here, round the wicket to Chandapal. Still a couple of slips, bowls here. He takes on the short ball, doesn't get much of it. It spills out between the two men in the deep. Mitchell Stark collects it from fine leg. Chandapal, 14, none for 29. A reminder that target, in theory at least, is 498. The Windies have said in their camp this morning, it was Jermaine Blackwood, the vice captain we had on the coverage, saying that, well, they're very happy to bat for 150 overs. As far as they're concerned, they're like, well, that's fine. The surface has got no demons in it. And they have, I mean, they've been outplayed through the test, but not for a lack of effort.
Yeah. No, they've stuck at it pretty well, considering. I just think they're lacking firepower with the ball, but what they did with the bat yesterday was impressive.
Batted for nearly 100 overs. Hazelwood, the finish is over. 3 slips now, bowls to Brathwaite, who drives out towards mid-off, where Labuschagne gets another touch. That'll be the end of the hour with drinks coming out onto the field. 15 overs gone, the Windies. None for 29, Brathwaite 13, Chandapal 14. And our drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. On the other side of it, Gerard Whateley coming in to replace me.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XGT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now, with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products, Makita, rule the outdoors.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The Adelaide 500 is back, and proud South Australian motorsport guru Richard Crail gave us his thoughts on Tailem Bend.
And anyone who knows South Australians knows that Adelaide's a 20-minute city, and if you're any further than 20 minutes out, you're in the country and it's hard work. So the bend is hard to get people to. It's a bit like Winton is to Melbourne.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash on the forehand cross course, he's done it. Ash Barty. Chalawan short for 3. He's striking them pure.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Rock and Tim Watson. Mornings with Ian Smith. Tim Gossage. This is Trackside.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Spun around, change of bowler. First ball beats the bat. Brathwaite, Hazelwood, 3 slips, bowls to Chandapal. Pulling, round the corner, boundary. Good shot, really good shot. Got inside the line, got him out a couple of days. Oh, that's a nice hook shot. Gets it down again towards deep backward square. Batting with some authority here to left hand. Come at some stage. Ball here, edging through the corner, 4 runs. It was green away to his right from gully. Went through about 4th slip.
We're at the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The West Indies have survived the first 15 overs of this second innings. None for 29. Brathwaite is 13. Chandapal is 14. And the West Indies have got a bit of a band in. It's terrific, Bharat. They've had their flags hanging over. You can actually tell us which flag is which. There's a posse of about 30 of them. They've got their drums and their bells and their instruments.
Yes, they have. And I can see 3 Trinidadian flags. Actually, quite a few Trinidadian flags. There's a Jamaican flag. There's a Barbados flag. Of course, a massive West Indian nation flag. Yeah, they have this... what sounds like the steel drum, but I don't think it is the steel drum, Gerard. But have a good atmosphere going, though I have no idea why they were singing feeling hot, hot, hot right now. That has nothing to do with the Caribbean, except you do feel hot when you go there. In more ways than one, but at least adding a true Caribbean feel to proceedings. Jason Holder did say it was us against the world. You don't expect anyone to show up to support us. I guess they can take some pride from it, and I guess they can also take a lot of pride from the way the openers have started once again.
Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Damian Fleming to join us in a few moments' time. Mitch Stark, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. Josh Hazelwood, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. Nathan Lyon, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. Pat Cummins has a thigh strain. Court awareness is the official term that's been used. He's not on the field. It's unlikely he will bowl in this innings. Steve Smith is captaining from first slip. 2 slips and 1 either side. Silly mid-off and short leg. Chanderpaul defends the first ball of Lions next over. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. So Nathan Lyon's going to have to do a lot. It becomes a curious proposition without Cummins, because we know Green's on restricted loads. So he'll be used sparingly and targeted. Chanderpaul forward and defending. So Stark and Hazelwood have to shoulder most of the pace work. And it does give extra context to the declaration to allow 5 sessions rather than probably 4. To win the test match. Chanderpaul blunting most of what Australia's done so far. He's on the back foot punching to cover. Greenfield's no run.
I think this is what they've done well, though, Gerard. They've not looked to play any aggressive shots, but they still look to score, which is so important when you are fighting for survival.
4 around the bat. Carey behind the stumps. Chanderpaul stays home and defends.
Come on, lads. And as a result, even those close-in fielders haven't been allowed to just get on top of them.
Bang, lads.
You're hearing a lot out on the field there. Khawaja told just to come up at mid-off. It's a well-pitched delivery that Chanderpaul meets and defends.
Lovely, guys. Sounded like Manas was asking Khawaja to come up and challenge Chanderpaul to clear him.
Yep.
I would be very surprised if Chanderpaul is going to take it on.
Lions bowling around the wicket at the moment. Chanderpaul waits, edges past Warner at second slip. It scurries away across the turf for a boundary. Smith is left applauding Nathan Lyon. That's the edge they're probing for. That's why there are 2 slips in place. The boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. The only runs from the over. None for 33. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XGT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now, with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products, Makita, rule the outdoors.
This middle session of play for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Hazelwood begins the new over. Brathwaite jumps and fends it down the leg side. It looks like Pat as it trickles down to fine leg. Stark heaves it in. No, a little bit of bat. Just enough to register a run. Brathwaite goes to 14. Damian Fleming, welcome back.
Gerard, Bharat, listeners, you can see Josh not happy with his landing area there. We know Mitchell Stark gets flustered a bit, and I saw him in the morning spending time with the groundsman, you know, potentially looking to get an old mallet out and maybe evening it, but Josh didn't land very well there. Frustrated, I called the previous over. I do not want a mid-wicket with Hazelwood around the wicket to Chanderpaul. He needs to be a catcher.
Tell us why in a moment. Chanderpaul waves inside the line as it passes to Carey.
One is when you're coming around the wicket as a right-hander to a left-handed batsman, you don't want to get too straight. It's so easy to hit through the leg side. I think you are trying to get them. It's going to be hard to get an LBW, so the main dismissal is probably caught behind the wicket. Also, it adds the incentive for them to try and whip through.
Yep.
And we saw a chance go through in the previous over. I thought they'd rectify it this one, but no, I'll be adding in another slip or gully.
Hazelwood's around the wicket, bowls. Chanderpaul on the move and then leaves.
And also, Chanderpaul's almost a compulsive hooker and puller, and Hazelwood's bowled 3 bounces at him, but none of them have been high enough, and all 3 have been actually at the body. He needs to get it outside his eye line and high, because then it's impossible to keep down. And we know it'd be a pretty big 6 to be able to take Hazelwood on in that area. But I'll be saving it up. I'll be bowling one every now and again because he takes it on.
Chanderpaul has seen 56 balls for his 18. Hazelwood bowls to him. Chanderpaul stands up, punches the ball forward of points. Lyon sets off in pursuit. They'll come back for 2. None for 36. This is a totally different proposition without Cummins, isn't it?
Yeah.
That changed things radically when we heard that news.
I'm not comfortable with it, if I'm honest.
Green on restricted duties.
Yeah.
2 quicks and Lyon. That's the battery.
Yep. Greeny's got 12 overs max, probably 10 in 3 spells.
So for the West Indies opening pair, if they could get this to 30 overs, they're at 17 at the moment. Chanderpaul's leaving outside the off stump.
And they can always try and see if Marnus Labuschagne has the same luck with the ball that he does with the bat. It's been his game so far. Double 100, 100. Trust me, he would have reminded Steve Smith of this at least 15 times.
Yeah, definitely.
15 overs we've seen.
If Marnus is bowling, we're obviously in trouble.
I was going to say the same.
And he's not a bad part-time leg spinner.
Yeah.
So the resistance at the top, and the West Indies know it. These are the 2 to bat time. Last ball of Hazelwood's 6th over. He bowls to Chanderpaul, who slices the ball out through backward points. Green sets off from the cordon. They have 2 as Green slides in. Hand goes up from Brathwaite. No, 2 will do. Chanderpaul moves to 22. None for 38 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Lyon bowling much earlier than would have been in the blueprint. But he is operating from the Langer end. He's bowling his 6th over. Brathwaite plays on the back foot, defends heads at
Nice one,
silly
guys. Nice one, guys.
point, silly mid-off, silly mid-off. Short leg is Labuschagne, leg slip is Warner. Smith captaining from first slip. Iron bowls over the wicket. Brathwaite back cutting. Deft touch. Great piece of fielding. Diving down to his left. Hazelwood saves runs.
Well done, Josh. Get your team a wicket there. Spoke to Nathan Lyon last night and I asked him what was the difference between this pitch and the previous 2, which he's dominated on. He just said it's just a bit slower.
He's bowling. Brathwaite clubs across the line. Out through mid-wicket for 4. He's lashed out the captain. That is a very stylish shot. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
Yeah, times when Craig Brathwaite turns into Carlos Brathwaite and tries to clear the infield. Doesn't happen very often and doesn't go as far as it does when Carlos Brathwaite hits them. We saw this in the first innings as well.
Brathwaite's on 18. And he drives along the ground down to long on as the follow-up.
Yeah, he doesn't sweep. It's just a swipe to mid-wicket. So that's his go-to shot when he wants to find a boundary. Not so sure about Chanderpaul against spin, you know, where his boundary shots are.
Yep.
You know, must really wait for the bad ball.
22 from 59 balls, Chanderpaul. Around the wicket comes Lyon to him, and he's leaving outside the off stump.
Oakes set deliveries, doesn't he? We saw in the previous over as well.
Oh, that was a horrible shot.
Yeah.
That was a tail-ender shot.
Deep backward square. It's the only man back. That's Hazelwood. Chanderpaul facing line. He's been past the outside edge. He lunged a long way forward.
Oh, bold.
Nice piece of spin. None for 43 at the end of the over. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. It's time for Cameron Green. That's how the locals felt. That's how the captain felt. So he's going to ping off a quota of his overs here. And he will have 4 slips in place. Can he shake him up? Green in, bowls into the pads of Brathwaite. He's taken away for a single first ball. Hazelwood fields, throws to the striker's end. To Kerry Gathers. A run added, none for 44.
Just going back to Nathan Lyon, Damian and Gerard. Just look at red ball cricket in the last few summers.
Doesn't really know where he's coming or going. New grey nickel chest pad, New Balance gloves. What bat's that?
Starkey, are you happy to mid wicket?
This guy.
Mid wicket. Starkey.
Lyon doing his own expert commentary.
Mate, he loves his cricket memorabilia. He loves it. He's eyeing that off, I believe. We've still got mid-wicket. No, catcher behind the wicket on the offside, please. Particularly with Green's bounce.
Yeah, 2 in the deep on the leg side. Chanderpaul faces up. Green digs it in. He swipes across the line down to head it backwards square along the ground.
Impulsive.
Yeah.
They haven't bowled one good bouncer yet.
Challenge the top edge. Just going back to Nathan Lyon, you go back to 2020, 2021, Sydney, Brisbane, we all know what happened there. India survived in Sydney, beat them in Brisbane. Last year, the only chance he had was in Sydney when Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad survived. Now this is a chance. I don't know whether it's playing on his head, but it could as this day wears on.
Green in, bowling to Brathwaite. Clips off the pads, forward of square. It's a bit of a chase in the deep. Harris gets around to cut it off. 2 for Brathwaite, none for 47.
Come on, Greenie. The tough thing when we talk about Cam Green is each ball is pure gold because we know we're not going to see much of it.
Yep.
And unfortunately, he's fallen away in his delivery stride and bowled 2 half volleys on leg stump to Brathwaite and then just an average bouncer to Chanderpaul.
Green over the wicket with Brathwaite to look at. He pitches that better and that jagged at the stumps maybe kept low. Brathwaite was off his feet by the time he squeezed it down to fine leg. A single, a gasp in the cordon. None for 48.
But with Nathan, I mean, that was certainly a criticism early in his career. So he must have had a stage where he went okay if we're just starting to bring it back up again. But I think that's also linked to the difficulties finger spinners have in Australia. You you know, if we put up comparative figures of Lyon at home versus every finger spinner in the opposition, there'd be horrible reading for the opposition, wouldn't it?
Chanderpaul faces up. He drives off an inside edge. It won't be hauled in by Green, but it does get fielded by Hazelwood. No run.
But I think he's had a couple of chances to win the game for Australia and hasn't gone on with it. But, you know, I see pitches like this, you know, you wouldn't say it's a raging turner. So, you know, really, he's just got to back himself and with a good record here as well.
Green sets in, bowls. Chanderpaul squeezes the ball down to backward square. All safely enough. 6 from the over. None for 49 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
How do you keep the romance alive in your relationship?
If you want romance in the evening, it starts in the morning with doing the dishes. It goes for the whole day.
The small things again, I think. It's the smile, the handhold, the doing the dishes occasionally means a lot.
It's often the little things that make a relationship better. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about keeping your love alive, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
The second session of day 4 here in Perth for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. None for 49, the West Indies. Chanderpaul's on 24. Lions around the wicket to him, and he's leaving tight to the off stump.
I don't know it, lads. Come on.
So Lyon is really working away on Chanderpaul. Beat the outside edge with the last ball of the previous over. Sliding that at the off stump.
Shots to the next place here. Come on.
They're crowded around the debutants. Lyon bowls and Chanderpaul keeps it down to Labuschagne and setting it off.
Come on, Gaza.
Just feel it oozing in around Chanderpaul.
I'm thinking about the incoming batsman who's going to come in under a lot of pressure, bowling pretty well, particularly Lyon.
Fears on the cusp, Lyon. He bowls and Chanderpaul is leaning forward and defending the ball past Labuschagne out to point.
Nice one, guys. Nice, guys. Come on, boys. We're close, lads. We're close here, lads.
Just that subtle change.
Come on, boys.
From Lyon.
Come on, Gary.
Excellent.
2 for 50, lads. Come on.
It's none for 49 at the moment. Chanderpaul stays at home. Blocks. At the back of the hand, Labuschagne disturbs the stumps, annoys everyone just a little bit further.
There was a hint of annoyance in the comments.
Guys.
Hyperactive kid. There's always one. Line to Chanderpaul. Oh, that leapt at him. He's kept it down near the top of the bat. Labuschagne collects on the bump.
It's something's got to go, as Ravi Shastri would have said.
Oh, boys.
It's building.
If Chanderpaul can't work out how to get off strike, Lyon is just coming at him and coming at him. And again he comes. Chanderpaul defends the ball to point to maiden over. None for 49 after 20 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
One of the all-time against the odds wins. Taken out of midair by the man with the golden hand.
Catch up on SEN-created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The Sounding Board.
Real adventures.
Trailblazers.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Cameron Green from our broadcast end begins his second over, the first without much threat. Brathwaite faces up, fends the ball off his hip, down to fine leg. Ticks over another single. None for 50 on the board for the West Indies.
Bowling very straight to Brathwaite. I'd like him just to adjust his line a little bit.
It's not the same fireworks he managed in the first innings.
Maybe just falling away a little bit. I mean, he's put so much work into his bowling. Matty Mason was the Western Australian fast bowling coach. I think he's the fast bowling coach for England women these days. So, you know, he knows his cues, Cam Green. I hope he's ticking them off in this spell.
He's around the wicket bowling to Chanderpaul, who clubs the ball out through extra cover. It's a neat bat stroke, and he'll just do enough to come back for a second. Labuschagne throws it in just for a little while. Brathwaite was labouring there. There was clearly two. All of a sudden you're thinking, geez, he's got a bit of ground to cover.
I love that from Marnus. I loved it. He was thinking run out, even though he couldn't see the batsman.
He's one of those fielders who has the ability to, as he's chasing the ball, turn around and quickly make up which end to throw it. He's rarely wrong.
None for 52. Chanderpaul plays a fluent cut stroke, but it's cut off by Lyon on the dive to his right.
One thing Pat Cummins did say yesterday, Flem, after the day's play in the press conference, is that one thing they've learned, say, even compared to that India tour of Australia, is to be patient, to not move too much from their plans. And just, he said, as a unit, we are so much calmer on the field when it comes to these situations, or even if there is a partnership on the board, like there is right now.
It's stubborn. Chanderpaul defends Green. Ball that was zeroing in on the stumps.
And being on those subcontinental tours, especially Pakistan, there's really not much on offer. They had to really price wickets out. I guess, given them that confidence, that belief that they can see it out.
Starks up at a catching mid-wicket. Two in the deep on the leg side. Chanderpaul defends the ball to the offside, goes with a stroke. Placed it to the vacancy at cover. And picks up one more. None for 53.
I just haven't seen a ball go to mid-wicket. I'm scared I keep saying it, so he'll obviously get a catch there
Yes,
at some stage, but no ball's gone there.
It's an odd... The catching mid-wicket's a weird position too.
I'd rather a catching cover.
Yeah.
If you're going to do that. But I still feel like it'll get squeezed. Also, I'm not sure if Cam Green's as comfortable around the wicket to Chanderpaul as Hazelwood and co are. If he's not, just stay over, angle the ball across.
Brathwaite is on 24. Green bowls to him, defends out of the stumps to finish the over. None for 53. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Ask anyone. Ask your parents. Ask their parents. Ask your friends, your neighbours. Ask the person who cuts your hair. Ask any Victorian which home insurance they would have on the one day it really matters. There's a good chance they'll tell you about RACV Home Insurance, Victoria's market leader for home insurance. So ask anyone or search RACV Home Insurance to ask us. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMDs at racv.com.au. RACV earns commission as distributor. Products issued by IMA.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. None for 53, the West Indies. Chanderpaul, 27 from 74 balls. Brathwaite, 24 from 53. The battle is Lyon versus Chanderpaul at the moment. Lyon's got him pinned down. He begins the new over. Chanderpaul leans forward, defends to Labuschagne. Silly mid-off, parries it to the keeper. No run.
Come on, guys. Just get a feeling this could be the over. If Chanderpaul faces all 6 balls, this could be the over.
Got to find a way to get himself off strike. Lyon whirring away. Bowls. Chanderpaul right forward. Bat pad tight together. Rolls it out the point. No run.
You're right, though, Flem. That seems to have missed. That ability to play spin gene seems to have not come down from Shiv Narayan to Tej Narayan yet.
And Gary.
Lyon off his half a dozen steps in and bowls, and Chanderpaul's got it all together. Right in front of him.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Chanderpaul scoring shots for his spin. I've written it down.
Yep.
And I've left space.
Come on, guys.
It's a blank wagon wheel so far.
Waiting. I was more thinking about his boundary, his release shot, but now I'm actually thinking, where does he actually get singles?
What's happened here? He's taken the helmet off. I wonder if a fly has disturbed him. He's going to take the gloves off. So an impromptu break in play. Do you need a break? Head to Mildura next long weekend.
just compose himself and reset. Brathwaite comes down to just settle him, make sure he's okay.
Something special, man, for a really good fixture.
He's got the little habit with the Velcro in his gloves. All got their own, don't they? Line bowls. Chanderpaul defends back down the pitch.
These two have got incredible powers of concentration, haven't they?
Go, guys.
Brathwaite's mission's about 100 overs. 98 in the first innings. Good start here. Chanderpaul's forward and defending the ball. Threatens the outside edge. Shane has a little jump at it. Passes the point, no run.
And the verbals do not mean a thing.
Come on, Nathan. Come on, Nathan.
Last ball of Lions over. Chanderpaul defends it again. A maiden, that with less threat than the previous. None for 53. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. Colos come in.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline, they know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe, they know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test Cricket by Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Adam Collins, Damian, Fleming, Bharat, Sundaresan with you on the call. 90 minutes down, 9 hours to go for the Windies if they'd have saved the Test match. Cameron Green away from us, starting his third over. On the way to Brathwaite, two slips in a gully. Down the leg side, helps himself to 4. Gets it fine, might be off the thigh pad. Either way, it is 4 runs to the West Indies. It is leg byes according to umpire Tucker. None for 57. Out boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston.
Yeah, his radar's just off. Cam Green, sensational in the first innings, but he is just angling the ball into the leg side. One thing is he hasn't tried short balls to Brathwaite. Sometimes they can get you through the crease when you bowl a good bouncer.
And it was more the other end yesterday, wasn't it? The Langer end where he was getting that prodigious bounce, Green. So that might be something for after tea. Green up to the crease here, bowls to Brathwaite, that's better. Full and straight and defended from the middle stump at 137 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, just keep replicating that. Let's hit splice hard. It's around 140 kilometres an hour.
This will be a question for you from earlier that we'll pick up from our conversation with Kat. Any fast bowlers you've seen around the country who you think will be part of the Australian setup for a long time when this group make way in a few years from now? Green up to the crease, bowls to Brathwaite, edging to second slip on the bounce. Good soft hands there from the captain. Stays at none for 57. But any young talent that you would think is likely to play a lot of Test cricket?
It was easy seeing these three and Pattinson. I know Paddo had a lot of injuries. Sure. But I reckon I called it before they played Test match cricket. Just because of their bowlology nature, tall, bouncy, accurate, swinging.
All the components.
They're ticking a lot of boxes.
Brathwaite's 24, now he's 25 with a single out towards mid-on. Nicely played.
If Cam Green didn't bat well, I'd be saying that's the leader of our attack for the next 10 years. But he's going to have to be always managed. But, yeah, just, I mean, Boland's the next in, but, you know, he's 33.
He might play next week.
So there's a lot of fine first-class bowlers around. I can't think of too many 20 to 23-year-olds that are dominating Shield cricket. They're more, you know, Steketty's, Neeser.
So Green now round the wicket to Chanderpaul. Again tries to take him on down the leg side, but it's too far away to catch up with it. Green. Carey does well.
West Australia have a lot of, you know, Jai Richardson, if he can have a run at it. He's in that age bracket. Lance Morris, slinger, pace. He'd be someone I'd go, you know, could he get the ball to reverse in subcontinent conditions? Yes. There's a young swing bowler in Victoria. He's not playing at the moment, but Mitch Perry. certainly England, New Zealand, South Africa.
Last ball of Green's over, round the wicket to Chandapal, bouncing, lets it go. Thought about having a flirt with it. Ended up watching it into the gloves of Carey, none for 58. At the end of the over on the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XGT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now, with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products, Makita, rule the outdoors.
Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price spike guarantee. Ian Bishop is jumping in for the rest of the session. Good afternoon, Bish.
Hello. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Damian. Hello to everyone. Again, the opening pair got stuck in, and certainly Chandapal has shown, I think, enough in this little journey to suggest what we're all thinking, and how does the West Indies keep that culture that will push him to continue to seek excellence, to keep players like him happy, the culture in the dressing room that encourages him to want to keep playing Test cricket.
Line bouncing in. Boxed in his Brathwaite. 4 close catches. Over the top he goes towards square leg where Cameron Green does the tidying up. But really went hard at it there, the captain. He's now 26 with that single, none for 59.
Chandapal's going to have surely easier opportunities in Test match cricket than playing at Optus Stadium against these quicks.
It'll go linear or down from here in terms of what's being asked.
But one thing's hard to coach is, sheer determination, persistence, backing your technique.
He's facing line here. Good scrap between the pair. Gets forward in defence down to silly point where Labuschagne does the fielding. It makes me wonder, given we've known about Chandapal for a while, I suppose, because he's his father's son. His name jumped out when he started playing domestic cricket. How it's taken so long for him to progress to the Test team. Let you ponder that Bish's line. Just waits at the top of his mark. He's got 2 slips to silly point and a short leg in close. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Chandapal forward defending just behind the point, no run.
No, it doesn't take any pondering, really. He made his debut at 2013, I think. They're going back there. And he didn't really have an outstanding season. He scored 100, I think, in 2018, 1 in 2019. And just 2 before this year, where he's racked up, 4 or 5.
Line here. Bowls again to Chandapal, who leaves alone, watching it into Carey's gloves. Extra bounce from line there.
So you're talking about a guy who was averaging late 20s, maybe early 30s. So I think it's obvious perhaps why. But, which is when I want to throw out the point to both of you, the eye test versus statistics.
That's right. Cricket's not played on spreadsheets after all. Lion bowls and Chandapal is well forward. Nice defensive technique. Soft hands out to backward point.
And at least 2 people, and a third that spoke to me this morning, 2 people over the years, and a third that spoke to me this morning, said that certain people were suggesting he should have played in the West Indies team. Guys from within the team 3-4 years ago. Even with an average that is mid or late 20s, they saw something.
Line here, last ball of his over. Chandapal again with soft hands, this time to silly point. Playing well against the off spin at the moment. None for 59. The West Indies on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash on the forehand, cross course, he's done it. Ash Barty. Jalawala Shaw for 3. He's striking the pure.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Rock and Tim Watson. Mornings with Ian Smith. Tim Gossage. This is Trackside.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Our middle session on SEN Test Cricket is for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Adam Collins with Fleming, Bish and Cameron Green away from us, starting his 4th over. The Windies 439 away from their target. Bowls here and Brathwaite gets big on him. Hand off the bat when defending into the onside, no run. Bish, please continue about the journey of Chandapal.
Yeah, so, I mean, he scored 400 or 500 this year, and he might not have been here. He might not have been here had John Campbell not committed the indiscretion. So what I'm saying is, look, it's a former captain of this team who had said a few years ago, that kid, and I heard it, and I thought, nah, man, come on, he's averaging 25. I've looked at him on the stream and stuff, and he bats time. He really does bat time, but not averaging 25. But those guys saw something that was more than the numbers to suggest if we give him 2 years at this level, he's shown that character, that ticker that you talked about, he could make it. So that's why being a selector is more than just looking up cricket info databases.
Yep, spot on. Green bowls here to Brathwaite, who punches off the back foot but doesn't beat Harris, the sub. Jumping around from backward points, saved at least a couple there.
Yeah, I like the eye test for selection, and that's what you want from past players. How you measure that, I don't know, but a selection panel that they can pick talent. They can pick something they think that can go better at the next level. And the other one I do like, and there's not enough of it, is peer opinions. They know they're playing against these guys.
Slow clap for Green as he gets to the crease and bowls to Brathwaite, who defends. Well bowled and well played.
Can I just quickly lead you down the road still further and for you to continue? The guy at the other end, Craig Brathwaite, debuted in first-class cricket as a 16-year-old. Made the West Indies team in 2011 as a 19-year-old. And when he was selected, Otis Gibson was like, I thought, really? He came in, he got a few scores and then got dropped. But look where he is today. He's the one holding the fort for opening batsmen and for the leadership of the team.
Doing it the old-fashioned way here, Brathwaite. Facing his 60-second delivery, it's a short one. Ducks it early, through to the gloves of Carey. Again, well played.
But, in Australia, no doubt we're going to need some new openers in the near future. You hope they're talking to the opening bowlers around Australia and going, who do you rate? Why do you rate them? Who can make the next step?
Well, they've named that CA11, haven't they, to play South Africa, which includes Henry Hunt, which is noteworthy.
Yep. But I'd assume Renshaw and Bancroft, their names are going to be thrown around.
Green here again to Brathwaite, takes it off his hip into the onside, no single.
And often players are better the second or third time around if they get back.
There were two young kids I saw at the 2020 and the 19 World Cup, and I'm not saying they're opening batters, but they sort of caught my eye. Fraser McGurk and Ollie Davies.
Yep.
And I've wondered for the 2 years since how they've been progressing.
Both attacking stroke players have found the jump tough.
Green to complete his fourth over. Bowls to Brathwaite, who plays away from his body through the gully, down towards the rope and gets himself another boundary. So Brathwaite to 30 at the end of the over. The Windies number 63. Our boundaries for Rotterflex by Blunston. And that moves Brathwaite to 30. Chanderpaul 27. Our coverage is for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Imagine the thought of innovation at your fingertips, accelerating with efficiency and power. Imagine a bold, striking design with the comfort and confidence of advanced safety tech. Imagine where you could go in a Hyundai SUV. An SUV range with enough style, tech, and performance to turn your imagination into reality. So if you're thinking SUV, think Hyundai SUV. Discover yours at hyundai.com.au.
5 boundaries in the session for the West Indies. All our numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Nathan Lyon bowling with 4 catching men. 2 slips, a silly point and a short leg. Here to Chanderpaul, the left-hander. Throws his front pad forward before shouldering arms.
The test for the Australians will be now with their bowling workloads. Green's bowled his 4th. We'll find out whether he's going to bowl as much as possible to help us win this test match.
Well, Cummins will have to come back on the ground to field for a fair while before he can bowl. So in terms of where Green fits in, as Lyon bowls another delivery to Chanderpaul and defence.
Yes, lads. Nice, guys. Come, boys.
I heard the us come out there.
Next 3 gets shot, guys. Come on.
Lyon back to the top of his mark. Just being held here. Some patrons are being moved from one bay to the next. In the eye line of Chanderpaul. Goes again here. Chanderpaul defending. Sorry, Flynn, I cut you off a moment ago. But
No, I just forgot what I was going to say. You cut me off and then just...
That's what I like.
Yeah.
After you said us, the us came out, how to help us win.
Yeah.
What I was going to say
Bang, bang, you, mate.
Why not?
The extra workload for Green in the absence of Pat Cummins, which we haven't reflected on for a little while. He's not on the field at the moment. Lyon bowls and Chanderpaul defends. If Cummins is to bowl, he'll need to be on the field for the same time that he's been off before he can bowl again.
But I was just saying that let's see what their plan is. If he bowls another over, it means he's going to bowl to help Australia win. And if it comes off, it'll obviously be that 10 to 12 overs, and they've just got to maximise those short spells.
So now 4 catches on the offside, 2 silly points and 2 slips. Unusual field. Line bowls round the wicket. Chanderpaul plays it straight to the squarer of the 2 silly points.
Nice, mate.
But it went though under 19s. We've actually got a couple of younger ones, haven't we? Whateley from Western Australia and Callaway from Victoria. They're both progressing well. I think Callaway's in that second 11.
Yeah, so's Whateley. They're both in. Line bowls, leaving alone for the second time in the over is Chanderpaul close to the off stump. Extra bounce from line. He's bowled 10 overs, done for 15. Brathwaite 30. He's the leading run scorer in the session for Victoria Police, made for more. And there has been no wicket taker as yet. But there for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed the boundaries. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. We're going to say goodbye to Flem. Catch up in the final session. Ian Bishop with me to see it out. We've got 15 minutes until the short break.
It looks like there's a lot.
And when we get to the tea break, it'll be for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Now, this is interesting. Looks like it's going to be a change of bowler, Bish. Marnus Labuschagne, but he isn't going to be bowling leg spin. Marnus Labuschagne, as he did a little bit in county cricket this year, is going to bowl some medium pace. This will be fun. So Labuschagne did bowl medium pace in Pakistan as well when trying to get some reverse swing. He's been working on this. Away from us. 2 slips in the gully. Into Brathwaite. Close to tee. Round the corner. First ball tucked away. Easy enough. He's 31. None for 64. Always wants to be in the game, Marnus Labuschagne. Bowling spin, that short leg.
That's a good thing, isn't it? Because, I mean, I can think of one superpower of the game who would give anything to have batters who bowl, whether it's slow bowling, whether it's medium pace, in order to sort of supplement their team. So to see batters still winning to be a part-time bowling option in a team, to me, is complimentary.
And one of only 3 Australians to complete a double and a century in the same test today, Labuschagne. Bowls here, right arm over the wicket with his medium pace defended. Out into the offside by Chanderpaul, no run.
Good. Front foot check. It's a no ball.
Front foot no ball. Called retrospectively by the third umpire, Kumar Dharmasena, for biz cover. Business insurance made easy. Ooh, close. None for 65. Goes again. 2 slips for Labuschagne. Back of a length, and Chanderpaul wants to thrash it, but ends up spilling out into the offside. No run. 115 kilometres an hour, if you're wondering how quick Labuschagne is. Sort of reminded of Jermaine Blackwood's comment before play today, saying we can bat 150 overs. They believe they can. I guess that's the first step, isn't it? Sort of convincing themselves that they can pull off something special here. No wickets so far. Labuschagne, just 1 slip now, catching cover, dead straight and defended by Chanderpaul back down the pitch.
Yeah, and those are little baby steps of improvement that I've seen in this team along the way. The challenge for lower-ranked teams, though, is that when it starts falling, is a snowball effect, and that's what you've got to try to avoid, like the 6 or 7 that fell so quickly in the first innings. Those collapses against relentless bowling have been a problem for lower-ranked member nations, but Cummins out of the attack here for now is a little...
Labuschagne delivers, and he beats Chanderpaul outside the off-stump. Extra pace as well from the Queenslander. He enjoyed that.
Nice carry, but that's all it was. Played inside the line. It's an extra incentive to continue wearing the Australian attack down.
Yeah, watching it back, he did just pull the blade. Well, maybe he played at it and gave the impression he pulled inside the line. Either way, through to the gloves of Carey.
It was something.
Labuschagne was into it. Could become a handy partnership breaker with this stuff if it's all right. Labuschagne bowls again, and Chanderpaul plays with a nice straight blade back down the pitch. And of course, coming to the end of the Phil Simmons tenure as coach, I suppose there'd be a a sense of them wanting to see him out on a high note. And if they can bat all the way through tomorrow, it's a long, long way to go, of course, but that would be laying a real marker about what they're all about.
I look at it the other way, actually. What can he do for them to say, I'm leaving on this note?
Labuschagne finishes over, and Chanderpaul, Fuller, but pushing out to cover. Just the no ball from the Labuschagne over. None for 65. We have 11 minutes until the tea interval. Our apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. I've got Ian Bishop with me on commentary through to that juncture. So what can Phil Simmons do for them on the way out?
Yeah, because I suppose, look, I know Phil very well. He was like one of my very early days in any sort of formative cricket. Was encouraged by him, and he's obviously older than I am, and he's that type of, always been a captain or coach that certain guys in the team would give the shirt off their back. So he'll be thinking, as I leave the scene here, how can I leave a legacy in this Australia series of making sure that I show that these guys can fight in overseas conditions?
Lyon staying round the wicket. Langer end bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets forward and defends and bisects the two close infielders, but no single to backward square leg. What do you expect Phil Simmons will do next?
He'll be on the T20 circuit somewhere for now. But his real passion is international cricket.
Lyon bouncing in, Langer end, delivers to Brathwaite round the wicket, once more defended, straight back down the pitch.
He wanted to sweep, and I heard it through the Stumps Effects microphone. He wanted to pelt that little wipe that he does down to deep square leg or deep mid-wicket, but there's a deep forward square as opposed to backward square now, and a long on who has been there for some time, so he has to be careful.
Yeah, Holder caught in the trap yesterday, didn't he? Lyon at an important time on this angle, bowls to Brathwaite, does sweep, does get it fine enough for 4, well played. Committed to the shot early. Perfect execution. Brathwaite to 35. The Windies none for 69. We're 9 minutes away from tea.
That's a part of his game that has evolved, because there are a lot of conversations, not least with someone like Desmond Haynes, who is also chief selector now. But for many years, how can he put pressure back on certain bowlers and bowling groups? Because being stodgy is one thing, but he has learned that I need to also be able to apply pressure.
His third boundary. Facing again, Nathan Lyon gets back in the crease and defends to the man at short leg, Travis Head.
Nice, Gary.
He's so far the player of the session, Craig Brathwaite, thanks to Big Lee. Still 2 catching men on the leg side, plus a slip. Lyon delivers, Brathwaite gets forward and drives nicely down the ground through the vacant mid-off region towards the rope, and it'll be a second 4 in the over. So a sweep, then the drive. Nathan Lyon up against it here against the Windies captain. They're none for 73. He's 39.
Yeah, it's a good shot. The offside isn't his strength, particularly driving, maybe cutting, because Brathwaite is always has been a bottom hand dominant batter. That's why his little lofts against Nathan Lyon have always gone mid-wicket or backward square. But to see him driving in recent times a little bit more fluently off pace and spin down the offside shows a lot of diligence and hard work being put into his game.
This pair put on 78 in the first innings. They're none for 73 at the moment. Line to finish. To Brathwaite again. Extra mid-wicket in position, and that's where he places it. To end the over, he's faced 71 deliveries for his 39. Chanderpaul is on 27 down the other end. They'll get 2 more overs in before tea. None for 73. All our numbers and facts on our coverage for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. And the Australian fielders are yet to get a chance to get their snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. No catches in the session. We were saying before you came on, it'll be interesting to see if Cummins doesn't bowl, how they might manage this situation with 2 frontline seamers plus Green, who typically hasn't been bowled for huge overs in Test cricket. They see him as naturally a precious resource. He's to be dealt with care, which means, I suppose, why we're seeing Labuschagne at the moment. But yes, the dynamic might change tomorrow. Cummins off with a quad strain, according to Cricket Australia. Here is Labuschagne, his second over of medium pace to Chanderpaul. Bouncer gets underneath it. The crowd love that. Marnus loves it too. 128 kilometres an hour. Wow.
That's okay. Steve Waugh used to bowl at the same pace and bowl a few of those. He got Carl Hooper out a couple of times, and Carl is in the commentary box right now. But there was that deep backward square and that fine leg since the previous over Marnus bowled. And I was tempted to say, watch out for the slow, loopy, medium pace short ball that gets high.
So it's Labuschagne, crowd behind him, bowls to Chanderpaul. That's Fuller and defended back down the pitch, no run. Back to 118 kilometres an hour. So,
yeah, just to your point, I think I'd mentioned it here before, the test match that we played here in '96, that hot test match that got up to 45 degrees, and Courtney Ward strained his thigh in the first innings, only bowled a few overs, and Ambrose and myself and Phil Simmons, ironically, along with Carl Hooper, had to carry the load.
It's Labuschagne here to Chanderpaul, who leaves alone.
And we had to do it a lot in the heat without Courtney, right? And you just put your hand up and say, I want to be the hero. Now, that was the first innings. Courtney ended up coming back in the second innings and getting a 5-wicket haul. No ball.
Another no ball, retrospectively called, none for 74.
But you have to be prepared to say, and I know it's a different time, load management, with Nathan Lyon, with Green, with Marnus Labuschagne, and then the front line bowlers, who's going to be the hero when we're one short?
Labuschagne slipping a gully to Chanderpaul, who defends once more. Yes, it will make for an interesting part of tomorrow. I mean, Nathan Lyon being the
Oh, we're going into tomorrow. Because, well, I mean, is that a confession, a prophecy that we will be back here tomorrow?
Call it an article of faith. I want the Windies to push hard.
I like that. We like that.
Take it all the way to the line. Make it hard for the Australians here. Labuschagne bowls. Back of a length. Taking on the short ball is Chanderpaul down towards fine leg. Trickling towards fine leg. He's 28, none for 75.
Because as I walked from the ground yesterday, and I was walking back to the hotel across the valleys, the land flow, some folks walked past me. I think they work at the ground, and I could hear one of the ladies saying to the gentleman, "Oh God, I hope we don't have to come back here on day 5." And they saw me, and then they looked over to me and said, "Mr. Bishop, let's ask him, will we be back here tomorrow?" So my thing, obviously, you know where I went.
Naturally.
So to hear you say it, I'm filled with confidence.
I'm into it. Here's Labuschagne bowling to the captain, Brathwaite, driving straight of the man at mid-on. That's Josh Hazlewood. They get a single. Well played. Brathwaite into the 40s, none for 76. One ball left. Make that 2 balls left in the Labuschagne over because of the no ball. Another no ball. That's his 3rd overstep in the space of an over and a half watching it back. Yep, comfortably over the line, so none for 77. I don't think that view would be a minority opinion. I think most Australian cricket fans want to see the Windies push Australia hard here. Labuschagne over the wicket, defended by Chanderpaul, back down the pitch.
No, look, as a West Indian, obviously when I'm in commentary like anyone else, you're giving a West Indian perspective. You're not being a flag waver for the West Indies, and similarly for Australia. And we were so heartened that I think a lot of Australians and West Indians were heartened by the opening partnership at the end of day 2 of the test match. Suddenly it felt alive.
Labuschagne to finish. Short ball. Chanderpaul takes it on in front of square. Big gap at mid-wicket. There'll be at least 3 there. Nathan Lyon does the tidying up. So Chanderpaul into the 30s. He's 31. The partnership's up to 80 at the end of the over. We'll get 1 more in before tea. Brathwaite down the other end on 40.
But I want to go back to the point, and look, I wish I were a benefactor, or I wish I had the money to be a dictator, because one of the things I often hear, no, I'm serious about this one. One of the things I often hear and one of the things I often experience was the guys coming into the West Indies team, and suddenly they're not winning as much, and the culture becomes toxic. And guys don't enjoy. They have these dreams of playing for your nation. Then you come into your team and, God, I don't want to be here. I would love to take over the team and say, I'm isolating this test team, these 15 guys, or maybe find a few more and say, we're keeping you together in spite of the whatever politics plays outside of the team, led by this guy, Brathwaite. For the next few years, are we creating our own culture? How can I get Chanderpaul to enjoy his journey in this team as an obviously talented young player? How can I protect him from any toxicity or insularity outside?
Line starts last over before tea. Chanderpaul clips wide of the man at mid-on. He'll get a boundary for that. Runs into the rope now. Chanderpaul up to 35. He's batted so nicely here. The Windies, none for 84. All our numbers for Laurinix Cleaning. Google Laurinix Cleaning today. Minimum of fuss, good technique.
Yeah, against spin, he played one against Lyon today that bounced just a little bit, and from all angles you could see him softening the hands. We know he's playing fast bowling well, showing great skill and character.
Lyon's got 4 catches round the bat, including 2 slips to Chanderpaul, who lunges forward and defends down to Travis Head at silly point. No concerns there. So the key is, how do they find a way to keep this group together?
Yeah, and that's why, if I were a benefactor,
Come on, boys.
isolate them from
Come on,
everything in West Indies cricket.
Let's find the benefactor. That's the task. Let's find someone to bankroll this thing.
My dream.
Lyon bowls and Chanderpaul gets forward again. The carbon copy of the ball that came before it. I mean, there must be a lot of people in West Indies cricket, without being too simplistic here, who would share your view. And it's about trying to find a way to funnel the money where it needs to be to make it possible.
Come on, boys. Come on, guys.
But of course, as you've discussed on our coverage already, there are so many competing interests now with short-form cricket. Chanderpaul, 35. He's faced 109 balls. Forward again. He's just got Lyon bowling in the same spot. He's able to get down the track and defend the silly point time and time again without any risk at all, smothering the spin.
And he hasn't used his feet much, which surprises me for one coming from Ghana. His dad uses his feet quite a lot. He's just defended from the crease effectively. 2 balls until tea. Lyon bowls and Chanderpaul looks to drive out towards mid-off. Well played. Both he and Brathwaite are players of the session, thanks to Bingley. Last ball of it here. The calls are, come on, Gary. Trying to fire up Nathan Lyon. Last ball of the session. Wicketless so far to Chanderpaul, and it'll remain wicketless. Defending again out towards the offside. The Windies have been set a target of 498, but a task of batting 5 sessions. 1 down, 4 to go. None for 81. Brathwaite, the captain, 40 from 72 balls. Chanderpaul, 35 from 112 deliveries. Yes, Australia are without Pat Cummins for the time being with that thigh strain, but I'll tell you what, they've batted with serious application across the last 2 hours here, Bishop. And when you consider that they put on 78 in the first innings, 81 not out here, showing requisite patience. Young Chanderpaul has at times been aggressive, and then it has flowed from Craig Brathwaite as well. So an opening partnership, and the dynamic, the understanding between the two, the likeness to want to bat together, and the communication is admirable. And what West Indian fans will be hoping is that this temperament, this character feeds down the rest of the batting lineup, because, as I said before, you don't want it to be cards falling over if and when the opening pair is dismissed. 5 bowlers used for Australia: Mitchell Starc, Josh Hazlewood, Nathan Lyon, Cameron Green and Marnus Labuschagne, all wicketless so far. So the Windies, their target, again, 498, none for 84 at the tea interval for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. We'll take a break. On the other side of it, Gerard Whateley will have Bharat Sundaresan. Slips, bowls to Chanderpaul. Pulling round the corner, boundary. Good shot, really good shot. Got inside the line, come at some stage. Look here, edging through the chord, 4 runs. It was Green away to his right from gully, went through about 4th slip. Get out the moment.
Waits edges past Warner at 2nd slip. It scurries away across the turf for a boundary. He's bowling. Clubs across the line, out through mid-wicket for 4. He's lashed out the captain. That's a very stylish shot.
Green to complete his 4th over. Bowls to Brathwaite, who plays away from his body through the gully, down towards the rope, and gets himself another boundary. Important time on this angle. Bowls to Brathwaite, does sweep, does get it fine enough for 4. Well played. Committed to the shot early. Perfect execution. Line delivers. Brathwaite gets forward and drives nicely down the ground through the vacant mid-off region towards the rope, and it'll be a 2nd 4 in the over.
The tea break. The Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
The West Indies were faced with 5 sessions to save the Test match. They have successfully navigated the first of those. 30 overs down, none for 84. Brathwaite is 40, Chanderpaul is 35. More significantly, Brathwaite's faced 72 balls and Chanderpaul has faced 112 balls. And Australia without Pat Cummins have quite the substantial task on their hands all of a sudden. This is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. You can correspond 0433 98 11 16 on the Tyre Power text.
Bharat Sundaresan is in place. He's part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bharat, that was a very convincing session from the West Indies openers.
Yeah, went very different to that second evening where once again they put on a stand. But if you go back then, Gerard, ball beat bat a lot. It was more about survival. Today they've looked completely at ease. And like you just said there in the lead up, not having Pat Cummins on the field, suddenly shows up, doesn't it? He just 30 overs into this innings. You're like, okay, but who's going to come in and just break things open? No Pat Cummins, no breaking through.
So this pair batted together, as you referenced, 26 overs in that first innings, 78 runs. This time 30 overs and 84 runs. The difference in the characteristic is absolutely right. So the bowling figures, there's a real task for Steve Smith as how to manipulate that, and the fact that Marnus Labuschagne is bowling medium pace, which is probably just overstating things a fraction, tells you that. So Stark 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. Hazelwood 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19. Green 4 overs, no maiden, none for 15. So Lyons had to bowl most of the session, 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 27, and Labuschagne at the end, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 9. And it's a really tricky puzzle to put together.
Yeah, and that's the issue for Steve Smith as vice captain of this side. Every time, or the occasional opportunity he will get to lead this side, it will be without Pat Cummins.
Yes,
and that's
right.
such a huge difference. And I was just looking at the scorecard from last year. The last time he had to do that in Adelaide, that was the entire test match.
Yep.
You remember England had to bat out a day and a half to save the test, and they stretched it. It was against the pink ball, yes. It was only late at night on the 5th day that Australia won. Josh Butler batted for over 200 balls. I just pulled up that scorecard. It took them 113.1 overs to see off that English side.
Yes.
Not a very strong English side as well, with the pink ball. And it took Jai Richardson to really bowl out of his skin to win them that game. So this is not going to be straightforward. Though having said that, we were discussing this off air. The thing with this West Indies team is we've seen it with bat and ball. They're good enough to have one good session. Can they back it up? Can they follow it up? If they can, then they can actually put a lot of pressure on this Australian side going into day 5.
I think the most intriguing phase of that session was Lyon bowling to Chanderpaul. And I'm just nerdy enough to go through and do all of it. So 49 balls, 46 dots. 3 scores. One was a well-taken single to mid-wicket. One was a lovely on-drive in that last over for 4. And the other was that streaky edge where he was nearly caught by Warner down for 4. So you would say 1 good boundary and 1 good single. So that's the test for Chanderpaul is he survived 49 balls and he did look more sound as he went along, but doesn't have a scoring method against Lyon.
Certain genes skip a generation, don't they?
Yes.
And I think at least when it comes to rotating the strike of the spinners, that he hasn't really got it from his dad. Maybe the first 9 years he didn't spend with his dad. That's where he lost it. But the one thing is he's shown so much heart, so much fight to be in there, which is so promising. And you can see Ian Bishop just bouncing up and down every time he walks into the box and he sees Chanderpaul do what he's done. So he survived against him, but you're right. Every time Nathan Lyon has bowled at him, it looked like something's going to happen, but it hasn't happened. And just another nod to how well West Indies have survived in this test so far, Gerard. If you go back 2 years when India did so well, one of the reasons they did so well was their test team got 1 entire month to acclimatize to these conditions. It's become very rare in world cricket. But you look at this West Indies side, because they were knocked out so early, Phil Simmons and the coaching group got the test players in early. They played 2 warm-up games. And that is showing in this test, at least so far, so good with the bat.
So they were set tangible tasks by their captain to bat 100 overs in each innings and to play 10 days of test cricket. So they got 98 in the first innings, they're 30 without loss, and they're going to see day 5 in Perth. So I really liked the way that he set those planks, and his team is aspiring to do it. Questions come through. Why is Cummins not subbed out? It's not how Test cricket works. It's only concussion. Yes. Can he be subbed out and replaced? If you're injured, you're injured.
COVID, another one. Yes. I don't know whether it still stands. Does COVID exist anymore?
I think you play with COVID now.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think you could be subbed out. But it's a thigh strain. Quad awareness is how it's been described. So he's not going to bowl in the remainder of this test match. I think that's quite clear, and what it means for Adelaide we will find out. Just give me do a bit of fortune telling. What's going to happen in this last session?
Unless a Mitchell Starc comes in and breaks open this partnership, I actually see West Indies dragging this game out, because there are a lot of other batters in this side who can do what these two are doing. There's Brooks, who's got a very strong technique, slightly more aggressive than these two. Roston Chase down at number 8 can do it. Joshua Da Silva, was knocked over Mitchell Starc with the second new ball, but he's got that grit and determination. And I just have a sneaky little feeling they're going to drag it out. And without Cummins, a lot of pressure on Steve Smith to, manipulate the bowling. Manas has got his way and got some medium pace overs out of the way. But I think the pressure is going to come on Nathan Lyon. It has to be his game from here.
All right, Sundaresan with us in the tea break. An update from the Great Ocean Road Beach Volley Fest in Torquay. Australians Tom Hodges and Zach Schubert are about to take their place in the men's final. It's at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. The women's final will be an all-American affair after Australian Olympic silver medalists Clancy and Artacho del Sola lost their semi-final last night. They're currently 8-15 down in the third place playoff. So that is the update from the Great Ocean Road Beach Volley Fest in Torquay. Cam Green's just out doing some work at the tea break. He didn't bowl the way that he had done previously in that session. So he's doing a bit of tuning up to see where he gets to. SEN Test Cricket, the tea break. Right, we'll reset. The West Indies, none for 84.
The third session.
7,500 in at Perth Stadium on a Saturday afternoon. Australia set it up with a blistering opening session. 1 for 153 they put up, declaring 2 for 182. Marnus Labuschagne 104. And it was sort of all set in that very Australian way to roll through. But then we learnt that Pat Cummins couldn't take the field with a thigh strain or quad awareness, take your pick. He wasn't part of that 2 hours, and the West Indies have defied Australia stubbornly and with good aplomb. None for 84 after 30 overs. Brathwaite is 40, Chanderpaul is 35, and there's some toiling to be done. Gerard Whateley with you on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. The notional target is 498. It's about surviving 5 sessions and thwarting Australia for the West Indies. Peter Lawler, the chief cricket writer from The Australian, is by my side, and the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Peter, welcome.
I always feel like I'm in the wrong chair when you say the experts chair. Anyway, hi, Gerard.
How interesting.
Can you see a Pat Cummins emerge after the break there? No, there's no Pat Cummins, is
he
there?
Won't bowl again in this test match.
No. Or even field.
And chances are he won't play in Adelaide, but that's just my intuition rather than anything that we've been told. How interesting. Starc is going to begin from the broadcast end. Brathwaite is on 40. The West Indies skipper has the strike. Starc around the wicket. Brathwaite jams down, knocks it to gully. They're asking whether that's on the full and a catch. I heard the umpire say, I don't think he's out, but they will check this to see if it's a bump ball or whether it's one of those ones that's spliced up to green in the gully. Umpires will come together first. Umpire Tucker is the standing umpire at this end, and it gets referred to the television umpire for biz cover, business insurance.
Director, we have a fair catch, and can you check the bump, the ball bump, the ball, please?
Yep, here we go. The bump. We've got to check the bump.
Let's have a look, Pete.
Here we go.
Once more, please. I'm satisfied ball has bounced, so I made my decision.
That'll come up as not out. So just a ripple at the start of the session. No one was really quite sure. It was a polite inquiry. You heard umpire Tucker say, I don't think it's out, and he was proven correct.
And it didn't look out either, did it?
No.
But we're a hell of a long way from there.
That's right. A Those ones are very hard to tell when it all seems rather simultaneous. What I do know is Craig Brathwaite was totally unfazed, but that's sort of his demeanour. He stares down at Stark and he keeps the Yorker out. The Cummins absence is just gaping. It just changes everything. Not just the action, but the patterns of who bowls when, and with Green on restricted duties, and just when we're hailing him as an all-time great.
Well, didn't Pat say before the Test match that he thought that Green could bowl 30 overs in an innings if needed? But, gee, that's the last thing you want to do in the first match of a series. A series of 15 Test matches in 7 months.
That's right. Stark is in, and he's bowling to Brathwaite, who defends the ball from the off stump out to point, no run.
Well, we're kind of back where we were exactly this time yesterday,
Yes,
Gerard.
yes.
Yeah. A bit anxious about where the wickets are going to come from.
Yep.
I'm a little bit more anxious now, particularly given the record of Craig. Gee, I had to struggle with the I in Craig Brathwaite.
Yes.
Where is it? It's up in the front, isn't it? It's Craig Brathwaite, not Craig Brathwaite.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's that I. There's no I in Brathwaite, but there is one in Craig. Yes.
It is all very counterintuitive. He has the strike. Brathwaite, Stark bowls to him. He's driving out to cover, no run.
I got in trouble from the subs last night because I had an each-way bet.
You put it in both?
Well, yeah, I went one way and then I went the other.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right. I rather like that. Where are the wickets coming from?
Patience.
Patience, that's
Patience.
it. You have
They come
been
from
preaching.
patience. They
Yeah.
came from patience yesterday.
Yes.
Let's just watch.
You have been preaching patience to me throughout this Test match. Stark trying to rattle Brathwaite. Full toss, squeezed out. Point fields, no run.
I mean, I don't think many people thought this Test match would go into the fifth day, but at this stage, it looks like it might even go deep into the fifth day, but we're getting well ahead of ourselves.
It's the best part of sport, bit of forecasting.
I've been looking at this Craig Brathwaite. He's the man for this situation, Gerard.
Oh, my word, he is.
Oh, dear, is he the man for this situation?
Stark looking to unseat him. Last ball of this over. Brathwaite down the leg side. Had a little flare at it. It's through to Carey untouched. A maiden to start the session on the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to mate mobile. None for 84.
In March this year, England were in the West Indies and England declared on 507 in the first innings. And I think everyone pretty much thought that it was a done deal, that Test match. Enter the captain, Brathwaite, who scored 160 from 489 deliveries and 710 minutes
yes.
in the first innings. But he's not finished yet.
Yes.
Comes back in the final innings when they need 282 to win, but that's going to be a bit difficult. And he bats for another 184 balls and 245 minutes. Now, if my maths is correct, that's 955 minutes of batting in a Test match. It's 15 out. It's the third longest time at the crease by any batsman in the history of the game.
Cam Green has been handed the ball at the start of the session at the Langer end. He bowls. Chanderpaul swings him down into the deep. There's three in the deep on the leg side. It's across the turf to square and a single taken. Yeah, so what's he got here? So 360 minutes tomorrow and 240 minutes today.
How long did he bat in the first innings? I'll just look through my notes there.
Would have to bat.
He batted for 252 minutes,
Yeah.
but
Can
I
he
don't
put
know.
another 600 on that?
He's the man for the moment. He loves batting time.
Now, I watched Green at the tea break. He stayed out and went through some bowling. He delivers to Brathwaite, who runs him down to points. There's no run to be had. Green wasn't at all happy with his 4 overs. He wasn't quite as balanced and settled. We had the bowlerologist in, and he felt like he was falling away So he did some work with the bowling coach at the break to ready himself for this spell.
Pulled the car into the mechanic for a quick tweak.
Yep. And
That's
as
how it
was
goes.
rightly pointed out, is every over of green is gold, as it were. So he is in and bowling to Brathwaite, who drives for 4. Straight through mid-on, pounced on the length. They'll chase it to the boundary and dive rather extravagantly. It's not a shame, but that ball is well gone to the rope. A well-struck boundary for Rotaflex by Blundstone. Brathwaite moves to 44. It's none for 89.
Well, the field is a spread, Gerard. I'm not hearing a lot of action in the stump mics at the moment.
That is 5,000 runs for Craig Brathwaite in Test crickets. Terrific milestone. This is Test number 80 for him. 10 centuries along the way. He has the strike, rising delivery, kept it out of the grill, guided it down to Khawaja in the gully, no run.
Played that reasonably well, but gee, tests you with that short ball. Green, he's got a ripper short ball. You're going to be seeing a hell of a lot more of it, especially the way they're setting the field. Stark back at deep fine leg for the catch. Safe pair of hands there.
Shane fielding in a numberless shirt at mid-off. Harris is the substitute. Brathwaite drives again, the on drive. Oh, quick throw. That was sharp work done at mid-on by Hazlewood. Chanderpaul had got half lost coming down, sent back. Hazlewood missed with the throw. And we will just have a little look side on as to how interesting that might have been. Chanderpaul had beaten it back on the sprawl.
Good sharp work by the opening bowler, though.
Yep.
Excellent fielder.
Keep them thinking. One to come in Green's 5th over. Brathwaite to see it. He ducks a very high bouncer. Mate scoreboard up. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. The West Indies none for 89.
At Hyundai, we believe innovation is everything. It's why the new Santa Fe Hybrid has been designed to go the distance. With an advanced turbo hybrid system, this family-sized SUV boasts impressive power and fuel efficiency. It has all the innovative safety tech you need for your next family adventure and all-wheel drive to get you there. Go the distance in the new Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. So Smith is going with 3 in the deep on the leg sides. We've got Harris down at fine leg, head at deep backward square, and Khawaja, well, just forward of the square leg umpire, 2/3 of the way to the rope. There's 2 slips and a gully. Chanderpaul is a compulsive hooker. What we've seen of him in this first Test match. He loves to take the short ball on. Mitch Stark, 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 9. He's in from our broadcast end and bowling over the wicket. Chanderpaul just fans inside the line. The ball outside the off stump.
40 kilometres from Stark. It's a big field to cover, isn't it, this one? Did they do the... I think the local footy teams wanted this to replicate the MCG.
Yes. And when you sit here, it's done every bit of that. I think it feels instinctively even deeper than the Punt Road end and the Ponsford end. It's not. It'll be identical, but those square boundaries, east and west. Stark trying to conjure some of the magic. Displace Chanderpaul, who's just unfussed by a ball that flicks up at him. Stays well inside the line and through it goes.
Carrying through beautifully, isn't it, on this very hard surface. Now you can see all the foot marks, so it's really dried out. It's a small crowd, but it's a good crowd. I like their energy.
Yep.
It's a shame the kids didn't show up over there. I assume they're off playing cricket today. They don't pause the cricket in Perth.
They only come when you can wag school to come.
Maybe they got upset about losing Mum's sheet yesterday.
I sort of felt like they won the debate.
Won the debate and went home.
They could have come and planted their flag again. Maybe they'll be back tomorrow. Chanderpaul faces up to Stark, runs the ball to point. I thought there might have been a few more. So he'd gone 10,900, 8,700, 11,200, and there's about 7,500 in. They've got a beach ball down in the Langer stand, and it's been tossed back to them by Marcus Harris, who's shamelessly courting the locals as a former West Australian. It felt like a Saturday that was poised, that the happy hitting that we saw was on, and Australia delivered that. And the push for victory, which has been absolutely held at bay by some accomplished West Indies batting. Stark sets in and bowls Chanderpaul, everything in behind it. I'm curious to explore with you just how disruptive the Cummins injury is at the start of the summer. Like, it's hugely disruptive for this Test match.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then if you cast your mind, even if it's a niggle.
Well, Scott Boland's not a bad replacement for Adelaide.
Yep.
It just depends on how serious this injury is. I mean, he's obviously not going to bowl this Test match, as you say. Doesn't come back for Adelaide. Things can go wrong very quickly in cricket, can't they,
Yeah.
Gerard? It's all looking set for a fantastic era. We're all talking about the 1,000 wickets and the 4 pacemen of the epoch. 4 bowlers. It's not 4 pacemen, really.
I like that. Encouragement for Stark as he heads in and bowls. Chanderpaul fends under the armpit, gets it away safely to the leg side, helps himself to his 37th run.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's not a great situation if you're a Steve Smith, because you only get to captain when you don't have Pat Cummins to bowl. Yep. I don't think I'd like that. I want Pat Cummins if I'm the captain. Yep. It's like you only get to drive the car when there's a flat tyre or something.
Yep. And in this Test match, you have to do it one short. So you've got those thin little spares on now that replace the old full tread tyre. And then in the next Test, if you are captaining, you haven't got him. Stark to Brathwaite, runs the ball out of the off stump. That was angled in well from Stark. It lands in the gully on the bump. 1 from the over, none for 90 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Ask anyone. Ask your parents. Ask their parents. Ask your friends, your neighbours. Ask the person who cuts your hair. Ask any Victorian which home insurance they would have on the one day it really matters. There's a good chance they'll tell you about RACV Home Insurance, Victoria's market leader for home insurance. So ask anyone or search RACV Home Insurance to ask us. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMDs at racv.com.au. RACV earns commission as distributor. Products issued by IMA.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Brathwaite 44, Chanderpaul 37. He's on strike. Cam Green is beginning his 6th over. He is around the wicket. Chanderpaul drives him to mid-off. No run.
It just hands the opposition a breathing space, doesn't it? I mean, Australia open with Stark and Hazelwood. Then they bring in Cummins and they just can keep the pressure up, that relentless pressure up, but it just spreads your resources a little more thin.
Green bowls and Chanderpaul pulls into the deep. There's 3 down there. It lands safely in front of head. It's a thrill every time he shapes up for it. He's 38, none for 91.
Alex Carey didn't enjoy that return because he's looking straight into the sun there. You see, he's trying to block himself. So that's good. It's very hard to orient yourself in this stadium.
Yep.
Where's the river? Where's the city? You spin me around. I actually have no sense of where I'm at. Sun helps a little bit.
I do like the architecture of it with the glass around the top layer under the roof. Brathwaite drives through mid-off. That is a beautifully timed stroke. The West Indies skipper showing us what he's got. As good as we've seen. He's 48 and he's given Cam Green some tap. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
Just held his shape there in that shot. And you see that outfield has really sped up, hasn't it? It's actually quite a little damp this morning when I went out there. They'd put a bit of moisture into the outfield overnight. Anticipating a hot day like this.
Yeah, so it's
or a sunny day.
Degrees. Yeah. Brathwaite on the follow-up just runs the ball to point. He's trying to ride the bounce, didn't get it the way he wanted.
I do like the gaps under the awnings, but I'd like to be able to get a glimpse of the city or of the river or something. Something to tell me where I am. I feel like I'm in one of those sensory deprivation chambers.
Yeah, well, you're in a stadium, aren't you? And
that's a no ball.
One drawback of it is he's overstepped. So there's been a little bit of that. Well, Marnus Labuschagne, that's unforgivable. 3 no balls. Hazelwood 1 and Green 1. None for 96. Green bowls, and Brathwaite plays through cover. Waited on it a little more that time. He plays it out into the deep. They have 2. Harris is in pursuit. They'll come for 1 on the throw. And Brathwaite brings up his half century with those 3 runs. He is leading from the front. He has done it in both innings. And he's more than just a stubborn occupier. He is showing that to us. How deep can he take the West Indies in this campaign? Craig Brathwaite, 51 from 87 balls.
And it's a fantastic thing for the young man out there in his first test to bat with his captain and see his captain show this intent and value his wicket the way he does. I really do like the way that Brathwaite plays.
Chanderpaul just has a little wander out to square leg, and then he sets himself for Green, who's in and bowling, stands up and defends the ball to mid-off.
Doesn't look happy in his work, Green. He sort of slipped down then in his follow-through. Something's bothering him. This is one of the grounds he's most unused to. He's only ever played here once before.
Yeah.
It's a nice ground to bowl at. Very even, sort of late. Often with the drop-ins, you get a little sort of difference in height, which can really upset bowlers in their run-up.
Just get a clear flow in, and he bowls. Short ball, Chanderpaul drags it down to fine leg. Stark's on the spot. He does the fielding against the rope and keeps it to 1. Chanderpaul's 39. That is the end of the over. None for 99 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash on the forehand cross course, he's done it. Ash Barty. Jalawala Shaw for 3. He's striking the pure.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Rock and Tim Watson. Mornings with Ian Smith. Tim Gossage. This is Trackside.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
None for 100 SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Peter Lalor has been joined by Damian Fleming in the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Hello to you, Flem.
Hey, Gerard. How are you? Can I get your wicket?
Yeah, I'd like you to. Cam Green still just doesn't look... He bowled during the tea break to try to iron out whatever it is that he's just not quite feeling. And isn't it interesting how from one day to the next, he's just not quite there for him.
We just wrapped him up, didn't we?
Yeah. Yep. 2 slips in a gully in place with Stark in operation from our broadcast end. Chanderpaul is on 39. Stark bowls to him. Chanderpaul drives down the line of the onside. It'll be a chase to the boundary. Touch and go. The slide from Labuschagne. Full length, head first in. Saves it. And Hazelwood comes shotgun to pivot back to Stark. 3 for Chanderpaul. He's 42. Wholehearted stuff from the plain-shirted Marnus.
Don't expect any less, do you? Medium pace. Probably see some leg spin, some off spin for Marnus. But that's great to see.
That effort. It's fantastic, isn't it? Full length dive, flicks it back.
What did the bowler just think of his medium paces?
They weren't the worst. He's not quite part-timer. He's a casual employee at the medium pace club.
A leg gully comes in place. Brathwaite facing up, Stark around the wicket, in on the pads, and he's happy to turn it away through backward square. He'll have 1 and come back for the second as the long throw in from Harris.
It's back to the crowds, Gerard. Saturday morning's a really hard time to get to the cricket, isn't it? I mean, you either got cricket on, you got shopping on, the kids have got all their school sports on at the moment. You know, it's the worst day on the roads if you've got to try to get anything done. There's never more traffic than on a Saturday morning. Well, that's the case in Sydney. I assume Melbourne's the same.
It is now.
Yeah, Generally raining.
It's been a beautiful day in Melbourne.
35, they reckon.
Finally. Brathwaite's on 53. Stark to him. He slashes the ball up over the cordon for 4. He's having a dash here, Brathwaite. Races to 57. Another boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. None for 109.
389 more runs to win, Gerard. What if
Picked
they
up
go
the
in?
scent. They've picked up the scent.
What if they go in none for tonight?
That was short and wide. And
that was horrible.
Given the right trip. Yeah.
If you're in the West Indies, you might think about buying a plane ticket right now and get over for the last day. How long does it take to get from the West Indies to Perth?
Probably 2 days.
2 days?
Yeah. That's the idea of trying to get a reinforcement here for their squad, which is riddled by injury. It's just
tough.
It's nearly impossible. Stark's gone for 3, 2 and 4 at the start of the over. Brathwaite is defending the ball from the pads. With Green not quite right, if Stark loses his radar here or the West Indies take him down, God, Steve Smith's got some headaches.
Yep. Alex Carey will be bowling to Ring Fields.
I'm going to spend the whole night thinking, could that happen? What would it look like? Who would keep? Marnus would keep, I assume. He's done everything else.
Marnus is keeping. But it's been a superb effort, hasn't it? Once again, we saw it in the first innings. And it took really good deliveries to knock over these two, weren't they? Hazelwood to Chanderpole.
Stark bowls, Brathwaite jumps up and defends the ball to the offside.
And it was Cummins to Brathwaite, wasn't it? It was the old top of off stump. It was an incredible delivery.
Saw Matthew Wade bowl once, didn't we? In Hobart. Generated a bit of heat too.
Oh, yeah.
Very proud of
his stock ball was quite quick, yeah.
130.
Good chance to get a lot of LBs, not a lot of steep bounce.
If they're 2 or 3 for it this time tomorrow, that's the sort of stuff we'll be seeing.
Yeah.
3 of the cordon. Stark to complete an expensive over. Brathwaite drives him back. It's fielded by Stark, or at least stopped by Stark in his follow-through. None for 109. On the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
As the supportive parent of a teen, there are times when you must decide yay or nay. Letting the band practice at your house. Yay. Cooking dinner for that strange friend who never speaks and never goes home. Yay. Giving your underage teen alcohol for the party? Nay. 87% of parents aren't giving their teens alcohol. So help your kids make the smart choice. Drinkwise wants you to know it's okay to say nay.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Australia has started the campaign to see if they can get the ball replaced. Nice, good strategy. Got to get something to happen. 35 overs in. And there's not a lot doing from an Australian perspective.
I'll tell you one bit of good luck for Australia. It's not us 3 out there in the slips cordon or anything.
Green to Chanderpole. Top edge. Out into the deep. Stark closes. Dives. No, he dropped it. He dropped it. Cam Green is slapping at the turf. Stark did an enormous amount of work to arrive, and at full stretch on the slide, he couldn't quite hang on. Chanderpole survives on the happy hooking.
It does look the most likely mode of dismissal for Chanderpole, the shorter ball. There's 3 men out there, and he did well, Stark. I mean, not many of other players, maybe only Green himself, would have been able to get to that. They're long levers, but he dropped it once he landed on his elbows, Mitchell Stark.
Well, he's had to run a long way and he's moving very fast, and you can tell that, but it took a long time to pull up as he slid along on his belly, didn't he, with his hands outstretched. It was a great effort.
Green to Brathwaite. Bouncer, he's angry, Green. He is pure frustration in that. He's bounced it through. Brathwaite didn't get caught up in the moments. It would have been one of the great outfield catches, sort of Glenn McGrath style, and he's ended up just overreaching. The ball's hit
and you're not
above the fingers.
You're not diving to your dominant side as well. You know, he's a left-hander. He would have been preferred diving the other way where his left hand was under the ball. Good bouncer.
Green back with Brathwaite. Who's drawn to the drive. A bit intemperate from the captain. Green suddenly threatening.
So you were talking about, like, just a couple of technical difficulties. You know, it's in his head a little bit. He's trying to get things right. He was just pushing him into Brathwaite Green. But isn't it interesting? A drop catch, fiery bouncer, quick, angry stock ball. He's getting through the crease, and now he's back.
Yeah, he's a bowler at heart, Flem.
Yeah.
He's a bowler at heart. He has enlivened the contest. Green into Brathwaite, who turns the ball out of his pads to mid-wicket. No run.
See Hazelwood doing some stretches there. Expect we'll see him bowl pretty soon.
Yep.
I was saying before about, you really wouldn't want us out in the slips, Gordon, would you? We're like crows on the fence, and this isn't very good, is it? Oh, gosh. And imagine if, you know.
Got to be up.
Can we maintain a bit of optimism here?
Come on.
Brathwaite plays late on that, knocks it away to points, no run.
But there's momentum shifts as well, isn't there? Like if Green got a wicket this next ball,
yes,
he's just lifted the intensity of the match. You know, a nick behind and everyone's up and incoming batsman's under pressure. So it can shift.
Give us a little lift. We're a bit more optimistic.
It's the last ball of an eventful over. One run from it, the drop catch out in the deep from Stark. Green to Brathwaite, jumping to defend and taking a single to square leg. Throw comes in. It was never going to beat Chandapal. It doesn't hit from line regardless. None for 110 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. Colo is coming in.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
None for 84 at sea, none for 111 after half an hour on the final session of this fourth day for Host Plus. That's a plus. Adam Collins joining Pete Lawler and Damian Fleming with Brathwaite up to 58 and Chandapal 43. Australia striving for a breakthrough. Nearly got one in the previous over. That was the man down at long leg. Mitchell Stark will go again. He's away from us. Two slips and a gully around the wicket. Bowls here to Brathwaite. Brathwaite pushing out through the covers. Nice again. Compact, well timed, well placed. There'll be two. Might get a third. Indeed, they do get a third. Good hard running. None for 114. It's Labuschagne out there fielding without a number on his shirt. Most unusual.
So why is that?
He might have got his dirty bowling. Brathwaite 61 from 98
Didn't have
balls.
enough numbered shirts, maybe. I love the way he chases. He wants the run out, doesn't he? He really was hoping that a good throw at the bowler's end would run him out.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of vocal work too at the end of that over. He's up on the pitch, telling, come on, fellas, lifting them up a bit. Is the doctor in?
Does it come in the traditional way, or does it come in and then just swirl around the stadium?
I'm looking at the flags. That would suggest that were it able to get in, but I don't think it makes house calls anymore.
Yeah, I don't think it does. I think the wind's swirly.
You love bowling with that, Flem, didn't you?
Yeah, it was great.
Late in the day. Round the wicket here, Stark to Chandapal. Bowls and short and steers it over the cordon. Threw about gully in the end. Down towards the rope, work to do for the man at deep third. That's David Warner, the Energizer Bunny, cutting it off, keeping it to a couple. Chandapal up to 45, none for 116. Resourceful, clever.
Another great chaser too, Dave Warner. He helps out his bowlers.
Interesting that he's down at deep third too.
Do you think that's too fine?
Well, it's almost a fly slip, isn't it?
Yeah. I think he needs to be squarer than that. I think it's going to be tough to get a catch there.
Well, I was going to say, is it a catching position more than a run-saving spot? He's probably behind second slip.
Carey doesn't need a backstop.
It's for the flick over slips, isn't it? It's catching position, I think.
Chandapal is keen on.
Yeah.
Stark up to the crease here. His 10th over. Round the wicket for Chandapal. Bowls him! At last, a breakthrough comes. Chops onto the middle stump. The Windies 1 for 116. Chandapal gone for 45. It was a steadfast contribution, resourceful at times, but Stark got the angle right, found the inside edge, and that is that.
Now, the doorway to departure finally bowled into, and it was a change of angle from Stark coming over the wicket to the left-hander. So wide of the crease, a difficult angle to pick up the line. And Chandapal, again, no feet movement, just going with his hands, inside edge, crashing into the stumps.
I told you not to worry. Told you we'd get a wicket.
It's been a fine debut for Chandapal. It's over now. A half century in the first dig, 45 in the second. And Pat Cummins is back out on the ground. So when the wicket's been taken, Pat Cummins has walked out. We're getting news here from Andrew McDonald, who told Fox Cricket during the last over that Cummins is returning to the field with a view to him returning to the bowling attack tomorrow morning. So they'll log an hour and a half or 2 hours now, and they'll get the hours back that he missed.
Gee, everything's feeling better, isn't it? Big smile on Pat Cummins' face. There's a wicket, the clatter.
I think it started from greens over, to be honest.
Yes, a bit of a change.
The drop catch.
Couldn't have bowled that one from much wider, could he? I thought he was going to encroach on the line there.
Yeah, and it's probably, he does it to right-handers over and around. You don't see that a lot against left-handers, and it worked for him. Chandapal not used to having the ball from that wider angle. Well done, Mitch Stark.
So Shamar Brooks, who was the concussion substitute yesterday in for Bonner, is walking out at number 3. He made 33 the first time around.
He batted well too, didn't he?
Just when I was going to recommend the change of luck they needed at Rawalpindi, England. What they did there, they got the ball and started rubbing it on Jack Leach's head.
Yeah, I read that.
They took 3 wickets in the next They took 3 wickets in the next half an hour after that.
Are you allowed to do that?
Sweat.
Is that not a foreign object?
It's sweat, as long as it's not saliva. So they're rubbing it all over his head.
He's got a sweaty head, has he?
So he's got a bald head, doesn't he? Must have been collecting some sweat. Either way, it means that Pakistan are 3 down there and the Windies are 1 down here, and they didn't need to rub the ball on Nathan Lyon's head. They still could. There's time and they're good enough.
There's some silly betting ad, isn't there, where you rub a bald man's head? I think it brings you luck, does it?
I don't know. More your space than mine.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
So Stark for the new batter will go back to over the wicket. Brooks has a packed cordon behind him. 3 slips in a gully. Australia a chance to push hard here. Brooks' first ball from Stark is defended out towards point, no run.
Slips are in, aren't they? Look at that. It's nice to see them all back in there.
Had it kept drifting, it might have been sort of reaching that stage of the day where you throw the ball around. We've already seen Labuschagne bowling, but looking for something of a golden arm. But they can go back to plan A now, even if they don't have Cummins until tomorrow morning.
Go back to those tight lines, that tight cricket. You know, cricket looks loose when you're looking for the catch. The catch on the hook shot, doesn't it? It makes your whole approach look a bit scrappy.
Well, Gone's the fly slip, for example. Yep. Far more conventional for Mitchell Stark. 2 left in the over. Bowls here to Brooks, and it's on middle stump and defended. Back down the ground, nicely played, well timed. He'll get off the mark. It's Cameron Green. Make that Josh Hazlewood, right? Make that Pat Cummins even. Didn't recognise him doing the fielding. 1 for 117. He goes for 2 hours, and I forget he's even there.
So it's interesting with Cummins being out there and not fielding in the slips. You know, they're not trying to protect the injury. So for me, how bad is the injury?
Well, if he's going to bowl tomorrow morning, that would suggest that, I mean, he must have gone through a fairly rigorous fitness test. They're not going to risk him, are they, this stage of the summer? So it must be
minor, otherwise...
Because you wouldn't bowl if it were even remotely...
Oh, you wouldn't be out there fielding in the ring.
So back to round the wicket for Brathwaite. Leg gullies in. Stark bowls. Brathwaite hit on the top of the bat. That reared up at him. 1 hand off the bat as contact was made. A successful over for Australia, though. Chandapal bowled for 45. The Windies 1 for 117 on the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Over the 30 years Omnia Specialities has produced world-class humates in Australia, a lot's changed on the land, but one thing has remained the same. Omnia's focus on making your production more profitable. Backed by local and international research and development, Omnia's team of specialist agronomists can be found all over Australia, producing world-class humates, biologically enhanced foliars and unique crop nutrition solutions. Omnia.com.au. Omnia Specialities Australia, the science of growing.
SEN Test Cricket for hosts plus, that's a plus. All eyes on Patrick Cummins as he goes up and has a chat to his all-rounder, Cameron Green. At the Justin Langer end of the ground, Cummins able to share whatever wisdom he's picked up in the dressing room, watching on with the support staff.
Crowd down at fine leg, giving a little round of applause to Mitchell Starc for that effort. Up here in the box, we're giving him one too.
He did well there. As Flem said, the change of angle, that's what did it. Here's Green. 2 slips in a gully. Bowls to Brooks, who pushes out towards mid-on, no run. He's the new man on 1. Brathwaite's on 61. Just when I was about to explain to you all that Marnus may not be such a bad shout after all with his medium pace. I had a look at it. He took 10 wickets at 28 bowling medium pace in the championship for Glamorgan this year. And that included the pretty useful wicket of Ben Duckett, who made a Test 100 yesterday. So I thought, well, you know, we get down on Marnus sometimes for being a bit too hyperactive, but he's turned himself into quite a good medium pacer. Green bowls here, a lovely straight drive from Brooks. Stopped in his follow through, the 6'6" West Australian, full commitment there, down to his left, saved 4.
I think they've given him one more over here, haven't they? They like what they saw the last over, because I think that they were about to make that change. Hazelwood was keen to come on,
but why not? He might have said, give me one more, because he was very frustrated with that drop catch and then bowled his best over of this innings.
Bit of life and movement here at Perth now with the local boy bowling. Green bouncer. Brooks underneath it. We saw plenty of them yesterday.
You know, that's way too short. Just get that first chance to surprise them. And not a bad option, because he's just been hit with a vertical bat straight down the ground. Hit it well. Maybe push him back and then go full.
Cummins yesterday who broke open the West Indies. That ball after lunch that castled Brathwaite. Stark's got them going here. Can Green get in on the act? Bowls to Brooks, who defends off the back foot down to backward point, no run.
For mine, that was the ball of the innings.
Yep, Stark very good with a couple of swingers, LBs and bolds.
The De Silva dismissal looked good, but shot wasn't great.
There was a great piece of analysis on Channel 7 with Trent Copeland that went through the Cummins setup to that, and the way that he gets the ball to move both ways to right-handers, but basically lands it on the same line, just varies his length. He's just so consistent. Here is Green bowling to Brooks, who takes this off his hip to one of 2 men out on the leg side. Travis Head straight of him, so they get 2. Brooks 3. West Indies 1 for 119, 381 runs away from their victory target. Pete, you were dreaming for a while there. I didn't mind that, saying that if they get the stumps done down, they can have a frolic at it tomorrow.
I was getting infected by all the negativity from these guys before, but I'm watching Travis Head a bit. He's an errant fielder, Travis Head. He can't stay in the one spot. They get a bit cranky with him.
Green again to finish his over. Bowls to Brooks, who leaves alone on the basis of length. 38 overs gone. The Windies 1 for 119 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Ask anyone. Ask your parents. Ask their parents. Ask your friends, your neighbours. Ask the person who cuts your hair. Ask any Victorian which home insurance they would have on the one day it really matters. There's a good chance they'll tell you about RACV Home Insurance, Victoria's market leader for home insurance. So ask anyone or search RACV Home Insurance to ask us. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMDs at racv.com.au. RACV earns commission as distributor. Products issued by IMA.
There is a change of bowling. Josh Hazelwood on to replace Mitchell Starc. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visit mildura.com.au. And Damian Fleming, an old teammate of yours, Craig McDermott, has been reached by Mitchell Starc. They've both got 291 Test wickets, equal 7th for Australia.
Yeah, 2 very good bowlers, Billy. Not unlike Josh Hazelwood, not quite as tall, but fast outswingers.
Hazelwood, 1 wicket for the match. He's a couple away from Peter Siddle on that metric of most wickets for Australia. On the way to Brathwaite, his 100th delivery. He's on 61. Brathwaite plays nicely off the front foot, carving away behind point, gets a boundary. Moves to 65. Now boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston. 1 for 123. Brathwaite continuing to look to move the ball along, not just hanging on here, Pete.
You wouldn't mind him playing that shot if you'd bowl it, because that uneven bounce could get him. I mean, he got that one right in the middle, didn't he? But
it was a bit wide, but a bit straighter. Yeah.
Now it's been a bit up and down.
He's really tight stump to stump, Brathwaite, but if you do bowl the ball wide outside of stump, he doesn't move his feet a lot. He's very handsy.
8 fours for Brathwaite. Hazelwood bowls and Brathwaite goes back to defender ball. It doesn't get up. Doesn't get up. That would have had him in trouble had he missed it, put it that way.
And we saw one late in the over from, probably the last ball of the over from Stark from this end before, which did get up. That might have hit the front of the divot. It's the front and back of the divot that makes the difference, isn't it, Damian?
I'm not sure, but I'd imagine hitting any angle of the divot would create some indifference.
Haven't really had the
wouldn't
cracks
be
open
consistent.
Up. Yeah, more the divots than the cracks at the moment, isn't it? Out there in the middle with Hazelwood bowling. Brathwaite again going through the offside. Doesn't quite get the timing right on this one, though. In front of point, still gets a single to Labuschagne wearing the shirt without a number. Well, 66 for him, 1 for 124 the score.
Well, the theory is if it goes into the front of the divot, it's going to skid through. If it hits the back, it's going to clip it and bounce up.
What happens if it hits the side?
Hey, the side.
It moves that way or that way.
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
Yeah. The crater.
But there's divots, isn't there?
There are. Yeah, well, I'm told.
Adelaide day-night.
They don't let people like me out in the middle, mate. But,
actually, they don't let a lot of people out there, do they?
No, they're pretty strict about it all, aren't they?
As if you're actually walking on the pitch, you just want to have a look at it.
I had a big chat with one of the ground staff this morning, Andrew. He's a big cricket fan, big music fan too.
Brooks on 3. Hazelwood, 2 slips a gully, bowls here close to the stumps as well forward in defence. Good technique.
Melbourne boy, telling me about all the great concerts he's seen. Seen Tim Rogers and over here, Tim Rogers and Beast of Bourbon played together. They did their symphony orchestra, and Nick Cave's coming soon.
Nick Cave and the Killers are playing here next week. Separate gigs. But
Kendrick Lamar played a couple of nights ago. Would have loved to have seen him. Do without Guns N' Roses, but that's just me. You like Guns N' Roses, don't you, Damian?
Yeah, but I heard they played for 3 hours. That would test me.
Nick Cave played for 2.5 hours the other night in Hanging Rock when I was there.
Hazelwood to Brooks, full again, driven on off drive, beautiful off drive at that. That's his first 4. Now boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston. Just got to the pitch, hit through the line, moves the Windies on to 1 for 128.
Only been out there 10 balls, Brooks, but he's looked very, very confident. Looking to get forward, looking to score.
Concussion sub, of course, as well. What an unusual week for him.
What's the history of concussion subs? Marnus aside. They seized their opportunity.
Yeah, they've been used quite a lot, haven't they, since the rule came in 2019. Hazelwood to him here. The Windies number 3 leaves alone. That will be the end of Hazelwood's over. So 9 runs coming from it on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. The Windies 1 for 128.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
So a double change for Australia. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. Nathan Lyon replacing Cameron Green from the Justin Langer stand in. 12 overs, 4 maidens, done for 27 for Lions so far.
Mildura. Do they still have the paddle boats at Mildura?
I certainly hope so. They've got the longest bar in the world, isn't it, at Mildura, if I recall?
Oh, yeah, it's one of the old trade union club or something. It's not trade union club, but the workers' club, isn't it? The workers' club has been a hell of a long time since I've been up there.
So Lyon's going to be round the wicket. With the long on, Deepish mid-wicket. 3 catches, a slipper leg slip and a short leg. He'll start round the wicket, bowling to Brathwaite. He's 66. He'll be 67, easing a single into the offside. 1 for 129. So we've had, I think Peter Hook played for you last week as well.
Oh, really? Joy Division.
Been a busy week. Perth bands, well, for bands coming through Perth. And yesterday, Flem, there was the festival that everyone seemed to be at where Tism played, which we missed. I think that was at the racecourse.
Yes. Yeah. They played a couple of secret gigs and they fooled a lot of fans, didn't they? I'd love to have seen them.
They've been around a long time.
You would have seen them plenty, Pete, I'm
Oh,
sure.
one of their first gigs, it was on the concrete lawn at Melbourne Uni.
Line bowls and forward is Brooks, driving out to cover with some force, but cut off by Travis Head.
Would have been a reunion gig then.
Come on, guys.
Because they retired after their first gig. So, no, they said that. So every gig after that is a reunion gig.
It's line here to Brooks. He's 7 already. New to the crease. Forward. Outside part of the bat ends up with Steve Smith away to his right. He was in some discomfort after completing his double ton, but that was athletic from the Aussie vice-captain. Stays at 1 for 129.
You've distracted me with music now. I reckon that was way back in about 1982 when I was working as a gardener at the Melbourne University.
82, big year for music over here as well. Line bowls, and that's Brooks at his best.
That's a beautiful
square
shot.
Driving to the long boundary, into the shade and into the rope. Our boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston. That's the second for Brooks, who moves to 11. The Windies, as I look around Pete's computer screen, 1 for 133.
Beautiful timing there from Brook. He got some room. It was a half volley, but you still got to put it away. So he's been very proactive since he's come out. He's flown to 11.
83.
Facts and stats from Pete Lalor. Line bowls here, back of a length, defended into the offside. All of those facts for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 82 was in excess on the back of a ute, wasn't it, Flem? Don't change.
Come on, lads. Come on, lads.
I reckon it'd be about that time, wouldn't it?
Speaking of Perth.
Come on, Nate.
The fall at the Jump Club, Smith Street, Collingwood, 2 drummers, one of the greatest gigs I ever saw.
Line bowls, and Brooks goes back and defends, back down the pitch. No run. End of the 40th over. The Windies 1 for 133. Brathwaite, 67. Brooks, 11 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Be ready for all the office banter with SEN. Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results and cover the big talking points from all the latest cricket, tennis, basketball, soccer and more. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Hazelwood to start a new over. Before we lose you, Pete, at the end of this over, other great Perth bands.
Great Perth bands.
Great Perth bands.
There's 2. Scientists and the Triffids.
The Triffids. Flem, anything to add?
No, I've got a couple of their songs on iPhone.
Short mid-wicket here in position. Oh, beaten outside the off-stump, Brathwaite. Had a little nibble, no footwork. That's what Hazelwood gets you to do from that line and length.
Eskimo Joe was just mentioned up the back like them. Jebediah, were they from Perth?
They were, yeah.
I think they might have sponsored Damian Martin's bat one tour.
But I think Scientists would have to go down as the most significant band from here. Sort of influenced Nirvana, a lot of that sort of grunge scene out of Seattle.
Did Nirvana actually say that?
Yes.
They influenced? Okay, well, I believe in them.
Hazelwood from the members' end. Into Brathwaite. He's 67. This gets big on him. Back of a length, bounced up. Played it with nice soft hands off the maker's label. Down towards cover. Usman Khawaja does the fielding. No run, 1 for 133.
Great delivery, that.
In my heart, there's a place called Swampland. 9 parts water, 1 part sand.
I think that's the song I've got on my iPhone.
It's a great song. Happy Hour's another good one.
I feel obliged to note Little Birdies from Perth as well. Lovely band. Anyway.
Yeah,
we'll move on from that, we'll get in trouble.
Swampland.
Go back to the cricket.
Last night,
2 slips.
and Adam Bomb Baby. 3 sides.
Hazelwood to Brathwaite, who defends again a ball that comes back off the seam. So that's twice in a row, Flem, where he's been able to hit the seam and get it to bounce a little bit more. Fresh in his spell, building up a head of steam.
Very straight field. Who's that practising his golf swing?
I think it's good
to focus. Warner?
That might be little Davey Warner.
Yeah, he loves his golf. Yeah, look at him. That was more. He's done a driver mimic, and then he obviously hit it well because he used a little wedge to get in.
They bowl him out tonight. They'll play golf tomorrow. Looks unlikely. 9 wickets to go. Hazelwood to the crease to Brathwaite. He drives. Well, it's going to be down. Oh, Warner, brilliant. Warner at short straight mid-wicket, sticks out one-handed at sticks. Save 4. Well, probably save 4. I doubt Cummins would have got around there. Perfect reflexes from the 36-year-old.
He's drawing our focus back, Hazelwood. He's threatening here. He had a little nibble around in that first over, just looked at what he had in store for himself. He's got plans.
Watching it back, Warner not only took the ball, but he thought about pinging the stumps down. Because it's David Warner. And Rod Tucker's like, don't do that, you'll hit me.
Don't shoot. He's got both hands up.
Hazelwood, 2 left in the over, a good one. Short ball again, going back with the bounce as Brathwaite played with 2 feet off the ground. Hazelwood goes all the way up to the Windies captain, has a little stare. Good cricket this. High quality over.
He's got that kind of Clint Eastwood's high plains drifter meanness to him, Hazelwood. Doesn't say much, does he? But just gives you that look and you think, I'm in trouble here.
Big stare. Good momentum through the run-up. Nice high release. He's a fine bowler.
2 slips for Hazelwood. Into Brathwaite. Right on top. Bowls here. And finds... No, not quite. For a moment, I thought he found the outside. It just hit something on the way through.
Stumps?
Maybe the stumps. We'll take a look on the replay. During the over break, 1 for 133 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Yeah.
Imagine the thought of innovation at your fingertips, accelerating with efficiency and power. Imagine a bold, striking design with the comfort and confidence of advanced safety tech. Imagine where you could go in a Hyundai SUV. An SUV range with enough style, tech, and performance to turn your imagination into reality. So if you're thinking SUV, think Hyundai SUV. Discover yours at hyundai.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket by Host Plus, that's a plus. Watching that back over and over, that can only be the off-bail that Hazelwood has trimmed on the way through. I'm sure television will run hotspot over it in a moment, but...
Just was such a loud noise.
It sounded
Snicko. As it goes over the bail, it is. It's hit bail.
Hasn't come off. Line starts you over. Bowls to Brooks, who defends into the offside. It would have been the perfect end to a superb over too.
Yeah, brilliant over. Not unlike Cummins' dismissal of Brathwaite in the first innings, that off-stump, off-bail height.
I want to put something to you about Bales, Flem. As Lyon bounces to the crease and bowls to Brooks, who defends. Bales are there to assess whether the stumps have been hit, right, as a starting point. Like, other than that, they're effectively decorative. Like, you want to know whether the ball has hit the stump, and the bail provides that service. It certainly has over the years. We're seeing here it definitely hit the stumps. Television confirms that with their slow-mo replay. Lyon bowls here and forward. Again, it's Brooks who defends into the offside. We're seeing more and more instances of balls clipping the stumps. And we see through technology that the balls hit the stump where the bail isn't removed.
Oh, no, it has to.
I think Marnus has worked out what's happened there. You can hear him through the stump mic. If the bail is there to prove whether the stump's been hit, as Lyon bowls, and Brooks edges, and he's taken it first slip. Nathan Lyon gets a second breakthrough in a hurry. It's the Windies number 3. It's Smith diving away to his right. They've gone bang, bang here. The Windies 2 for 133. Lovely drift from Lyon. Gets the edge of the bat. Classic off-spinner's dismissal. And Stephen Smith does the rest.
Yeah, just a fraction of turn. Fraction of turn for Nathan Lyon. Good length as well. It was an uncomfortable one where Brooks actually had to play his hands in front of his front pad, and then also he actually had an angled bat face. If he'd actually provided a full face, he might have been able to blunt that straight down. So he was quite promising when he was out there, but Nathan Lyon's worked so hard in this whole test match. Now, first wicket in the second innings, confidence is up. Hazelwood's bowling really well at the other end. Can the Australians just turn the screw a little bit now?
And Smith loved that too. He got his snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Smith said yesterday that he could barely move at slip. Well, he moved wonderfully there. Had work to do, low and to his right. And in comes the vice-captain, Jermaine Blackwood, who we spoke to earlier today on SEN Test Cricket. And he said that he believed they could bat for 2 days, that they could do this. And they've laid a foundation, but the responsibility transfers onto the shoulders of the man playing his 49th Test match. Out to the middle with both Stark and Lyons striking after tea.
Yeah, next week it's massive because Blackwood, experienced player, played very competently in the first innings. We know Brathwaite, it takes a good delivery to knock him over. So these two West Indian players, experienced players, can really dig in. This next wicket, massive for Australia, knowing that middle order, lower order, they ran through them in the first innings. And there's nothing to suggest from the techniques that we saw that they can't do it again.
11 seconds. Already go 10.7.
Warner and co immediately talking to Blackwood, trying to get in his ear. Have a slipper, leg slip and a short leg to begin. Man out of deep backward square. Crowd clapping line to the crease. Bowls here, first ball, Blackwood forward in defence. Out towards backward point, no run. Just to complete that thought, if the bails are simply there to dictate whether the balls hit the stump, are the bails not now redundant in Test match cricket? I'll let you think about that as we go to the break after this delivery. It's been a good over for Australia. Lyon getting one breakthrough. Can he get a second? Oh, edged. Is it caught behind? It is given not out by umpire Illingworth. Lyon very interested. Looks up to Cummins, looks up to Carey.
I heard a massive noise.
Labuschagne, I heard a massive noise. That'll be ignored. 3, 2, 1, they go. Labuschagne wanted to go straight away and Cummins looked the other way. He wanted further thoughts.
We have a player.
But we are going upstairs, Flem.
Original decision is not out.
Could it be 2 and an over?
You can go to the Spain mission, please.
It was a good shout straight away. It was.
Nice and slow.
Oh, that's...
Ball is very close to the bat. You can go to the hotspot when it's ready. Offside, hotspot.
What do we think, Flem?
Oh, no, that's hit the bat, isn't it?
No hotspot.
Once more, please.
Oh.
It'll be Sticko.
There's no mark.
Determines whether this is given out.
Go to the RTS when it's ready.
There was a noise. All-important Sticko. Ooh, well. There are deviations.
How has that not hit the bat if it hasn't? It's got to have shaved the outside edge.
Yeah. So, I'm satisfied. No bat involved. Richard.
Okay.
You can go to the Richard. Richard, no bat involved. You can stay with your original decision.
Wow.
Not out.
End of the over. Nathan Lyon will stay with 1 for 32. The Windies 2 for 133. A quick change here. Gerard Whateley coming in to replace me. Our coverage is for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Sailfish are sort of like salmon of the kingfish.
Really?
Yeah, they do nothing for me.
Salmon of the kingfish.
Yeah, so like kingfish is like the prize fish. Oh, we got a couple of salmon on the way in. That's what I say is sailfish. They're a cool-looking fish, and I've caught a fair few sailfish.
Mate, they're the fastest fish in the ocean.
I know, but they're really
say.
slow when you've got a rod hooked up to them.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. An eventful previous over. Hazelwood picks up the attack. He's bowling to Brathwaite, who's on 67. Runs the ball through the gully, down to the boundary for 4. Parry and thrusts. It's good cricket. Brathwaite 71, 2 for 137. Our experts for Anaconda hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Simon Katich, hello.
Good afternoon, Gerard, and all our listeners, and Bish.
Ian Bishop, welcome back.
Hello to everyone.
What a great half hour of cricket.
Yeah. It was a fantastic opening partnership. I just heard a stat before that it's the first 100 opening partnership since 2012.
Yes. At West Indies against Australia. Hazelwood bowls onto the pads and turned down the leg side for a run. So if it's off the bat.
Yes, it is 72 for Brathwaite's.
And then the Australians deserve some credit for the tactics they employed to young Chanderpaul. He looked rock solid. Mitchell Stark had tried over the wicket, then as soon as he came around the wicket, took a couple of balls, change of angle, and lured him into a shot that looked like he probably was in a little bit of two minds, and chopped it onto his stumps. And then Nathan Lyon now removing Brooks. Well caught at first slip.
Blackwood survives a tight LBW shout. Chanderpaul had been dropped in the deep by Stark, so there's been plenty happening since tea. Stubborn, resistant batting from Craig Brathwaite, who's broken out some shots after tea too, Ian.
Yeah, it's an expansion to his game that has been quite a recent thing, as we've talked about, is striking through the offside and trying to put pressure back on bowlers. So he's very, very diligent in always trying to add something to his game.
Blackwood new to the middle. Bat pad in place. Hazelwood over the wicket, bowls to him. Got wrapped in front. Hazelwood really liked it. Out! Umpire Tucker had a long look. He's given it. Blackwood thinks it's too high. He's going to review. So consecutive balls for Blackwood. He's been at the mercy of the DRS. Hazelwood was absolutely
Director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. You can go to front on spin vision, please.
Let's see.
Nice and slow.
On the crease. Right on the flap.
You can go to the hotspot leg side, please.
Certainly no bat in it. Top of the bails or over the top?
Well, he's a short man.
Nothing there.
I think
You
it might
can
be
go
hitting
to
the top of the
RTS.
bails.
I can see clear gap between the bat and the ball. No bat involved. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready. No bat involved. Rod.
Decision
ball
time.
tracking is coming up. Impact in line, pitching outside off, and wickets missing. Wickets
Over the
missing. Rod, I recommend you to change your decision.
How far it's going over. Can't have been going that far over the stumps.
So Hazelwood, he's had a ball that's touched the bail that didn't come off. He's had an LBW given and overturned.
Fair enough, it was going over. I'm just not sure it's going over by as many inches as that showed on the replay.
Now, when you look at the replay again, even though he's a short man, remember he's a short man facing a tall man, and he was on the tip of his toes when he was struck as well.
So Blackwood is having an eventful time out of the middle. Hazelwood bowls to him, a bouncer, and sways out of the line.
Yeah, I rushed my homework there, Bish. You did it very nicely. Took your time. Was composed.
Now you're in the lead chair. You're in the lead chair alongside the lead commentator, so I know the third commentator takes precedent in the back seat.
Just good sound backseat driving for us, just to keep us balanced. We're a bit overexcited.
Best place to drive from the back seat.
Yeah. Hazelwood is trying everything. He bowls to Blackwood. Oh, inside edge that time. They were up in the cordon, but Hazelwood knew it had been jammed onto the pads. Three reviews remain for the West Indies, 2 for Australia.
Interesting news before that Pat Cummins is potentially going to bowl tomorrow.
Down there at mid-on, he came onto the ground at the fall of Chanderpaul. Blackwoods up under the armpit, fended it down. Hazelwood's upstairs, downstairs, everywhere. 2 for 138 into the over. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
I'm Gareth Hall. If you love racing as much as I do, then join me for Giddy Up on SEN Track. You'll hear all the latest news from the stables to the track, as well as talking to racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys. The champion trainer himself, Chris Waller, joins us. It's an honour and privilege to have Nick Luck in the studio, straight from the horse's mouth. Giddy Up Monday to Thursday from 8 a.m. and Fridays from 9 a.m. on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing, SEN Track, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Nathan Lyon 1 for 32 from his 14 overs. Starks, the other wicket taker, 1 for 25 from 10. The West Indies 2 for 138. Brathwaite is on 72. Blackwood is yet to score. Brathwaite to see the first ball of Lyons' new over, and he's watching it go by. Carey doesn't take it clean. What about Steve Smith? He said, I know he said to you, it's lucky that catch yesterday was up high because McCready Bones couldn't have got to one down low, and he got to the one down low.
He must have loosened up after a warm-up today. He wasn't talking like that or moving like that this morning when I saw him in the under the stadium.
It's a good catch. Blackwood drives expansively, but straight to mid-off, no run. So do you think Cummins being back out there to give himself a chance to bowl tomorrow spoke of the circumstances of the game? Or was it in the planning? I guess we'll know if he bowls tomorrow or not. Brathwaite sweeps through mid-wicket and he'll get the boundary. He's taken to line a few times all the way across the ground. He's 76 and he ticks the mate scoreboard along to 2 for 142. Make the switch to made mobile.
Yeah, he's picked that up nicely from outside the line of off stump. There's a big gap out at deep mid-wicket. He's been really proactive here, Craig Brathwaite. Once he's gotten in, he's prepared to put some pressure back on the bowlers after the tea break.
10 boundaries. Lyon in conversation with Cummins as to what they might do. Stark has been told to head around from deep backward square, and Warner's just been told to back away from leg slip for the top edge on the sweep. Lyon to Brathwaite, who's leaning forward and defending.
What was interesting, we just spoke to the Australian coach about half an hour ago, and whether the declaration was factored in because of Pat Cummins' thigh, but that was irrelevant apparently. Right. It was based on the runs and the time left, so I thought it might have had an impact on having extra time with one less bowler.
Line over the wicket, Brathwaite plays from the stumps, jams it out. Did you detect the confidence that he would bowl tomorrow, or just more trying to keep the option open?
Yeah, I think it's probably more about keeping the option open, because I dare say he's going to get a fair bit of treatment tonight, but if he's no good, there's no way they'll risk him, not with what's coming up.
Last ball of Lyons over. Brathwaite fends the ball down to short leg. Labuschagne does the fielding. 2 for 142, end of the over. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Made Mobile.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. 2 for 142, Brathwaite 76, Blackwood yet to score. Hazelwood is threatening with every ball that he bowls. Simon Katich and Ian Bishop in the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Hazelwood sets in to begin the fresh over. Jermaine Blackwood faces up and he watches it go by outside the off stump. What about that ball brushing the top of the bail and not dislodging it, Ian?
I can speak from two perspectives. I can't believe it as a bowler, but happy for a West Indian that at least he's had a run of fortune somewhere. Simon Katich mentioned that 100 opening stand. I was trying to remember the last time a West Indian opener other than Craig Brathwaite made 100. I wonder if the last 10 Test match 100s made by a West Indian opener all belong to him.
Blackwood faces Hazelwood. He keeps the ball out, knocks it back to the bowler.
It'd be a stat worth checking, actually. I think might have been Chris Gale was the last West Indian opening batsman to score a Test match 100, and since then, all 10 have fallen to Craig Brathwaite.
I think from memory, Chris Gale got one against us at the Wacker in quick time back in 2008, I think it was.
But he went onto the roof.
Yeah, off Nathan Horrocks.
Yep. One of the biggest hits ever seen at the Wacker. Blackwood's fending the ball out of the armpit, not for the first time. It gets away from head. It's fielded by Carey, the keeper, and a run taken. So Blackwood is off the mark and off the hook just for the moment. He had his troubles with Hazelwood in the first innings, and that is true again.
Yeah, 102 from 78 balls or something like that. And I was wondering whether Blackwood, they would put a man at leg gully for Blackwood. I was trying to work out where to take him from, whether you take out the mid-off or the mid-on.
Warner in at the straight short mid-on adjacent to the pitch with Brathwaite on 76. Hazelwood bowls to him. He runs the ball down through the gully. There's a fielder put there very specifically for that. Labuschagne fields, 1 run added. Brathwaite 77.
Sorry, I was having this discussion with Simon Katich earlier. We were talking about Tate Ryan Chandapal or Brandon Chandapal facing Nathan Lyon and who would prefer to be at what end. I think for me, this will be a typical case of Blackwood saying, yo, I am not coming down at that end at this point to face Josh Hazelwood. Craig, you stay there and you battle this out for the moment.
Absolutely spot on, Bish. And you're absolutely spot on, because look what's happening now. The leg gully's gone in. Right. And I think a big part of that is because they've wrapped him on the pads a few times, he's now staying a bit leg side of the ball and getting closed off. So anything coming into his body, he's finding it hard to keep down.
Hazelwood is zeroing in. Blackwood drives, trying to get himself out of trouble. It squirts away to Cummins. No run.
That you just saw there was the Jermaine Blackwood of 2 years ago. That sort of shot looking to clear mid-on and mid-off, and that's pressured from the aggression of Hazelwood that's bowling to him.
Yeah, there's no let-up here. The Australians have sensed they've got a good field in play. They're bowling tight lines. They're changing their length, using the short ball well, trying to pin him in front.
Hazelwood's got 1 left in the over. Blackwood to see it. He's playing that well. Up on the back foot. Left the ground, got it safely down in front. So 2 for 144. That will prompt the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. 2 wickets have fallen in the session as the scores progress from none for 84. So 60 runs have come and 2 wickets have fallen. Chandapal bowled Stark for 45. Brooks Courtsmith bowled Lyon for 11. 2 for 144 with drinks on the field.
As the supportive parent of a teen, there are times when you must decide yay or nay. Driving them to 7 sports in 1 weekend, yay. Taking time off work to work at the school working bee, yay. Giving your underage teen alcohol, nay. 87% of parents aren't giving their teens alcohol. So have a conversation with your teens. Drinkwise wants you to know it's okay to say nay.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
Over the 30 years Omnia Specialities has produced world-class humates in Australia, a lot's changed on the land, but one thing has remained the same. Omnia's focus on making your production more profitable. Backed by local and international research and development, Omnia's team of specialist agronomists can be found all over Australia, producing world-class humates, biologically enhanced foliars and unique crop nutrition solutions. Omnia.com.au. Omnia Specialities Australia, the science of growing.
bowls. Brathwaite plays through cover. Waited on it a little more that time. And Brathwaite brings up his half century with those 3 runs. He is leading from the front. Green to Chanderpaul. Top edge. Out into the deep. Stark closes. Dives. Take no. He dropped it. He dropped it. Cam Green is slapping at the turf.
Chanderpaul bowls him. At last, the breakthrough comes. Edges, and he's taken a first slip. Nathan Lyon gets a second breakthrough in a hurry.
An eventful hour and a quarter since tea. The drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. The West Indies 2 for 144, Brathwaite 77, Blackwood is 1, Simon Katich and Ian Bishop. Just give us your overall thoughts, Ian. There's 5 sessions the West Indies have to get through. They've lost 2 wickets after navigating the first 2 hours blemish-free.
Well, the thing that we'll take out of a test match, whatever the result is, Craig Brathwaite and Brandon Chanderpaul and the guts shown by Brandon Chanderpaul. I suppose the scary thing that we talked about, Simon and listeners, throughout this partnership is that so often the West Indies and lower ranked teams, when that big partnership ends, you probably get a little bit more resistance, and then you sometimes have collapses. And that's what the West Indies have to guard against here, with Cummins not able to bowl yet in this innings.
Spot on, Bish. We saw that in the first innings, and I think that's what kept the Australians going too. They knew that if they could just get one more wicket and get into that middle order, they knew they had the second new ball coming. That's something that they'll have up their sleeve tomorrow. There's plenty there for them with this wicket, whether it's a little bit of spin, whether it's the variable bounce, but it's still a long way out. But the West Indies, I've been impressed with the fight shown, and particularly the 2 openers. Very consistent in both innings. They've laid a foundation, but there's still so much more work to be done, given that there's a full day tomorrow and still 19 overs left today that they've got to get through.
45 overs bowled so far. 2 for 144. Nathan Lyon is about to send down his 16th over. 1 for 36. There's a long on and a deep mid-wicket as play resumes after the break. Brathwaite to face the first ball of it. Nice ball. Blocking. The Shield scores around the country as well. Stumps day 3. So Queensland 6 declared 295. In reply, Western Australia 4 for 279. So 16 runs behind, but with 6 wickets in hand. That game was ruined by rain on day 1. Lyon bowls. Brathwaite sweeps successfully. Got it underneath the short leg and away to the boundary for 4. He moves to 81. 2 for 148. Victoria and New South Wales. It's 232 is the target to win for New South Wales. 1 for 58 after Victoria was bowled out for 283. Campbell Kellaway made 81 before he was dismissed. Lyon bowls. Brathwaite edges past Smith down to third man. It'll take some overhauling. It'll be done right in the last stride by Hazelwood, who leans down near the rope and denies the last of 4. So 3 runs from it, 84. So New South Wales 1 for 58. That could develop into a thriller. And South Australia beat Tasmania by 208 runs. Tasmania 149 and 208. South Australia 329 and 236. Lyons bowling to Blackwood. Big drive past the outside edge into the gloves of Carey. Not sure about that. In Pakistan, 3 for 352. Pakistan in reply to England's 657. Both openers made centuries. Shafiq and Imam. Babar Azam 68 not out. Blackwood is on 1. Lyon bowls to him, covers the stumps, dabs the ball. Smith fields from slip.
Could end up being a 1 innings test match, that, at Rawalpindi. Yeah. Pakistan playing for first innings points.
Last ball of Lyons over. Blackwood to see it. He's back and bunting the ball to short leg. 2 for 151. The mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Sailfish are sort of like salmon of the kingfish.
Really?
Yeah, they do nothing for me.
Salmon of the kingfish.
Yeah, so like kingfish is like the prize fish. Oh, we got a couple of salmon on the way in. That's what I say, sailfish. They're a cool-looking fish, and I've caught a fair few sailfish.
They're the fastest fish in the ocean.
I know,
you
but they're really slow when you've got a rod hooked up to them.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. All those scores around the grounds, both here and around the world. For Laurenex Cleaning, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Josh Hazlewood continues from below us. Craig Brathwaite is on 84. That's cut him in half. The ball that's jagged in. Maybe brushed the pad because Hazlewood has asked Rod Tucker about LBW. And Carey went a long way to his left to prevent there being any leg buys. Yeah, off the back leg, Ian Bishop. That did plenty.
Yeah, I was trying to look closely at the screen to find out whether that's reverse swing. The shiny side of the ball was on the inside, so I'm wondering as the pitch has dried off, it's changed colour significantly from the first day or two of a test match, whether now there is some reverse happening.
That jagged a long way. Good stuff from Hazlewood. He bowls to Brathwaite, who's beaten, just fiddled for it outside the off stump. Bharat Sundaresan, there's a lot going on now.
There certainly is, Gerard and Ian. I'd love to see that replay, whether it went the other way. It actually just held its line. Josh Hazlewood, Ian, is not one of those guys who, if the ball is reversing, who hides the ball and runs in. Mitchell Starc does that, so it's tough to make out from just watching Hazlewood run in whether he thinks it's reversing or not.
This is the 47th over with this ball. 2 slips in place, a third man and a fine leg. Brathwaite faces up and is clipping the ball out of his pads to Warner in that close-in position.
Just Brathwaite's approach after TE, and it might be fanciful thinking, some might say. 347 runs more needed. Just, he seems more positive. That's a very impressive strike rate for a Craig Brathwaite innings. 84 of 124 balls.
Yeah, it is. He has changed his gear a little bit.
Hazlewood's bowling to him, and Brathwaite ducks the bounce.
And I suppose, yeah, he'll be the only one that would be able to tell us, or whether he's decided it's just a different stage of his innings as well, that he needs to impose himself, whatever the outcome. But if they're still there at the end of play, and if they'll have to reassess, I'm not sure how far out you can start thinking in that direction. I don't know, but that's a good point you make.
Brathwaite 84 from 125 balls. He was 67 when the ball touched the bail from Hazlewood. He's in on the pads and turned away to mid-wickets. So this has been an enduring duel between the two of them.
Pretty much so. And I think Craig Brathwaite really stood up. And just even comparing him to the Craig Brathwaite we saw all those years ago in 2011, he looked like he was 8 years old making his test debut. He's really worked on his scoring area.
I'll give you a joke if nothing happens in next over.
Last ball of Hazlewood's over. Brathwaite faces up. He defends a ball that threatened to spin at him. A maiden over from Josh Hazlewood, 2 for 151 on the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The Adelaide 500 is back, and proud South Australian motorsport guru Richard Crail gave us his thoughts on Tailem Bend.
And anyone who knows South Australians knows that Adelaide's a 20-minute city, and if you're any further than 20 minutes out, you're in the country and it's hard work. So if the bend is hard to get people to, it's a bit like Winton is to Melbourne.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
West Indies 2 for 151. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Brathwaite is 84. He is moving prominently into the discussion for the Player of the Day for Bing Lee after Manas Labuschagne made 104 at the start of the day. 2 down. Australia looking to further the cause. The target notionally is 498. The game is survival for the West Indies. 47 overs bowled in this innings so far, and Lyon is in operation to Blackwood, who's having a devil of a time of it in the middle at the moment. Lyon bowls and Blackwood leans forward in defence.
Yeah, sorry, I just look at Craig Brathwaite now, and he's not the most muscular player in the park, and I think it's the wife of former West Indian all-rounder Keith Boyce in New Zealand a couple of years ago saw him, and she knows him since he was a baby, and she said, I can't believe how big he's gotten, how muscular he's gotten. And I'm looking and I'm thinking, what?
And Blackwood back covering the stumps.
Doesn't look as though he's anywhere near the size that he should be, but Craig himself says, I work on my fitness, I go to the gym, I lift weights, but I don't see the results.
Blackwood readies himself, Lyon bowls, turns back and cutting. That's a convincing shot. Forward of point. And he gets himself properly underway with a boundary. Good for the confidence. Blackwood to 5. It's 2 for 155.
It's an aspect of his game he's changed, hasn't he? And you speak in the first innings, Jermaine Blackwood, the moment he would see spin, he would be out of his crease. But now he likes to sit back in his crease. He has been troubled by Nathan Lyon, but the moment he saw some width, still good enough to just jump on it.
Only deep mid-wicket back. Lyon to Blackwood again. He's leaning forward in defence.
It's a good observation.
Come on, guys.
Since he's become vice captain, we talked about it, that he's curled. There's a running joke in the team that some of the coaching staff said, yo, we don't want you. You're banned from hitting the ball in the air.
Blackwood stays forward, just keeps it out. Lyon's asking about LBW as it falls to the offside. Timer counts down, but there is really no conversation after the initial polite inquiry from the spinner. Last ball of his over. Blackwood plays back, blocks, dots. 2 for 155. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Ask anyone. Ask your parents. Ask their parents. Ask your friends, your neighbours. Ask the person who cuts your hair. Ask any Victorian which home insurance they would have on the one day it really matters. There's a good chance they'll tell you about RACV Home Insurance, Victoria's market leader for home insurance. So ask anyone or search RACV Home Insurance to ask us. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMDs at racv.com.au. RACV earns commission as distributor. Products issued by IMA.
A change in commentary. Adam Collins taking over from Gerard Whateley with a change on the field as well, with Nathan Lyon going back down off the ground for a moment. Mitchell Stark will continue from our members' end. Hello, Bharat. Hello, Bish.
And while we wait for Mitchell Stark to just mark his run up, I've been waiting for this moment since I woke up this morning, Adam. I don't know why, I just went into the shower. It was hair wash day, Bish, so more time than usual.
I know the challenge of that.
I'm not sure if you saw, Bish, I mentioned it earlier when Flem was on, that the England team, looking for a bit of luck in Rawalpindi, started rubbing the ball on Jack Leach's head.
All right.
And they were using that to gather sweat.
Okay.
And they got 3 wickets.
Oh, all right. Okay.
So, I mean, I'm not saying the Aussie team are going to rub it on your head.
You can make an appearance in the next Test match and bring some of that charm to the West Indies. No?
The game has slowed down in Rawalpindi, as it has here.
Yep.
Australia just been held tight for the last half an hour. Can Stark get something going again? He did in his previous spell. Round the wicket here, bowls to Brathwaite, 94, forward defending, getting one out to point. Moves to 85, 2 for 156.
So while I was in the shower, Bish, I don't know, from nowhere, I started singing that famous Lord short shirt, Viv Richards Calypso. And I'd forgotten it. I used to sing it a lot a few years ago. Don't worry, I'm not going to break into a rendition yet.
No, I'm not that concerned about that. Your singing must be better than mine. I'm trying to identify the actual calypso.
Oh, the one where he goes, no bowler holds a terror. There you go. I did give it a...
That was good, actually. A good rendition. Much better than mine.
How do you judge his accent when he breaks out into trying to be our
far superior from some of the accents, the attempted West Indian accents that broke out in the television box from Ricky Ponting and Matthew Hayden this morning when Alzari Joseph was bowling.
Stark round the wicket to Blackwood. The vice-captain's on 5. He gets to the crease and bowls here, and Blackwood clips it fine, very fine. Work to do on the rope from the sub-fielder, who does really well. That's the Aussie under-19 captain, Cooper Connolly, down there with a shock of blonde hair. And there's a moment for him, diving away and saving a couple. Blackwood to 7, the Windies 2 for 158. We've seen sub-fielders out playing for Australia in the past, Bharat.
Yep.
Marnus Labuschagne took a catch at short leg as a young fella. Marcus Stoinis did the job a couple of times when he was an Aussie under-19. David Warner once did it. Maybe one day we'll talk about Cooper Connolly and his...
We will talk about his hair, don't worry.
I thought he was Bharat's spiritual brother.
What a great moment for the young man. Fielding it, fine leg. Stark again to Blackwood. Back of a length, defended back down the pitch.
I was telling the boys this morning, Pete, Lalor and Gerard, about how in Trinidad, they say, whether you win or not, we go lineman, boy. And then they couldn't make head or tail of what I was talking about.
That's very good. That's very good. Much better than Sunil Gavaskar.
Oh, that's pretty bad. Yeah.
So Sonny,
great cricketer, but
gives it a go, does he?
All the time. Yeah. And I'm not done with my Calypso chat yet.
Spread your wings, Baz. As he's Stark on the runway, bowling to Blackwood. Here round the wicket, again down towards long leg where Cooper Connolly does the work. And the West Australian fans love it. Piffs it in with his left hand. Has a Scorchers contract as well.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah.
Maybe see more of him later in the summer.
Yeah, maybe some of his clubmates there as well. Yeah, but that's like the downturn in the West Indian fortunes as cricket team. Yeah, lots has been written and spoken about it. The fact that it's resulted in no more cricket calypsos, right? Could it also be? Is it also a cultural thing? Is calypso itself kind of not where it was?
Evolved. It's evolved to a different genre, different art form, more so-called soca music, which doesn't have the time to inculcate sports into it.
Stark here to Brathwaite. Good contest earlier. Picks it up here, pushes into the offside for the second time in the over. A single to deep point. He's 86, 2 for 160.
Back in the day, they used to write calypsos, not just about West Indian cricket. My favorite calypso has always been the Alec Betzer one. To the extent my wife is not a cricket fan, I have no idea who Alec Betzer is. But every time, all I have to say at home is Alec Betzer, and she sings, "Who taught you to bowl Australia?" She has no idea what she's singing or what she's talking about, but I get that from her all the time. That's just disappeared, and it's so sad.
Well, maybe if the success comes back, maybe we'll have more renditions like the Champion song from Marlene Bravo.
That's the second mention of Alec Betzer in 2 days on SEN Test cricket. Here's Stark to finish. 2 slips in the gully, all off the stumps from Blackwood. That kept a little bit low. That'll be of interest to the left armour. End of the over. 49 gone, the Windies. 2 for 160 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
SEN Test Cricket, the Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan, a privilege to have Ian Bishop with us, the voice of Caribbean cricket. As we wind down the 4th day, still 55 minutes to go. Australia have picked up 2 of the 10 wickets they need in this 4th innings. So Nathan Lyon back on the ground and in the attack from the members' end. He's got a short leg for Brathwaite and a slip. Bowling round the wicket, back with the bounce and deflects into the offside. You mentioned the Champion song. It was put to me during the week that there might be more resonance with that than there is Rally Around the West Indies, the anthem they play before the Windies play in international cricket. DJ Bravo with Champion, that was quite the thing in the 2016 World Cup, as I'm sure you remember well. Lyon bowls and sweeping is Brathwaite, a single to deep backward square, 87, 2 for 161. That must have been a marvellous couple of weeks for you, of course, your famous piece of commentary, but that time for West Indies cricket, and that song seemed to be a big part of it.
Yeah, you could argue that a lot of this generation perhaps would just have been born or wouldn't have been born when that David Rudder song, which has become the anthem of West Indies cricket, was arranged.
Line goes back over the wicket to Blackwood. Keeps the same field. Bowls here. Blackwood beaten outside the off stump. Carey whips off the bails. Don't think there's any real interest from the square leg umpire. They won't send it upstairs, of course. Carey's still striving for his first stumping in Test cricket. Nice drift again from Line. That's how he picked up his first wicket. Back to you, Bish.
Yeah, so I mean, there's some discussion around that, and ironically, you should say that Dwayne Bravo and Karen Pollard have just retired from the IPL. Both have picked up coaching roles. Dwayne Bravo, the bowling coach of Chennai. So it's an evolution, but again, that sound was reminiscent of a fine day.
Line here to Blackwood. Again past the outside edge for the second time in a row. Line's not appealing. Carey is. Line, when he sets it outside the off stump, it's often the drift that's his best weapon. Don't see it too often though, do you, Bharat? He likes to bowl that tighter middle stump line.
Yeah, but I think what he's identified with Jermaine Blackwood is he's really been poking a lot outside off stump. Once again, well away from his body, bat well in front of his pad.
And his gorgeous shape. Line again. Langer end, bowls to Blackwood, who goes back and deflects past the man at short leg, Marnus Labuschagne, no run.
What? Sorry, why don't off-spinners bowl more of that line rather than this defensive straight line in the modern game?
What do you think? Because
I have no idea.
We've been befuddled by it.
Yeah, I have no idea. Very defensive.
He likes to bowl towards the stumps. To Blackwood again to finish. On that line for the third time past the edge. That is a super over of off-spin from Nathan Lyon. 50 gone, the Windies, 2 for 161 with Brathwaite 87, Blackwood 7 on the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
As the supportive parent of a teen, there are times when you must decide yay or nay. Venturing into their stinky bedroom to open a window? Yay. Tasting the roast chicken they cooked, medium rare? Yay. Letting your underage teen try alcohol at home? Nay. 87% of parents aren't giving their teens alcohol. Drinkwise wants you to know it's okay to say nay. Go to drinkwise.org.au for more info.
Mitchell Stark and Nathan Lyon have taken the wickets to fall in the session. Chanderpaul for 45 and Brooks for 11. The second of those with a nice piece of drift, finding the outside edge caught by Stephen Smith, and it's drift that saw him go past the outside edge 3 times in the previous over. Stark's turn. Round the wicket to Brathwaite. He's 87. Bowls here. Goes back and defends out to the offside.
Just to end on the Calypso, but the most disappointing aspect for me, Bishop, there's no Ian Bishop Calypso. How dare they not have it? Or is it not appearing on YouTube?
Yeah, because there's no greatness established there. And I think to immortalize people in song or occasions in song, they have to be great moments. You don't want to cheat. I'm being serious. You don't want to cheaten that. You have your holdings, and greatness is a term I think we throw around far too loosely in modern life. I think great has to be reserved for really special moments and people.
Stark to the crease. It's Brathwaite down the other end. Again, he goes back out towards backward point as one. They'll probably be happy with that. He's 88. 2 for 162. Going back to that song, Champion, a lot of people are given a gong here. He himself multiple times. Bravo's a champion. But I love that Obama gets a mention. Michael Jordan, Mandela, Serena, Shelly-Ann, which is Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, the sprinter. And everybody knows Chris Gayle is a champion.
And that's in keeping with the theme of greatness, right? Even those T20 guys, I call them great West Indian cricketers.
Yes.
The World Cup winning teams are 50 overs with Clive Lloyd. You had great 50-over players, great test players. These guys are great in West Indies cricket. In the T20 format, they're still greats.
Absolutely.
Should get Ian Bishop's a champion in there, I reckon. He's Stark. Got a short leg now. Bowls here, clipping into the onside is Blackwood. No single to mid-wicket.
I'll record an Indo-Trini version of that song and include Ian Bishop and also my old friend Marlon Samuels. Twice player of the match in the final.
Doesn't get a run.
Doesn't get a run.
He did celebrate with the champion.
He didn't do that. He was the only one who didn't do that.
He didn't do it.
Later on, he told me after that final when I met him, he said, everybody else was singing champion. I was the first one to take my shirt off. And who were they following? I'm the leader. Not a follower, I'm a leader.
I can tell you the reasons that didn't happen.
Shadow across the pitch now as Stark gets up to Blackwood on 7. Bowls here, back of a length, cuts him in half. On that angle round the wicket. Hits the seam, moves just enough. Not enough bounce for Blackwood to force off the back foot. Ends up in Carey's gloves on the half volley.
I just wonder if they could have the leg gully over leg slip as Josh Hazelwood had against Blackwood. Stark won't generate as much bounce with this slingy action, but I'd love to see the man there just as someone observing the game at leg gully as opposed to maybe the mid-on or the mid-wicket.
Watching the replay back, that wasn't far from the off stump either. So Stark's in the game again, as he was just after tea. Tough time to bat with a shadow across the pitch. Blackwood, 7 from 30. Stark to him here. Goes back, that's better. Nice straight blade down to mid-on.
He seems to be in this weird frame of mind today, Jermaine Blackwood. We saw him very solid in the first innings. Today he's come out to bat somewhere in between the old Jermaine Blackwood and the new Jermaine.
It's because of the aggression of Josh Hazelwood. That aggression, and that's what pace does. We saw that with Alzari Joseph to Manus Labuschagne this morning, and we've seen it time and again that a fast bowler who's being aggressive can take a batter out of his comfort zone and cause indeterminate footwork. And when you're facing high pace, I've been there, all of a sudden the bat just reaches for the ball even though it's miles outside the off stump like a magnet.
So the leg slips back. The last ball of the over. Short leg as well. Stark delivers. Blackwood goes back and gets it down to fine leg. Nicely played. Well placed. Blackwood retains the strike. He's 8. The Windies after 51 overs. A 2 for 163. On the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Ask anyone. Ask your parents. Ask their parents. Ask your friends, your neighbours. Ask the person who cuts your hair. Ask any Victorian which home insurance they would have on the one day it really matters. There's a good chance they'll tell you about RACV Home Insurance, Victoria's market leader for home insurance. So ask anyone or search RACV Home Insurance to ask us. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMDs at racv.com.au. RACV earns commission as distributor. Products issued by IMA.
Ringers Western is our apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer.
If you're wondering what is just happening there, I think Rod Tucker's just got his glasses delivered to him.
Ah, that's what it was. I saw them. I thought, it can't be the second new ball.
No.
That's not due tonight. Can't be the light meter. It's a gorgeous evening here in Perth.
Well, there's a lot of duties that the fourth umpire has to perform. I'm sure he's had to just give it a little wipe.
Gives me a chance to recap. We've got a text in here from Paul wanting the overseas scores, all about correspondence for tyre power, your tyre experts. England made, or I should say Pakistan, in reply to England's 657, a 3 for 373 in the middle session of day 3, with Barbara Azam 84 not out, batting with Saul Shakil on 19 after centuries for both Abdullah Shafiq and Imam Al-Haq there at Rawalpindi on a road. So that test is going in one direction. Still being held here. Nathan Lyon just waiting to set off.
Timeless test.
Yeah, timeless test. I might need it. Bring him back for Rawalpindi. A long on there. Out on the rope. Lyon delivers here to Blackwood on 8, who's forward in defence. Ball ends up at backward point. Soft hands, no run.
Just going back to Ian Bishop's point about the Lions, but Nathan Lyon likes to bowl. He likes, Ian, from what we've seen of him over the years, likes to start straighter.
The wind's blowing over his left shoulder. Lyon bowls here, forward is Blackwood in defence. Nicely played.
It's almost like he uses that outside off them, what most classical spinners would call an attacking line, only for certain batters. And he feels like they're not going after him. He is one of those spinners who does not like conceding runs.
Here's Lyon again, bowling on the back foot goes Blackwood, and does beat Lyon down to long on, no run.
Yeah, that sort of that mental shift, if I could shift that principle quickly, is something that I apply to one or two of the West Indian seamers as well, in that instead of attacking, they bowl very defensive length and stuff. And I think it's something that happens the older you get. You become very cognizant of going for runs as opposed to being a free spirit and looking to attack.
So back to Brathwaite on 88. 2 for 164 the score. Blackwood with that single moving to 9. Line keeps the slip and the short leg. Bowls here flatter and knocked down to long on by Brathwaite, who moves to 89, 2 for 165. 2 left in the over.
I think it's the difference between pricing out a wicket, which Nathan Lyon does so wonderfully well, and purchasing a wicket. I think the old school spinners would tell you concede a few. Yeah.
So we've got 1 left. Make that 2 left in the line over. Blackwood, this base 35 balls for his 9. Line hit outside the off stump. That's where he was a bother in the previous set. He shoulders arms.
Yeah, and it's a good look. Nathan Lyon has a tremendous record, so I don't want to come across as being critical of anything. And just on that stat that we gave, Chris Gayle was the last West Indian opening batter to score a Test match 100. That was in 2013. Since then, it's been all Brathwaite.
Line to finish here. Bowls to Blackwood, who gets forward and drives out towards wide mid-off. There's no single there, though, so just the single from the over. 2 for 165 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile with Brathwaite 89 and Blackwood on 9.
As the supportive parent of a teen, there are times when you must decide yay or nay. Driving them to 7 sports in one weekend, yay. Taking time off work to work. At the school, working bee, yay. Giving your underage teen alcohol, nay. 87% of parents aren't giving their teens alcohol. So have a conversation with your teens. Drinkwise wants you to know it's okay to say nay.
2 for 165, the West Indies, their target, in theory, is 489. All the numbers on our coverage for Laurenix Cleaning. Google Laurenix Cleaning today. It's going to be Mitch Stark to continue. Keep the text coming through, 0433 98 11 16. Yeah, thanks to Tyre Power, your tyre experts. We've got a couple of texts in from a grumpy Queenslander. Very upset that we haven't mentioned any Queensland bowlers in Generation Next who might be coming through.
Oh, yeah.
I think we should explain why. As Stark gets to the crease, round the wicket, delivers here on middle stump, kept out by Brathwaite on 89, pushed out to the offside. Again, a bit of variable bounce. Siding Nisa and Steckety, I don't think we could be bigger fans of those two. But the caveat around that conversation with guys in their early 20s, and of course I think Steckety might be 28 and Nisa 31.
But there is one guy coming through the ranks who I've been impressed with, is Xavier Bartlett.
Yep, absolutely.
It's not the quickest, takes the new ball, very energetic, much like Steckety and Michael Nisa. So there you go. We can add Xavier Bartlett to the list.
Why not? Why not? As we say, we're looking for kids. And Stark gets to Brathwaite on 89 and he plays off the front foot, more from the crease really. Deep backward point where there is a single into the 90s. 90 from 136 balls. The Windies 2 for 166. And the other point here is what prompted the conversation was the conversation we were having earlier about that crew all coming through together. Stark, Cummins, Pattinson, Lyon, all in the space of a handful of tests in their early 20s.
Incredible. I think when we look back at this era, that mid to late 2010 to late 2011 has to be a special period of time in Australian cricket. The number of debutants, there are 5 playing in this test. Adam, if you think about it, who all debuted in 2011. Usman Khawaja, David Warner, Nathan Lyon, add Cummins, Mitchell Stark. Add Steve Smith to that list, maybe was what, mid to late 2010. It's incredible.
And that entire generation have a big 15 test ahead of them. Leg gully and the short leg. Stark bowls here. It's full and straight and driven down the ground by Blackwood. By far his best shot so far. The vice-captain is on to 13. The Windies 2 for 170. Lovely stuff.
That's his zone, Jermaine Blackwood. Just got to free his hands for a change. They've been attacking his body, attacking his stumps a lot, the seamers. This was full. Maybe Mitchell Stark just looking for some reverse swing. Right where Blackwood loves them. And nicely timed down the ground.
So Stark turns again. The shadows all the way across the pitch now. Up to Blackwood, wider of the crease, who goes back and defends out towards mid-off, no run. So the Windies, in theory, require 328 from here. And I suppose if they're 2 down at stumps, they can allow themselves a little moment to dare to dream later, especially given Kyle Mayers will be coming in tomorrow at some point.
There is history. They just have to think back to Gordon Greenidge batting on one leg and hitting the double 100. Kyle Mayers is on one leg, Kemar Roach on one leg. Though if it comes down to Kemar Roach on one leg, then maybe not.
We won't get ahead of ourselves, but,
Yeah, why not? Dare to dream.
2 down overnight. It's their prerogative. 2 wickets and 86 runs in the session. Stark bowls here. Taking on the short ball is Blackwood down the leg side. Doesn't make contact. Carey collects it, moving away to his left. Blackwood 13, Brathwaite 90. The leadership axis for the West Indies doing a job here.
Blackwood copped a very dangerous looking blow 2 days out from the test, Adam. It was a beamer from one of the support staff using the sidearm, just hit him flush on the helmet, and he went down, and it was scary for a few minutes. He didn't get up. The entire West Indian contingent kind of congregated around him, but thankfully he was okay and okay to play this test.
Stark has that leg gully. The Blackwood on 13. Bowls here short, threatening, just past the grill. Good cricket. That will complete the 53rd over. On the mate scoreboard, make the switch to mate mobile. The Windies 2 for 170.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Sailfish are sort of like salmon of the kingfish.
Really?
Yeah, they do nothing for me.
Salmon of the kingfish?
Yeah, so like kingfish is like the prize fish. Oh, we've got a couple of salmon on the way in. That's not a fair sailfish. They're a cool-looking fish, and I've caught a fair few sailfish.
They're the fastest fish in the ocean.
I know, but they're really slow when you've got a rod hooked up to them.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
The lights are on here at Perth Stadium, which must signal the hometown boy, originally at least. Simon Katich returns to the expert chair. G'day, Kat.
Good evening, Colo, Bharat, all our listeners.
See a bit of spin from Travis Head. A couple of overs in the Windies' first innings.
I know exactly why Travis Head has been brought in, so that we can talk about the Redbacks' famous win today.
Thumping victory at that.
Yeah.
First win in what? Fairly long time.
Yeah, I mean, they beat New South Wales at home a few months ago, which was last season. Big win.
Travis Head, who picked up a 4-wicket bag at Gaul earlier in the year. Into Brathwaite on 90, who gets forward to the first ball and pushes it wide of Stephen Smith at slip. With soft hands, no run.
The sandpit at Gaul.
That first test.
Ball of the century.
Yes.
The Chandimal ball. Oh. At least ball of 2022. Okay, let's see.
Yeah. Keep it square, didn't it? Head up to the crease. Back here is Brathwaite beaten outside the off stump. That went on with the arm. Not far away from trouble. Smith at slip. Labuschagne at short leg. Watching it back here. Tried to spin it. Just played the wrong line. Bowls again. Brathwaite forward in defence, playing him respectfully initially. 10 away from a ton.
Nervous 90s.
Come on, Travis. Be a funny time to face a part-timer, Cut, in the 90s. Again, here comes Head. Brathwaite forward. That's more convincing.
Well, you can just see the difference in pace here. Travis Head's just over 80 Ks. Nathan Lyon's been operating more around the sort of 90 K mark. And as a result of that lower pace,
Head bowls. Brathwaite drives, but doesn't beat the man at mid-off. No run.
He's just got a bit more time to think about which shot he wants to play. And he's a bit in two minds at the moment, Brathwaite. Do I take him on and hit him downtown, or just milk him?
So last ball of Head's first over. Brathwaite, placed defensively. One hand off the bat, not far away from the grasp of Marnus Labuschagne. A tidy maiden to start from Travis Head. The Windies remain 2 for 170 on the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to mate mobile.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Sailfish are sort of like salmon of the kingfish.
Really?
Yeah, they do nothing for me.
Salmon of the kingfish?
Yeah, so like kingfish is like the prize fish. Oh, we've got a couple of salmon on the way in. That's not a fair sailfish. They're a cool-looking fish, and I've caught a fair few sailfish.
They're the fastest fish in the ocean.
I know, but they're really slow when you've got a rod hooked up to them.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Change of bowler for Australia. Cameron Green back into the attack from the Justin Langer stand there. None for 34, his figures so far. The leading run scorer for today has been Craig Brathwaite for the Windies. That's for Victoria Police, made for more. And Green the chance here to really bang it in and make life difficult for this pair as we make our way towards stumps.
He's been hostile right throughout this test match.
Yeah. It's lines to Brathwaite in his first couple of spells in this innings weren't great. kept drifting too far down the leg side.
Leg gully and short leg straight away. Bowling at Blackwood on 13. Bouncer predictably over his helmet. Got down early in the duck.
Always a good way to get into your spell. Test out the bounce. Get through your action. Loosen up.
Where do you sit with the Mamba nickname for him, Simon? Fan?
It's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Better than Greenie.
Yeah.
Better than Greenie.
Here he is, slipping the gully behind the wicket, in addition to the leg gully. Bowls here towards leg gully. It goes off the shoulder of the bat. Blackwood just keeping it down in front of Warner, who stuck out the right hand and denied a run. Bowling to a plan straight away here, Green in his new spell.
It's a good plan. They've had it in place previously. He doesn't like it in that region. Just falling short of David Warner.
Yeah, Ian Bishop called for this even when Mitchell Starc was bowling. That armpit region for Jermaine Blackwood, he does fend at it a lot.
Blackwood doing it tough. Green to him here. It's Fuller down the leg side. He tickled that. Green thinks he has, and the finger stays down from umpire Tucker. Green was convinced. He ran straight over to the cordon. Now Carey has a chat to Cummins. Green's nodding. Cummins is signalling. Up we go. Kat, your first impression?
I'm watching the batsman and he looks pretty convinced it's come off his thigh pad, but they all went up in unison.
We've already had one celeb appeal today from Hazelwood on a leg before that was overturned subsequently.
Cummins almost looked like he was resigned to the pressure on him to go for it, though.
Kumar Dharmasena goes through the first replay here, which...
Nice and slow. Once more again.
Unless it's glove, you'll be fine.
You can go to the hot spot when it's ready.
Kat says not out.
Yeah, not out.
Bharat, you're the umpire.
Oh, the bat came down too low, but too late. Ball had already gone past.
Once more, please.
Green's walking back to his mark.
Yeah, come on.
Can you show me again, please, the hot spot?
See a mark on the thigh pad.
Roll back a bit. Yeah. Nothing visible there, no mark. You can go to the RTS when it's ready. I can see clear gap between the bat. There is no spike as the ball past the bat. You can go to the rod, no bat involved. You're on this, you can make a signal. Thanks, Rod.
So it's confirmed. Australia lose their review. Very much not out. Australia only have one more review left, and they still have 8 wickets to take. Might that be a factor? Green, halfway through his over. Gets to the crease here, and Blackwood turns him into the onside. Out towards square leg, where Mitchell Starc does the fielding, has a throw at the stumps. Blackwood 14 with that single, 2 for 171.
Yeah, you could make out Cummins. His hand was forced there. He went, asked Alex Carey, asked David Warner, but Cam Green was just jumping up and down around him. Very reluctantly signaled the tee.
Yeah, Warner was pretty keen there too, wasn't he? It wasn't so much Carey, it was more the man around the corner at leg gully. The Windies have all 3 reviews up their sleeve, I should note as well. So Green, 2 balls left. First ball, first over of his spell. Bowls here, Brathwaite, as he's done so well throughout the day, punches out to deep point for 1. He's 91, 2 for 172. The target's 498.
We're seeing one dogged opener out there. Simon, it's just an appetizer for Dean Elgar when he arrives.
Not if Mitchell Starc has anything to do with it.
So true.
He must be a man after your own heart, Kat, the way that Elgar goes about it. Always filthy in the field. Always punchy in the press conferences.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Last ball here to Blackwood. Here comes Green. 2 on the leg side catching, but they won't be in play here. A nice sturdy back foot defence. End of the over. The Windies 2 for 172 on the mate scoreboard. Mate the switch to mate 5G. Gerard Whateley coming in for me after the break.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Sailfish are sort of like salmon of the kingfish.
Really?
Yeah, they do nothing for me.
Salmon of the kingfish.
Yeah, so like kingfish is like the prize fish. Oh, we got a couple of salmon on the way in. That's what I say is sailfish. They're a cool-looking fish, and I've caught a fair few sailfish.
They're the fastest fish in the ocean.
I know, but they're
cannot
really
say.
slow when you've got a rod hooked up to them.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
The mate scoreboard and make the switch to mate 5G. 2 for 172. Head to Brathwaite, who drives down to long on and collects a single. He moves to 92. Blackwood is 14. Half an hour to go in the day's play. Bharat, Simon, nice to see you both.
Good afternoon.
Come on, Eddie.
Travis
Come on,
Eddowes. Craig Brathwaite, doesn't he? Cost him his own century. He'd love to return the favour. He's behind to Blackwood. He's wide on the popping crease. Played away to deep points. Didn't run the first one quite hard enough, but they will come back still for the second as it's a big throw for line in from the deep. 2 for 175.
Travis Head is unlike other part-times. He really does give it a rip. I've seen him in Shield games in Adelaide where even the lead spinner that they play won't get much purchase, but he'll come and rip it past the right-hander.
Blackwood, full ball, splays it out into the deep again for Lyon, who gets around at deep cover. They come back for the second. It's a long throw in. So well placed from Blackwood. Pair of twos. He's 18.
He does give it a rip. Yeah. That ball the previous over turned and bounced, caught the glove. Just went safely behind the square.
2 for 177. Head over the wicket, bowls. Blackwood runs the ball.
That's a hell of a ball, Eddie.
Played it away to first slip.
Machine's still going. Been plugged in all day, the Energizer.
No worries.
It's a bowler bouncer as a medium pacer. He's masqueraded as a few things. He's got a numberless shirt on. Blackwood slices at a ball outside the off stump. He played it directly to Lyon, this time in the deep, so could only get one.
The thing is, like, as a bowler, how much can you take Manas seriously when he says that was a hell of a delivery, Eddie?
Not very, I think's the answer. Brathwaite got squared up. That had a nice little bit about it from Head. And it's a dot to finish the over. 2 for 178, mate scoreboard. Make the switch to mate 5G.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
Leading run scorers today for Victoria Police made for more. Marnus Labuschagne made 104. Craig Brathwaite is 92 not out late in the day, searching for his first Test century against Australia. Josh Hazlewood is starting to limber up. Cameron Green is bowling from the broadcast end. He's into Blackwood. Bouncer flipped it away down the leg side. Carey didn't go. It was out of his grasp. Away for 4. There's a leg gully, there's a fine leg, and there's a wicket keeper. And Blackwood got it fine enough to avoid them all.
Oh, that was perilously close. He's living dangerously here, Blackwood.
2 for 182. He's 23. He's faced 51 balls. He's looked like he might get out on 30 of them, I reckon. Green back at him. Blackwood squared up, trying to play to on. Ends up on the offside. No run.
It almost feels inevitable that we all know what the plan is here. The field is set. The stage is set. It's going to end that way. That he is going to get out to this trap. Like you said, Gerard, he could have been out quite a few times.
Warner's at leg slip. Lyons at fine leg. And Head is under the helmet at short leg. Green trying to spring the trap. He bowls to Blackwood up under the armpit, flips it past Warner. and gets it down to Lyon. A single to get off strike. He's 24, 2 for 183.
Yeah, that one was much more controlled. Fell short of David Warner. Just didn't quite climb as high as Cameron Green would have liked. It's just the bounce that's causing him the problems. He's a short man, Jermaine Blackwood. And the extra bounce in this wicket, he probably hasn't experienced it before anywhere around the world.
50-run partnership for this pair for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Brathwaite has the strike. Green bouncer quickly underneath.
Just modern-day cricket, Sam, and I'm always intrigued when I see two cricketers just having a chat. I just saw Steve Smith and Jermaine Blackwood as they were walking back at the end of the last over, and I always wonder what connection could there be, and then think there is a CPL connection between the two. I'm imagining.
Steve Smith played at Barbados, I know, when I was over there coaching in CPL, but I don't think Blackwood was playing there because he's Jamaican.
Brathwaite faces up to Green. Brathwaite plays from the stumps, knocks it away to Hazelwood at mid-off, goes with the stroke and collects a run.
I know they don't all play for their home teams.
Yeah,
they do
true,
move around, but from memory, I don't think Blackwood was at Barbados.
They were also, I mean, they play so many leagues. There was a Canadian league where I think...
That might have been the one, yes. A lot of the West Indian boys played in the Canadian League, and that's when the ban was on, and Steve Smith found himself up that neck of the woods.
You'll always find a link these days.
There's leagues everywhere.
And Cummins just taking a little bit of time over the field so that Warner's exactly where he wants him, which is very much leg slip, particularly fine now. Take a good bit of reflex to hang on. He's up in front of the keeper and he'll only see it late. Green's got one left. He's in and bowls to Blackwood, who fends the ball on the bump to head at short leg. 2 for 184 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate 5G.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
The Laurenex Cleaning stats. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Cameron Green will have finished his work. 10 overs, no maidens, none for 42. Travis Head's 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6. Enough of that. Nathan Lyon returns to the attack. 19 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 50. Mitchell Stark, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. Josh Hazelwood's about to come back from our end. 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 35. As Lyon begins his last spell of the day, Brathwaite's on 93. It's full and it's swept out into the deep. Stark gets across from mid-wicket. It'll be 1. So that is Brathwaite's equal highest score against Australia. 94 in Hobart in the last tour. Prior to that, an 89 not out here in Perth and an 85 in Sydney. 2 for 185. Blackwood's on 24. Lyon over the wicket to him. He's back and covering up.
Brathwaite's played Lyon really well. He's never let him settle. He's played the sweep shot really well. Not one of his strengths in his early years. He's worked on that shot.
Blackwood readies himself. Short leg and a first slip in place.
Nathan, go with Lyon. That's delicious. Very good, Gaza. Come on.
What I've liked about his sweeping is he's swept behind and in front.
Give us a drift.
And it's played around with the position of that sweeper out at square leg. He's had to keep moving him because of those different sweeps that he's played.
Lyon bowls and Blackwood covers the off stump. Knocks it away to Smith.
I reckon you have a trundle and we'll just put 9 men out there. For the Nathan. He's just bowl it in the slot. Just bowl curveballs.
Lion bowls. Blackwood back, stands up, knocks it away. Hazelwood fields a point no.
Nice, Nate. I've heard all these conversations before, Gerard.
Yes.
This is what it's like watching them in the nets.
Last ball of Lions over. Blackwood's seen him off pretty well so far and continues to do so with a front foot defence. 2 for 185. The mate scoreboard to make the switch to mate 5G.
As the supportive parent of a teen, there are times when you must decide yay or nay. Letting the band practice at your house. Yay. Cooking dinner for that strange friend who never speaks and never goes home. Yay. Giving your underage teen alcohol for the party? Nay. 87% of parents aren't giving their teens alcohol. So help your kids make the smart choice. Drinkwise wants you to know it's okay to say nay.
Josh Hazelwood's going to have a trundle late in the day, see if he can join the wicket takers for Valvoline, which oil ensures that you're never caught out. So you know Valvoline, the original engine oil. None for 35 so far. Stirring long duel with Blackwood earlier on in the session. He's hit the bail of Brathwaite and not removed it. He had Blackwood given out LBW, which was overturned on DRS. He'll feel a fraction cheated that he's not on the scorecard yet. Brathwaite's on 94. Hazelwood bowls to him. He squeezes it out of his pads down to fine leg. They run the first hard and should get back for the second as Lyon comes up off the rope. 96 for Brathwaite. Test centuries, 212 against Bangladesh, 160 against England earlier this year, 142 not out against Pakistan, 132 against England in 2017, 129 against New Zealand in 2014, 126 against Sri Lanka last year, 121 against Bangladesh in 2018. Hazelwood bowls to him, he nearly cut him in half. That would have hurt. Inside edge into the body. 121 against Bangladesh in 2018, 116 against England in 2015, 110 against Bangladesh in 2018, and 106 against South Africa in 2014.
Hazelwood has hit those divots more than anyone else. And Simon and Gerard all day long. He's been a handful for Craig Brathwaite. All the West Indian batters really unfortunate to not have a wicket.
Hazelwood bowls, Brathwaite on 96, Jags down on a ball that threatened to keep low and skid through.
I just sense he's waiting for that boundary scoring opportunity, but Hazelwood's not presenting it. Just good length. Done well to dig that out. Just stay fractionally low.
Hazelwood just takes his time back to the top of his mark under us. He stretches out, bowls to the West Indian captain. Brathwaite's jagged down again. This is good bowling, zeroing in on the stumps, and Brathwaite with a hand off the bat defends.
It's classic survival test cricket. Yeah, right. Josh Hazelwood trying everything he can to just breach that defense, and Craig Brathwaite, like he's done all day long, feels like, just brings the bat down when it matters.
Two slips, they are well spaced. A third man and a fine leg. Hazelwood rolls in, bowls. Brathwaite on the back foot defending. Oh, he's going to pinch a single. Cummins comes in, well judged, thrown to the far end. They weren't going at all, and then suddenly took off, and it was rather frantic. Blackwood was running to the far end, which is where Cummins threw, but it was well sorted. 97 for Brathwaite.
Maybe not a bad sign that Pat Cummins was maybe fit enough to just charge at that ball. Smart cricket, Simon.
It was, and also because he's probably thinking, getting towards the end of the over, I might be able to get the boundary off the off spinner.
Yeah.
Might be my easier option.
One to survive for Blackwood. Australia striving for this late breakthrough. Hazelwood bowls, Blackwood fends it down. There's not a lot of footwork there, but got the blade to it, knocked it to his toes. 2 for 188. All of our stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
Our apparel sponsor through the test summer, Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Craig Brathwaite is on 97. Nathan Lyon is bowling from the Langer end. He begins the fresh over. Brathwaite sweeps out into the deep. It races across the turf and it won't beat the dive. Good work by Stark to keep it to 2 and build the tension. He's 99.
That was a fantastic piece of fielding by Mitchell Stark. Brathwaite swept that beautifully just behind square, raced away. He just managed to reel it in.
1 for the century. Brathwaite leans on it, knocks it back to Lyon. No run. Blackwood is tying up his shoelace. Come on, man. Don't make it more tense for the captain. Goodness me. He's going to call you for a sharp single. Lyon bowls. Brathwaite sweeps into the fielder at Labuschagne. It ricochets to Cummins. No run.
That's stiff. That was going out to deep square leg, but the pad got in the way.
That was it. Accidentally stopped. So he has to try again, Brathwaite, for this 1 run. He sweeps and gets it away. A big bellow. Drops his bat in the celebration as he pumps the air. An innings full of resistance. He's wandered down to try to pick up his bat and nearly got run out. The ball was still live. Now he's got his bat, Craig Brathwaite. And he can raise it to his teammates. This is stoic stuff from the captain. His first test century against Australia, his 11th in all. He has spoken about the will that's required and he has demonstrated it powerfully for us. A well-made 100, Craig Brathwaite.
So many have come and gone over the last 10, 11 years that Craig Brathwaite has been part of this test side, Gerard and Simon. He stood there steadfast. He's really ensured that rallying around the West Indies is still worth it.
That was so funny. He leapt in the air and dropped his bat. And then while the ball was still live, he went to go and get it. Carey, without any real menace, tossed it down. Blackwood's back and defending. It was like, remember when the Marsh
boys at Sydney,
mid-celebration, was standing together going, blokes, you got to finish your run.
Well, that was the epitome of a captain's knock. Yeah. And then it was a comedy of errors after that.
He was just overwhelmed by it. Blackwood covers his stats. He's popped it up and he's caught by Labuschagne at short leg. Australia get the late wicket. Lyon strikes. And Blackwood's uneasy stay ends at 24. 3 for 191. How Australia has searched for that in the last 90 minutes.
And that looked like a very good catch by Marnus Labuschagne, going sharply to his right. Nathan Lyon just gets this ball to bounce nicely. Labuschagne has taken a good catch.
Oh, yes, that is a good one. Low down, one-handed. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au.
That dismissal had an inevitability about it for the last probably 40 minutes to an hour. He rode his luck, Jermaine Blackwood. And he's gone, and now Kyle Mayers comes to the crease. Interesting to see whether Australia roll the change here and maybe bring Mitchell Stark back Knocked him over in the first innings, bowled. It was too quick for him.
Yeah, with the light the way it is as well, Simon, I don't think it's a bad ploy at all. Yeah, sensational catch from Marnus Labuschagne because that leg was dropping. You could see the leg gave way, and for him to not just kind of scoop the ball up, to keep his balance and keep the ball in his hand. They do practice this a lot. Marnus does spends a lot of time practicing at short leg.
Yep.
And often under the vigilant eye of Steve Smith, who judges every catch he takes, but it's all worth it now. Australia really needed that.
Yeah, he's very good in there, Marnus Labuschagne.
Lyon has 2 now. 2 for 54. Josh Hazlewood is about to bowl from our broadcast end. Kyle Mayers is at the non-striker. So we're back with the captain, Craig Brathwaite, who's on 100 and he's beaten past the outside edge. So 8 minutes to see if they could ping out one more.
Especially if it's Brathwaite, Australia will feel they have 1 foot through the door then. What a knock this has been, though, from Craig Brathwaite.
What an eventful over. 100. And then the wicket. Hazlewood is bowling to Brathwaite, who's on 100 down the leg side.
It's one of those really soft-spoken characters, Simon. I'm sure you interacted with him over the years. I was actually trying to find out who I can speak to before the series began to do like a nice profile on him. Nobody. Apparently, he doesn't open up to anyone, really. So,
the vault.
Yeah. He's got that strong, solid confidence, though. And he's always had it. I remember back in 2011 in his first couple of series he played against India.
Hazlewood's over the wicket to him. Brathwaite knocks the ball out to point. It's all open on the offside and he's able to take a run.
And one of those prodigies, right, was earmarked from a very young age to be a test batter. Scored a lot of runs in school cricket, scored a lot of runs in junior cricket, and I think it was 18 or 19 when he made that test debut and looked at ease. I remember he came to India later that same year. Him and Adrian Bharat put on some really decent partnerships on some interesting pitches.
Well, I think he made his first class debut for Barbados at 16.
Yep.
That's pretty impressive. Not many players get to do that.
Nasty time for Kyle Mayers to be called into the middle. That uneven lighting. That is crossing the pitch and Hazlewood bearing down around the wicket. Mayers is beaten past the outside edge right away.
I wonder whether the injury to Kemar Roach might have anything to do with the fact that Mayers has walked out now with 7 or 8 minutes left. Kemar Roach has historically been there. Jason Gillespie, the guy who always walks out as the night watcher or whatever they call it. Whatever term you want to use for them.
Yep.
But
has it changed?
Well,
it probably has, given the way the language has moved. Mayers keeps that out of his pads. Plays to mid-wicket, no run.
Stuart Broad came up with a term for himself, didn't he? Adam in the box will tell us. I mean, you don't call them night watchmen anymore, so Stuart Broad calls himself a night hawk.
Quite like that. Hazlewood's got 1 left. If Lyon bowls the next over, he might get a look at 1 more over, although the West Indies should make sure that he doesn't. It's 5:45 local time. Hazlewood bowls, Mayers in behind it, keeps the ball down at his toes. We will be naming the player of the day shortly for Bingley. It'll either be Labuschagne or it will be Brathwaite. 3-4, 192.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
One of the all-time against the odds wins. Taken out of midair by the man with the golden hand.
catch up on SEN-created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The Sounding Board.
Real Adventures.
Trailblazers.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Three for 192. Clever by Kyle Mayers. He got hit some. Let's have a look at the replay and see if he got hit in the fingers, but he's called for the physio. Yeah, he did. He did. Bottom hand got pinged. So there'll be a degree of pain around that, and also a degree of time management to make sure that Lions is the last over of the day.
Generous on the management description, Gerard. Plenty of players in the past would have called it time wasting.
Yes. Entry tomorrow will be gold coin donation, with the money to go to Youth Focus, Cricket Australia's charity partner for the test. We go to the 5th day. Simon Katich, you shortly will have to name the plus performance for Host Plus, and Bharat, you will have to choose the player of the day for Bing Lee. So get your thoughts in order during this last over. Lyon is in operation, bowling to Brathwaite, who clips the ball firmly back to the bowler all the way along the pitch.
Come on, guys.
Last chance for Australia to see if they can get the valuable wicket of the captain. 101 from 161 balls. Brathwaite all together in his defence.
Oh, Nathan. That was a ripping short.
Last over, today's play in Australia Test cricket with premier spinner bowling. Obviously, the keeper has to ask where they're going out for dinner, right, Simon, before the last ball? Isn't that like tradition?
Yep.
Move around.
It's just changing his angle to around the wicket. Brathwaite has the front pad kicked out. It's playing back and denying Lyon.
Or I've known players to ask whether, being a Saturday night, where the best spot in town is to go for a drink, hoping for a West Indian wicket.
3 for 108 in this session of play. Lyon bowls, Brathwaite defends.
Come on, we're grabbing one, guys.
2 to go.
Let's go, guys. Hit.
Surprised they aren't more attacking fielders right now. Tonight they could also ask where you're going to watch the Socceroos.
3 a.m. It's a good effort.
The cover just comes a little closer, but not into the infield. Just hedging. Stark back on the sweep. Brathwaite, pad tight together, squirts it out to Hazelwood at points, and there's one left in the day's play. Australia have had 2 full sessions at the West Indies. They've got 3 wickets. They have been resisted the whole way by Craig Brathwaite. If he sees off this ball, can resume tomorrow on 101. Lions' last foray. Brathwaite meets it as he has done so many, knocks it back to the bowler and takes us to stumps. Oh, well, there's a bit of sauntering going on. It's 5:49. Stumps.
Ticked over.
Worth went no interest in another over. 3 for 192. So the passage of our day, the West Indies, they were bowling at the start of it. Australia was 1 down. 1 down for 29. Khawaja was the man out for 6. Warner caught Brooks bowled, chase for 48. Labuschagne not out 104. Smith not out 22. Declared for 182. The lead was 497. Roach 1 for 30. Chase 1 for 31. The West Indies got through to tea unbeaten. None for 84. Lost 3 wickets in that 2.5-hour session. Chanderpaul bowled start for 45. Brooks caught Smith bowled Lyon for 11. Blackwood caught Labuschagne bowled Lyon for 24. The fall of wicket 116, 133, 191. It's 3 for 192.
Brian Lara and I on the boundary watching the West Indies applaud their skipper Craig Brathwaite after his 11th Test 100. What a knock it was, Brian.
Amazing knock. Captain's knock. Great responsibility, a lot of discipline, and he's there at the end. They couldn't ask for a bigger effort from their captain.
5 times he's been dismissed in the 90s in Test cricket, and he thought, not today. What impressed you most?
I just think his concentration level was just tremendous. And first of all, in the second day, coming in with 25 overs to face, how he and Tajureen Chandrapal handled it was amazing. And then again today, the fourth day of the test match, way behind, something like close to 500 to get the win, to be still there at the end of the day, batting 2 sessions, I think it was just tremendous.
Unfortunate to lose that late wicket, but they'll go into the change rooms with a bit more positivity tonight. They're only 3 down. What are the chances of a draw now, Brian?
I think it's up there. Of course, a lot rests on Craig Brathwaite, the captain's shoulder. He holds the team together. I mean, if he can continue, and he loves batting, so there's a great possibility that he could be there at the very end. But it's going to be difficult. But what I do like is the fact that the West Indies have taken this test match, one of the best cricket teams in the world, into the 5th day. And Australia will have to work very